veins, I've been driving this train. Years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play, and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la, la 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 la, oh, oh, and I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la, la 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 la, oh, oh, I've been driving this train. Years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play, and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la, la 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 la, oh, oh, la 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 la, la 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 la. 6 a.m. and I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la, la 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 la, oh, oh, la 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 la, la 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 la, oh, oh. veins, I've been driving this train. Years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play, and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la. And I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la. I've been driving this train, years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play, and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la. And I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la. veins, I've been driving this train. Years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play, and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no, I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la, la 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 la, oh, oh, la 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 la, la 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 la, oh, 6 a.m. and I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no, I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh.
Yes, good people. Big up to all of you. I appreciate you all finding the time to join us on Chelsea's Perspective for football transfer deadline day. And if this is your first experience, I can assure you, you haven't experienced anything like it, whether a movie or whatever that pushes your button, especially if you're a Chelsea fan. It's a unique experience for us every summer transfer window, to be more specific. But despite the way, without wasting much of your time, we want to talk about David Washington. We'll talk about Ipswich's move of Amanda Broja. We'll talk about Jadon Sancho's imminent arrival to Chelsea. We'll talk about Jadon Sancho more, Raheem Sterling, Victor Osimhen. Quite a lot lined up to talk about today. It's going crazy for us Chelsea fans. Did I miss any topic here? Let me see. I'll try to find it. It's not difficult to find. But that's, by the way, people. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. The likes do go a long way. Already we have 174 people watching, 34 of those on YouTube, the rest are on X. If you haven't, take a second, drop a like on the stream, and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. As usual, we keep it interactive here, so I'm going to go ahead and say hello to those of you in the chat before we move on. Nemaya Fowle, thank you for joining. And we have Andrew Phillips. Good evening to you too. I appreciate you finding the time to join. And there's the link pinned at the very top in case you want to become a paid member of the community. We appreciate you. And we also have it here. Big up to you to Nemaya and Rain. Nice to see you, Rain. I do hope you're doing well. I tried to trigger your command and I missed it. Still have a lot of commands to create. Osimhen saga is a madness. Let's roll. Yes, let's do it, people. Let's do it, Bobby. Thank you so much. Sancho is coming. And I think it was David Onston that said something that made me realize it was actually our manager is the one that wants a Sancho, not really the hierarchy. Yeah, irrespective of how you see his imminent arrival to Chelsea. And we have, and the man said, yeah, thank you for telling me, but we'll see what happens. Nothing on Chalobah and Chilwell. Those are in a hurry. They're not in a hurry to leave, it seems. So Victor will come to Chelsea, and that's Chris Adu Williams. That sounds like a Ghanaian name. And Chris, I appreciate you. Thank you for finding the time to join us. We have if we can Tony saying if we can move for Sterling on that, okay. We will it will be that if we can move on, let me read that again. If we can move on, Sterling, that will be a nice end to the transfer window. We don't need Sancho, but doesn't shock me. We have signed him. The manager likes him. That's what I'm my understanding. And virtual oath studio says, why are we buying Sancho? Because the manager wants him. But we get to that in a bit. He's another winger unless he plays in the midfield. And if we're not going to have um, if we're not gonna have if we're not gonna have what's his name Raheem Sterling in the squad, we need one more winger. Big up to you too, Safadinho. Nice to see you. Maresca doesn't want a Mudrik. I don't think that's the case. I think he's trying to fix him. That's how I see it. I think I'm missing one more item. Actually, the most important item you could argue. I see this one here, this one here, this one here. Uh, okay, that one and this one. Okay, this one here. Wow, I'm missing the topic for what we call you can say the current elephant in the room. I, I don't have the topic set up, but I think it's easy. We'll get to it in a bit. Just give me 1 second here. Let me fix that. That was a huge mistake on my part. But keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. Sincerely do appreciate you all. Let me fix it quickly. Before I do that, as I do it, I'll be reading your comments in the chat. I have, who do I have here? You're doing a wonderful job, bro. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Watching you live from United Kingdom. Thank you. I appreciate that. And Vic is in the house. Big up, coach. My prediction is it is happening by a thread, 7:15 p.m. Naples time. Okay, let's see what happens there. You did say, yeah, we're going to get it over the line. And Jack Hart is saying, is Osimhen that good? If so, I will contact Napoli, let him go. If he doesn't want to stay, you have no option than to let the player go. It's that simple, really. With someone sell Drogba or Kante in their prime, if Kante wants to leave or Drogba wants to leave and pushes to leave, you'd let them go. Broja to Ipswich is getting closer, according to Fabrizio Romano, and I thought that one was dead and dead in the water. Let's see what else we have here. What is happening? I don't know. We'll get to that. We're waiting. Nothing is certain yet. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. 24 likes, we can do a lot better than that. And we're 16 minutes into the show. Let's try and get 200 likes today. And Jakaj is saying, how will Chelsea fill the homegrown quota? Sancho is homegrown. Who else there? Reece James is homegrown. Tariq George, I think, will be part of the squad. He's homegrown. Levi Colwell is homegrown. Who else? Am I missing anybody? We have enough of enough of that. That's actually the least of my concern. Give me 1 second here. Let me see the latest update with regards to the elephant in the room. We'll talk about it, but we can use this picture because we know where we're at right now. Without wasting much of your time, I'm going to go to the presentation window. Just give me 1 second here. I had to kickstart this in a hurry, but I think you'd be patient with me, please. I appreciate you all. Just give me 1 second. Let's do this. Switch, but I have to set it up properly. Okay, let's do this here. Yeah, that's it. This is the presentation window. I'm still losing it. I didn't sleep properly last night, and the coffee hasn't kicked in properly. Let's see the first item here. Give me 1 second here. Yeah, my throat my throat hurts every time I think I'm fine. One of my boys will come home with something else. The first item here talks about Georgi Petrovic has completed a season-long loan move to league side League One side RC Strasbourg, our sister club. Good luck to him. He finished the season well, but I don't think he's equipped enough to be part of the part of the club's current squad. Unfortunately, as much as I think he's a good goalkeeper and can only get better because he's still very young, and goalkeepers, they age like fine wine. Any concerns will lose? No. What sort of concern is that? We were through, they're now through. And even if we lost to them, I'd be happy actually, so we can concentrate in the Premier League. But that's just my opinion anyway. So good luck to Georgi Petrovic. I know he'd do well. Hopefully he gets a chance to become Strasbourg's #1 the starting goalkeeper. Because if that doesn't happen, he probably most definitely pushed to leave Chelsea on a permanent. But good luck to him. At least he's not in the MLS anymore. From Chelsea to Strasbourg, it's not nothing bad. He's still in Europe and could get a chance to play in the uh, to play again in Champions League or Europa League if Strasbourg finishes well at the end of the season, finishes the season well, so to speak. The next item we have lined up here talks about Raheem Sterling is facing the real prospect of having to stay at Chelsea beyond the summer, and that's according to David Unston. I'm not shocked. I'm not surprised, and I'm going to tell you why. We've always known, even before the transfer window opened, we knew it was going to be very difficult to move him on. Should we decide to sell him? And lo and behold, that's the case. His salary is a huge problem. Just give me 1 second here. Salary will be a huge problem, and that's the case. And here, Raheem Sterling, as you can see, we read all the reports with regards to his situation at Chelsea, his future. The language is used in the reports with regards to how the perceived ill treatment of the player. We realized, we did conclude at the time that, yeah, clearly he wants money. And if he indeed still wants to play football, if its priority is to still play at the highest level, I think it'd be gone by now. But probably those Arsenal are interested, and rumors are that he's spoken with what's his name, Mikel Arteta. But why aren't they pushing to sign him? Probably because he's refused to take a pay cut, and he knows that Chelsea. We are again. He's a serious dilemma for us. We want him off our books, and he's not in a hurry to leave. Which means most likely, or maybe, we'd be forced to say, okay, come, let's talk. We give you half of 70, is it 60, 30 million pounds or something, or maybe 20 or 10, then they'd have to agree for him to leave. And I said this before, and that's my opinion. I know we'll all see the situation differently. Sterling, for me, doesn't really care much about playing again. My opinion. I don't think he's even, if the opportunity comes, he'd take it. Let's say, for instance, getting the chance to represent England again. But given how much that's involved here, how much Chelsea owes him, if you calculate his contract and how his weekly salary, you'd know that he's not going to be in a hurry to leave. It's not like he's 22. But that's just my opinion anyway. Let's get Bobby's opinion on the situation. And David Dawson saying this, it's concerning. What are we going to do with him? He's going to be at the club and it's not part of the squad. And the manager has said he doesn't want him. He's just going to be there and be earning his weekly salary until we decide, okay, you know what, we're done with you. But Bobby, let's hear your opinion on the situation.
Yeah, big up, coach.
Yeah. Thank
Wow,
you
we
so much for
started
joining.
early for transfer deadline day. It's a bit of a silly deadline for us this year, it seems. Look, Amanda Broja, the deal is still rolling. Raheem Sterling, I've seen it before. Will Chelsea Football Club fold if they have Raheem Sterling sat on the bench collecting money? Ask yourself that question and answer it. If the answer is no, why are we getting so worried? Why are we fretting over a situation? We've made it clear to him you're not playing. So by telling him you're not playing, we'd rather sell you, but if we can't, we understand the consequences. You see, life is a trade-off. You have choices, you have consequences for your choices. We've made a choice. I'm sure the owners are big boys. They'll be happy to take the consequences of their choice either way. They're not crying about it. Why are we? We had this with Lukaku. We got rid of him. Before we got rid of Lukaku, Sterling was always there. Nobody bothered to that he was on such wages. What's the difference? Just now, perhaps he's not playing. He's surplus to requirements, and we're going to recruit with regardless of the financial pressure that his wages will create on the books. It's only a matter of PSR and FFP. It's not a matter for Chelsea as an entity. The other day we were talking about Winston Bohade. with his 40K a week back then. That was a lot of money back in the early 90s when he did that. So I don't know. I'm not that fussed about it. I don't think Chelsea's that. Chelsea's fussed in that, they want to keep their accounting tidy. These are money people, so they make money moves. They make money moves. But if it's not possible, they're not going to cry about it. They just absorb the cost and continue looking for solutions. If he doesn't go this summer, we try and find solutions for him in January. If he doesn't want to play football, well, more fool him. But we made that mistake. It was in this era, thanks to trying to pacify Thomas Tuchel. In a way, you can't even blame the club. Poor old Todd Bowley was on his own doing deals in an environment that he's not used to. And he relied upon a manager that wasn't cut out for making um, wise player investments. So of course mistakes will be made. He made a mistake on Raheem Sterling. He over incentivized him. Napoli, I had agreed fee last night to to Al Ali. So I'm it look, it's a financial pressure. It's on the books. It's a hemorrhage of money. But Chelsea have a clear and simple choice. If he chooses not to do anything, either give him the 70 million you owe him, or let him sit there and punish him to rot in the reserves. If he refuses to leave, you have got to understand that to be a consequence of the decision you made. You've got to understand that. That's why I'm not bothered about it. Club has made their decision. They have to stand by it. I have a feeling he'll go to Arsenal today. Having
All
said
right.
all that.
Yeah, here's the thing. I'm not too concerned, and I'm going to say why I'm not too concerned. It's an issue, one that they must find a solution to.
Simple.
Otherwise, yeah, it will become again. It will, you know how much that is, and again, PSR and FFP and all that. We're selling players to balance the books. We can't afford to pay him that in bulk. I think it would create a lot of problems for us. But here's the thing: I like the fact that. Some outlets are suggesting that we've had conversations with this camp as we seek to find a solution. In terms of not paying him the whole thing. That's just that, and him sticking to him trying to him letting us know that I want to go, but you'd have to pay me something. And I think we end up paying him something. The question now is how much are we willing to pay him? And I don't think we prefer him staying and be getting his paycheck week in week out, because it's not the
Well,
one that has asked to leave.
well,
But
well.
go ahead.
That's another trade-off, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
To compensate him at a lower payoff is another
All right,
trade-off.
Bobby, I'll be right back in 1 second.
Will he accept that? Time will tell. You see, we've got to stop the fan base create these anxieties with their stories. I mentioned Amando Broja. They came up with all this, oh, Broja, the deal, although I blame Fabrizio Romano for that one. Oh, the deal is off. There's 100% off. That's what he said. Oh, there's no way it's going to happen. Oh, panic, 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 panic. What are we hearing today? They're still in discussions. These things take people with calm temperament under pressure. These financiers, these money people, they deal with pressure. They don't panic, they stay relaxed, and they operate within fine margins to achieve success. Raheem Sterling, relax. If they can't do a deal, they know the ultimate penalty. It won't be any more than that. So what they're trying to do is optimize his severance. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
They're looking to optimize his severance. By that, either get him another club, and according to you, and rightly so, even on that measure, they need to pay him something, or negotiate a payoff that reduces the 70 million they owe him. It's up to him to agree to that or not. I have a feeling if he wants to be difficult, he can say no, he won't agree to that.
And if he really wants to play
Or
football, he takes whatever they offer and move on.
exactly, if he really wants to play football, I don't believe in that Raheem Sterling wants to stop playing football. I don't believe it for a second. I really don't. I don't see how that is an option for him. I think he wants to play football, but this has been he. To be fair to him, I think this has somewhat blindsided him. I don't think he was expecting it, to be honest, and so his planning time for his next move is short. So he doesn't want to just go anywhere. Do Man United want him? It doesn't look that way. Maybe because of his wages. Do Arsenal want him? I don't know. We'll tell if he's here on deadline day. Are they making moves? Arsenal could do with him. That's for sure. You know, he's somebody that could fit into their purpose. But are they prepared to pay that wages? I don't think so. So we'll wait and see. I still think something can be done with Arsenal because they know him. Arteta has been talking to him. And it's a club that would attract him. He likes big clubs. But if nothing happens and it collapses, fine. The club will then approach him and say, "Hey, look, Raheem, you aren't in our plans. Do you want a settlement of £30 million?" If he says, "No, no, no, you owe me 70 million, I'm going to hang on to it," they'll say, "Okay, Raheem, you can sit in the reserves and train in isolation," because they won't let him anywhere near, or they shouldn't let him anywhere near the academy. He won't be near the first team, and he would have to train on a separate schedule on his own. So long as he's an employee of, or within the realms of the club employment, they have the right to do that. Now, if he wants to end his career, fine, that's the way to go. Like Winston Bohardi did that at Chelsea. He sat there, he came in training on his own in isolation whenever he bothered to come in to train at all, and he took his wages till his contract ended. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens.
All right, I'll catch up with what we have in the chat. Then we'll come back to discuss the main topic of the day, which is the possibility of Victor Osimhen joining Chelsea. Now, I think the question is the possibility of Chelsea completing the deal, given that there are just a few hours until the end of the transfer window. And here, Vic is saying Chelsea submitted a proposal to Napoli, but they want more money. The situation is very complicated, and Osimhen is furious. Fabrizio on a playback. And yeah, they've gotten the Lukaku deal over the line. And De Laurentiis, for me, I don't want to go to the extent of calling saying he's not a nice man, but let me just go stick with he's a shrewd businessman and probably will try to milk us as much as they can. And you can argue for them, even if Osimhen ends up staying on the salary that he's on, that utilize him. But I don't know Antonio Conte to keep any player that
No,
indicates they want to leave whatever club he coaches.
no.
But that's just my, yeah.
Let me make a
Sorry.
comment on this. Let me make a comment on this one, Coach, because it's interesting. Chelsea bigwigs are in Napoli right now. I think Bedad Egbali, uh, um, uh, Todd Bowley. I think even Feliciano is there. I think three of the real big hitters are there, so they're not joking. Now, the way this looks at the moment is highly unlikely Al Ali will come back for Victor. They don't really need him. They've got Ivan Toney, who is a huge prize for them. Okay, he's not as young as Victor, but he's certainly changed the rules of engagement for them. They're more relaxed and they're not really, they don't have to throw out so much money. So, in a way, we can, unless, nothing is sure until it's sure, but we can kind of assume he's lost out on Al Ali. Now there's Chelsea. Chelsea's leverage is still quite high. he's lost out on Al Ali. He is in negotiations with Chelsea. Um, it's about him and Chelsea, not really Napoli. Napoli are limited in what they can demand because they need him desperately off their books. So their posture is meaningless. If they want to perform brinkmanship and ask for 80, 100 million or whatever, Chelsea can just walk away and say, okay, you keep your player, you keep paying him. After all, we've got someone that we're paying for nothing at the moment as well, in the name of Raheem Sterling. And I can assure you, between the two clubs, the one club that that has the capacity to deal with that ain't Napoli. So Napoli will sell so far as Chelsea drop money. It's Victor and the wage negotiation that's holding up this deal. Should he back down? No, he's received a promise. Victor's thinking, if I may be so bold as to speak for him in this instance, just to explain my point. Victor's thinking is that, look, Napoli offered me something, they promised me something, they're paying me this, I'm contracted for this, just pay me the same. That's his thinking. But it's unfortunate because his agent, who really didn't do him any favors with the way he was running his mouth, and he actually pushed Al Ali to get Ivan Toney, because basically he came out saying that they're second best. And of course, if you know anything about these Middle Eastern chaps, they're pretty, they've got some pride. And they thought, right, okay, if we're second best to you, we'll go for this guy. He's probably better than you in the short term anyway. And they did that. And it was all because of this guy running his mouth. Now, he's still running his mouth. He's making Victor believe that his wages are untenable, if that's the right word. Um, I'm not sure that's the position to take. I think he needs to look at what Chelsea's offering. And I'm pretty sure Chelsea won't be offering him peanuts, but they want to incentivize it. So at the very least, it's easier for them to explain it to the rest of the squad. Do you see what I'm saying? They want to take it to the rest of the squad and the rest of the squad agents and so on and say, well, we got Victor at this amount, but, Victor's on this with the same incentivized protocols that your guy is on, so that people don't start scrambling to look for him. Although they're all on long contracts, they can't really do that. But you know what I mean? So as not to make them feel bad about themselves. Will Victor go for that? I don't know. This is the thing. But all I know is this. You and I both know that anytime we go into negotiation and it's coming to the wire, and you have the likes of Egbali, Bowley, and all that directly involved, we usually come out with our guy. You see what I'm saying? We usually come out with our guy. This could be different. I'm not saying it's going to be exactly the same, but this is what happened with Enzo Fernandez when Benfica were really playing hardball. Egbali went there, and Bowley. And remember, that's what scuppered the Hakim Ziyech deal. There was nobody left in the Chelsea office. They were all in flipping Portugal sorting out that deal. This is almost similar. I wonder who's even dealing with the Sancho negotiations, because all the big hitters are in Napoli. It's likely it will happen, but boy, will it go to the very, 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 tip of the wire. It's exciting for the neutral, but for the likes of you and me, crikey, we're going to need a whiskey and soda at the end of this transfer window. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, it's it's crazy, and no movie come closer to it. How no matter how thrilling that movie is. A big up to you too, AB. Nice to see you. Here he says a nobody. No, Bobby, that's incorrect. I'm not sure what you're referencing there. There's no here we go for Tone yet. Fabrizio Fabrizio Romano, Napoli jocked up their demands because there were two buyers at the table. So the Saudi club pushed ahead for Toney, but Osimhen remains their prime target. Is that what you're saying there? It's
Okay.
everywhere right now. We're not too sure what's going to happen. And Thomas Afriye, thank
Can
you
I
for
just
joining
tell
us.
him?
Apologies. Just 1 second, Bobby. Just 1 second, please. Apologies that the Nightbot deleted your message. Just use two emojis. Do not use more than two emojis. Bobby, I'll come back to you in a bit. Bobby, let's stick with the fact Osimhen has already okayed the transfer according to Fabrizio Romano and David Austin, I think. Stay up to date. Okay, yeah, okay. Bobby, let's hear you. You wanted to say something.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to Vic. I mean, Vic, actually, I know you, I know you like to argue or try and argue with me, but honestly, in this case, I'm not arguing with you. If they're still in for Osimhen, fine. I don't know what's happening. All I'm just saying is the little information I have in front of me, and what I have in front of me is that Ivan Toney has passed his medical. I know things can still change. That means nothing till he signs, but he's passed his medical. The paper's work is being reviewed. And from that, it indicates to me that that's where he's going. Now, that doesn't mean to say by the end of the transfer window he will go there, but that's
I
all
mean, he
I'm
hasn't
saying.
signed papers.
No, he hasn't. So it's still open, it's still up for grabs. So I take your point, Vic. It's a valid point, and that's why Coach has a show. We're sat here watching, waiting to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's why we're here to have a good conversation. And if anybody is wrong, we exchange. We don't not nobody takes anything personal here. That's one thing I like so much. Again, coming to the Victor Osimhen transfer saga, I think it'd be correct to call it that. This particular report by Rudy Galetti, who says a new contact between Napoli and Chelsea. Chelsea FC are doing and Chelsea. He stops there. Chelsea FC are doing their best to finalize the deal, but there are still gaps. Wow. Okay. Osimhen already approved the transfer. That's a sign that, irrespective of the rumors suggesting that we're offering him 130K per week, I didn't believe that when I saw it, because if that was our initial offer, he'd go to Saudi Arabia immediately. He's saying Osimhen already approved the transfer. Only a few hours remain before the market closes. It's a race against time. I think if we really do want him, we will get the deal over the line. And if you're in the chat, let's hear your opinion on Chelsea's pursuit of Victor Osimhen, whether you think would be able to complete the deal. But I'm quite sure Napoli would want him off their books. Osimhen wants what's best for him. Napoli wants more money. And I knew that, again, if they sign when the Lukaku move to Napoli was on the verge of completion, I knew if that happens, it wouldn't be easy anymore to get Osimhen. I don't know why we decided to do a separate deal. We could have found a way to factor our interest of on signing Osimhen into that deal. We could have found a solution had we done that, but unfortunately we didn't. And now I think De Laurentiis is gonna prove to be difficult to deal with as usual. Nothing new there. So Osimhen to Chelsea. Your opinion, if you're in the chat, do you think it happens? The possibility is there. The possibility is there. Let's hear what else. Jack Hatch is saying, is it possible Sterling to Saudi Arabia after the transfer? If the Saudis, again, they are only saving grace. But here's the thing: could be end up being our only saving grace. But here's the thing: if we're being truthful here, the Saudis, he will make a lot of money, but he will sign the contract and the money will come bit by bit. But if he settles with Chelsea, if we decide, again, we're clear now, we don't want him. The handwriting, as I've said before, is as bold as can be on the wall. We don't need to say it differently for him to understand. His camp putting out the statement they put out at the time was just showing us, if you want us gone, it's not going to be that easy. You'd have to pay us some money. So probably he'd prefer a settlement with Chelsea to get a sizable amount of money as a settlement. Then he decides where he wants to go. He's not going to be in a hurry. And I'm going to keep preaching this. And yeah, Bobby is right. the club will not let him. Will not you could say bend over for him. They will not do that. They will tell him, no, if you want to stay here and rough on the again, not getting the chance to play at all, that's your business. We'll be comfortable paying you. But maybe the club's suspicion is that, yeah, he still wants to play football. So they're not going to be in a hurry to push him to leave this window. If he decides to stay, they can still settle and he becomes a free agent. But either side wouldn't want to be taken advantage of. Raheem Sterling would want the club to lose something in return, given his perceived ill treatment or the way they're letting him go. And the club wouldn't want to, yeah, pay him with an arm and a leg, if that makes sense. Let's see what else we have here. It's complicated. We've always known it would be complicated, but it's much more complicated than we believed it would be. Don't give up. It's complicated. The player is ready, but Napoli is making it difficult. If Osimhen is furious apart multiple sources, it is because of Napoli, not his own agent. Heston, I don't know. I think if I blame Osimhen, I'd blame his agent too. Why? His agent could have educated him, or maybe on the sort of mistake he's making by signing a new contract with Napoli. Signing an extension at Napoli, and that's because the agents should know fully well that De Laurentiis, the Napoli president, to be more specific, is a very, very difficult man to deal with. After signing that deal,
Yeah,
even we did have that conversation here. We talked
I
about how
agree.
it'd be very difficult for him to leave. But go ahead, Bobby.
I
Looks like you have something else to say.
Yeah, I agree with you, Coach. I think Osimhen needs to, after this ordeal, because he's so far in the ordeal, he can't change, but he's got to change that agent. I don't think the agent has helped him. The agent hasn't behaved like somebody that's very intelligent. He's just behaving like somebody that's greedy. And he's transferring his greed to Osimhen. Ultimately, Osimhen really wants to play football. He's a footballer. That's his talent. And yes, he wants money. I understand that. But I think he would have appreciated having somebody who was going to really fight his corner and take care of his interests rather than tie him in knots. Because this guy has just tied him up in knots. And he is to blame for this predicament. He's one of the bigger blames of this predicament. He really is. He's dropped the ball big time in many ways. It's not unsalvageable, but he's made it very difficult.
Yeah, it's signing that what we called at the time a loyalty contract. That's the reason he's yet to leave Napoli because they have the upper hand in my opinion. Unfortunately, hopefully we get it done. But if in fact Napoli they don't want him, and I'm quite sure Conte wouldn't want him around. Conte has gotten his boy in Romelu Lukaku. I'm quite sure he wouldn't want Osimhen in the team, except if they have a good conversation. Maybe they're confident, even if he stays, they can convince him to play for them wholeheartedly. If they were able to convince him after the racist incident, and he went ahead and signed a new contract. So I'm not going to be surprised if he end up staying at Napoli. Hearing him saying, "I'm going to stay and give it my all at least one more time before I leave." Yada yada yada. You know the rest. And Usmani Tolo Kamara, as for me, I prefer Gil Carrez than to Osimhen. I'm not gonna again. I'm tired of explaining why I didn't want us to sign him at the time. I want us to sign him now. If we're pushing to sign him, definitely the manager he's okayed the club's pursuit of Victor Osimhen and would want to have him in his team, which means he's accepted the fact that he'd have to make some adjustment with regards to his the application of his preferred approach to football to accommodate Osimhen and ensure that he succeeds at Chelsea. But that's by the way. Let's see what else we have here. Let's be honest, everyone involved in the deal is greedy. It's money. And that's the truth. It's money. Osimhen, he's no longer in primary school. He's not just playing football for fun. Now he football is what puts food on the table for him, his family, and probably extended family. The club wants to save money. They don't want to get into trouble with FFP, PSR. So it's money, yeah. And his agent, the bigger the fee, the bigger the transfer fee the player commands, the more he'd make. I'm not sure how that works, but if you ask me, I'd say off the bat, that's how that's my belief with regards to how the transfer thing works. It's crazy. Yeah, and Houston, I've seen people on X say that it hasn't come closer to what we went through when we're still pushing to sign Enzo Fernandez and what's his name, Moises Caicedo, that Moises Caicedo turned down Liverpool. And I told them, look, you cannot compare the two. Caicedo didn't have to choose between a mammoth offer from a Saudi club, a generational wealth of an opportunity to, you could say, to be reached to the end of the world. Caicedo didn't have to choose between that and how much that Chelsea had on the table for him and or how much he's earning at Chelsea right now. Chances are, if he had the opportunity at the time, he probably mm, we don't know. Of course, we're speaking in hindsight. We don't know whether he'd choose going to Saudi for a lot of money than to join Chelsea. If you ask me, I'd say I'm quite sure how much Liverpool were going to pay him. The disparity between that amount and how much he's earning at Chelsea right now isn't too much. So it was easy for him to just say, "Yeah, because of my dream to play for Chelsea Football Club, I'm choosing to play for Chelsea Football Club." So it's indeed crazy. And here's the thing: let's roll it back a bit. Now, Al Ali were pushing to sign Osimhen and Ivan Toney at the same time. And some people on X were concerned that they'll end up signing both. And then our plan, the fact that Ivan Toney is on the list of strikers that we're looking at will be useless because, yeah, he'd be gone to Saudi too. And it turns out the Saudis, they cannot have them both. They don't have room for two foreign players anymore. They have one space for a foreign player, and some were
Unless they
suggesting that.
sell or loan one of
Yeah,
those foreign
exactly.
players they already
Yeah,
have,
exactly.
which
We're
they
saying
can still do.
yeah, and some were saying that's a workaround. But at the moment, I think it was Damasio who's reporting that they pulled out of the. You could say they forfeit that they're forfeiting their pursuit of Osimhen and are now focused on getting the Ivan Toney deal done. They've booked the medical for him, and I've seen some of the reports saying something to the effect of they are that the deal Ivan Toney moved to Al Ali is on the verge of completion, and that they're just planning at the stages of signing the documents and all that. So it's complicated. You can argue we're ahead right now because they pulled out of the deal, and some are saying they haven't really. So I'm not too sure what's going on. Go ahead, Bob, if you have anything else to say.
I'm not in the know, so I'm going to speak from my personal deductions.
Mhm.
I can't see the sense in our alley hanging around the Osimhen deal now. I think they are just focusing on getting the Ivan Tony deal to completion, and they'll walk away. You see, people think these guys are rich, but rich men don't like to waste money. That's
They
why
did,
they're
yeah.
rich.
They became rich because they know how
Ex-
they invest. They
exactly.
don't waste. Yeah.
Exactly. So I don't know. These people, I think at the moment there's still a measure. And, I will hold my hand up if I'm wrong, but I think people are still fantasizing, thinking they still want to waste money on another striker. I don't see it somehow, to be honest. It doesn't sound like business activity. You know, the Saudis are rich, they're not stupid. You see what I'm saying? They're rich,
Mhm.
but they're not stupid. If they've got their deal, what is the point? And also, do they want to break? I mean, they can't rewrite their own football policy. It doesn't make sense. My mind is they're off the table for Victor at the moment. But, it's transfer deadline day. Anything can happen. As long as it's not signed, they could just change their mind. Who knows? But it doesn't make sense. Ivan Toney has passed the medical. He had it in London. They're exchanging papers right now as we speak. If what we're told is true, and I don't see why it wouldn't be true. It's interesting, but stranger things have stranger things have happened, haven't they? So we'll see.
we will see indeed. We will wait. We'll keep an eye on what's going on out there, and if any anything new emerges with regards to the future of Osimhen or his Chelsea pursuit of Victor Osimhen, we get well, we talk about it immediately without wasting your time. We have people out there also paying attention to what's going on. So I've seen this. Chelsea have reached a total agreement with Jadon Sancho on a personal terms. And next one also on Jadon Sancho. This report from the transfer guru himself, Fabrizio Romano, which reads exclusive. Chelsea have presented two bids for Jadon Sancho. One proposal is loan with buy option clause, the other one with obligation to buy, of course, on different terms. Which is the reason why, yeah, they are two. They also reached a total agreement with Jadon Sancho on personal terms, up to Man United now to accept Chelsea's offer on the table. I don't know. I was asking also, one of those that did ask the question, what are we going to do with them? And then at one point I changed my stance from asking that particular question to, with Chelsea. Even if we already have a winger as good as Sancho, who can also fulfill the roles that he can fulfill with Chelsea, it doesn't hurt to have multiple players who can fulfill a single role. That's what big clubs do. Sancho is an excellent player. Why things haven't worked out for him at United, I honestly do not know. Could it be that he will always struggle in the Premier League? I don't know, because he went back. He went on loan to Dortmund, and it was brilliant for them throughout the Champions League run. Also, excellent Champions League run to be more specific. So I want him at Chelsea. Hopefully, the case is not that he will always struggle in the Premier League. Let it be a case of the manager not knowing how to get the best out of him. Since you can argue his arrival, again, he most definitely end up at Chelsea Football Club. Let's see. Bobby, let's hear your opinion on the Jadon Sancho to Chelsea talks.
Yeah, that's another interesting one. At first, I was wondering what was the point. I kind of look at him as a bit of a lightweight sort of player, but some people seem convinced that he's the kind of player we need. So I will accept their opinion. Since my opinion is not particularly, I don't have a strong opinion either way. If we get him, great. If we don't, I'm not that bothered. But some people are adamant that he really is going to be a player that we can use. So fine, so be it. To be honest, I can see this one happening. Um, Man United are also looking to balance the books. Everybody is. And if you saw what Ten Hag said about the sale of Scott McTominay to Napoli, he said exactly the same thing as Enzo Maresca. But because he's a Man United coach saying it, the media let it slide. He said, look, if you don't want them to sell their academy products, then change the rules. The rules is what is making them sell academy products. Maresca said it, and they made him into the spawn of Satan. Ten Hag said it, and nobody cares. They're all nodding their head. Yeah, he's right. He's right. These are the sort of things that get me angry. But I can see them letting Sancho go. He's off their books. If he's on a loan with the option to buy, fine. I think there's a lot of bluffing from Man United about him. He's not. He's clearly not in their plan.
They do want him off their books, but
They
that
do.
doesn't mean
He
they do. You could say I don't think they let him go for cheap. I don't know, but whatever happens, they still be
well,
losing a lot of money. But go ahead.
yeah, they're not going to. They're not going to. I mean, he won't go for silly money because they do want to get rid of him. I mean, for Ten Hag to say, oh, they need players in order to have a strong squad to compete in different competitions, he's just speak to him. that you're not going to be first choice. Now he won't want to hear that. You know, he's already having issues with the coach, and for the coach to now tell him, look, you're not really the main man, or you're not really somebody. You're going to be part of the B team. He will want to get away to a club where he at least has the opportunity to fight to for a place in the starting 11. So I can see this one possibly happening, coach. I really can. There's not too many obstacles.
Yeah, I mean, you good analysis there. If you analyze the situation, yeah, there aren't too many again obstacles. First of all, and they want him off their books. The same thing applies to should I say Napoli. But that's by the way. Let's give the microphone back to those in the chat, and we'll come back on the panel. But we want to hear your opinion on Chelsea's pursuit of Jadon Sancho, and something I saw that made me happy, Bobby. I don't know if you've seen it too. David Austin saying that he's heard a lot of people question why Chelsea are going for Sancho. He said the manager wants him. He doesn't think it's a hierarchy. He thinks it's the manager that wants Jadon Sancho as Chelsea because he suits the way he likes to approach the game. And in all honesty, during one of his presses, I can't quite remember which in particular, he did talk about how he knows Jadon Sancho very well and he's a good player, but ended by saying something to the effect of he's not a player at the moment and left it there. But that's by the way, we have 273 people watching, 69 on YouTube, the rest on X. If you're following the show on X, do us a favor, drop a like on the video, share the video on X, and also follow our X account to help us reach
Coach,
5,000 followers as soon as possible. And if you don't
can
mind
I
to come
add
over to
something,
YouTube
coach?
to join us on YouTube, you can find the link to our YouTube channel on our X profile. Please do that for us. And Vic is saying here, I
Can I?
cannot. Just one second, Bobby. I
Yeah.
cannot tell you everything. It's crazy, but the news will come. What's going on right now is complete madness. The player side is not happy with Napoli. Yep, and they've made it clear. Madness indeed. I don't think they would want him to stay. Given again, I don't think he'd be stay. Maybe they have strong belief that may well speak to him and convince him, just like they did after that racist incident. Yep, Shanks, people hide. And Melo de Chikwode Dalo, thank you for joining us. Sancho is coming home because he is a Chelsea fan and he's a London boy. Wally Waldo is saying the
Yeah.
house is apparently it's Napoli. It's Napoli that is making Osimhen and his agent mad. They're complicating the whole thing. Yeah, Bobby, go ahead. You were saying something.
You said that Ornstein thinks it's Maresca that wants Sancho. Now,
Yeah,
I'm
David
very
Austin did say
weary.
that. He believes
I'm,
the manager
I'm,
wants him because he suits the way he
yeah,
likes to
I'm
approach the
very,
game.
I'm very weary of these managers that want players, and I'm so glad that we are now buying players and giving to managers because wasn't it Pochettino that didn't want João Felix? Wasn't it um, Tuchel that wanted Raheem Sterling? Isn't it the same Maresco that's got us KDH? I'm not too sure these managers really know how to get good players in, to be honest. But
But here's where the difference now, Bobby. I think the difference we're going for the term used is Swiss Army knife.
yeah.
Players that are able fulfilling multiple roles. They can play as false nine. They can play on the left, on either flanks, or as 10. That's what we're doing mainly. But go ahead with what you're saying.
No, I said it. That's fine. I don't. I mean, I don't really find too much faith in the fact that he wants the player.
Mhm. All right, Dante, let's hear your opinion. We've talked about three items: Dodgy, Petrovic joining Strasbourg. We've talked about Raheem Sterling, the possibility of him again. Let me read the report as we're looking at it on the screen. Raheem Sterling is facing the real prospect of having to stay at Chelsea beyond the summer. The possibility is there is if he doesn't get what he's asking for, or maybe you could argue his priorities to get a chunk of what the club owes him. We read these from Rudy Galetti on Victor Osimhen. New contact between Napoli and Chelsea. CFC are doing their best to finalize the deal, but there are still gaps. This may well not be the most recent nine. Okay, it's recent. Here are only a few hours remain before the market closes. It's a race against time. I think we still get it over the line. And now we're talking about Jadon Sancho have reached a total agreement. We have reached a total agreement with him, which simply means he's agreed personal terms. And then we're talking about exclusive. Chelsea have presented two bids for Jadon Sancho to Manchester United. One of them with an obligation for a permanent purchase. The other, which is an option for a permanent purchase. Chelsea also reached. Yep, we've read that. But let's hear you, Dante, your opinion.
Yeah, big up, coach. Big up,
Big
Bobby.
up to you too, man. How are you
Everyone
doing?
in the chat as well.
You're free of the cold?
Me, yeah, no, it wasn't a cold. It wasn't a cold. I
Okay,
just
mine.
had
I got a new one. Actually, maybe from the way I'm sounding, maybe you can sense it. When you have
a
kids that
little
go
bit.
to school, every time they come back with something. But go ahead.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I didn't have a cold. Just just a little bit. I had migraine and just felt a bit nauseous and stuff like that for a couple of days. Who knows? Something I ate, something school, like you said. Who knows? But I'm all good now. Yeah, well, where do I start? Well, the Sterling, yeah, look, they'll try as hard as possible to get him out, obviously, and get someone to pay some of the wages, even if it's half. If he doesn't, he stays. It's no big deal. I mean, we can afford it. It's no big deal. He stays, and trains by himself or train what he needs to do. And then maybe in the January transfer window, he'll get a move. So I'm not too bothered about Sterling. Doesn't really matter if he goes from what Maresca's been saying. So I don't think he'll be included in the squad even if he does play. So I think he's burnt that bridge with the club and with Maresca. So Jadon Sancho, I don't mind him. I'm not the biggest fan. He didn't do well at United, of course, but he did well again when he back to Dortmund. Me, he didn't have
Yeah,
a very good
that's led to
relationship
me
with.
asking the question: is it a case of him not being suitable for the Premier League, or maybe
Hmm.
Eric Ten Hag not knowing how to get the best out of him? I'm just not too sure what the problem is. But go
One
ahead.
or the other, coach.
But you're not sure either.
Played pretty good when he was young. He didn't do too bad when he was young. Obviously, when he was much
But
younger, but that's
that wasn't
different.
on that not on a senior level. Youth
Yeah, not
football.
really on a senior level, but he's got the experience of the English, playing with the English guys, playing for the youth teams, for the national team. So he's got that experience. He does well in the Champions League against bigger other teams, as we saw with Dortmund. So if he didn't do well at Dortmund and he went back to Dortmund, then maybe probably lost cause. Who knows? But one thing that we did see, he actually wants to come to Chelsea and he wants to be here. He'll accept he'll accept the proper wage and he'll accept to fight for his spot. He doesn't expect to be a starter. So that's good. If he wants to be here, we need the depth. We've seen some players struggling, especially on the wings. So we need that depth. If wants him and if the quality is there, we know he's got the quality. We saw it very recently in the Champions League with Dortmund. The quality was there. There's no problem. Problem was obviously who knows what exactly was the problem, but the quality's there. He's got it. If he comes, support him. If he doesn't, he doesn't. That's fine. It's not much of a risk. It's pretty affordable. The loan will be great as well. If you get a loan, have a look at him first. That'll be even better. So I don't mind it. If he comes, we'll see how he goes. If he doesn't, no big loss either. Because we're not too bad, but
Yeah.
extra
Uh
depth,
yeah,
as we
thank you so
see
much.
Modric struggling.
I'll
Some
let you
other.
speak about Osimhen's situation. I think you're going to, but just give me 1 second here. Wally Waldo saying I think it's
Yep.
something to do with Ten Hag, maybe. But the fact that his previous experience in England was as a youth player, not really as a senior player. So it could be, as Dante did say, it could be either of the two. I said this since he first joined Man United. He joined the wrong Premier League club and should have come to Chelsea in the first place, but we weren't interested. Depth, he will be starting, I tell you. You think Sancho will be starting, Jesse? We'll find out. United can have Mudryk and Sterling as part of the package. I think Mudryk will be here. I think the manager is trying to fix him, but people are reading that the wrong way. But in my opinion, I think he's still here. We have just too many excellent players. Wow. some comment. But go ahead, Dante. Osimhen's case. If you,
Mhm.
I think, are you done with
Yep, done with those two.
Sancho's case?
Osimhen is, yeah, like I said, it's going to go to the last minute of the transfer window. We're going to push Napoli as far as we can. We're not desperate, so we're going to push it as much as they can. Obviously, pushing Osimhen as well with the salary and stuff like that. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, it's a long saga. It's going to continue. These next few hours are going to continue to be long, and we'll probably see in the last sort of half an hour, last hour, with the proper news coming out and what's really happening. So, other than that, there's not much to say. If he accepts our wage structure and he accepts, I saw that some wage that was thrown out there. So I don't know if that's true. That I doubt
No,
that's true.
that
That's
it just that doesn't make any sort of sense,
doesn't make any
because
sense at all.
if that amount being mentioned is what we offered to his camp initially, I think he'd be playing in Saudi Arabia right now.
You wouldn't even speak to Chelsea if you
Yeah,
offered
he wouldn't
that.
even speak to Chelsea. Yeah, go ahead.
What's the point? So yeah, that's I don't believe that one bit because of that. Unless that's net per year and with a lot of bonuses, it depends the way it's put out. But yeah, it doesn't make too much sense the way it's written so far. So we'll see what happens. He either accepts or he's going to stay in Napoli, or he's going. I think it's probably stay Napoli more than go to Saudi Arabia now, because it looks like Tony's pretty much done for Saudi Arabia. Um, so I think he'll be pretty much stay at Napoli or come to us, or who knows? I don't see why he would stay at Napoli. I saw Fabrizio and some saying that he's gonna likelihood that he will stay. Is he gonna play? He hasn't played at all. Conte is not a big fan, so I don't know what's happening there. I don't think you can keep him, and I don't think Napoli can afford to really keep him on those wages for not playing football at all. Is that asset they have is going to depreciate a lot if that's the case. So yeah, they'll. I think we'll reach an agreement. It might be done last minute, like I said. One of them will buckle in, and will probably be done because it's. I don't see him really staying at Napoli.
Yeah, and just quickly, I want to inform the community that AD Love for Blue, one of us, he lost his dad. Messaged me privately yesterday, and I did make a post in the group. He's currently in Nigeria, and people were sending him messages consoling him, and I did console him too. So I just wanted to let the community know, because he's one of us and we love him. He's a gentleman, never takes anything personally, presents his argument, counter argument if need be. I like to see him debate with Bobby all the time. Uh, he starts by saying, "Bobby, wait, Bobby, but Bobby." I'm gonna try to give him a call.
Yeah,
Hopefully, I don't
please,
forget.
please send in my condolences. I saw that and I was trying to figure out who he was. But that doesn't mean to say I don't need to know who he was to
Mm,
send condolences. But now I remember, and yeah,
yeah,
please, please,
he's a
please,
good guy.
yeah,
He's a good
send it.
guy.
Well, everybody on this channel is a good guy.
Yeah, yeah, true. True. Yeah, well, that's some talent right there, and Mudrik also is still a good player. This Osimhen saga is crazy, too much to talk about. Go ahead, Dante. Did I cut you off?
No, no, that's fine. All good.
Okay. Okay, I thought I cut you off. I take you for granted. Um, so let's move on.
Okay, I
Jadon
made a note
Sancho.
for the union. I made a note of it. No problem.
We will keep on. We will keep an eye. We'll keep eyes again. Keep an eye out. You can say, pay attention to what's going on out there. If anything new emerges, the rest assured this will be one of the first places you'd hear about it. And we currently have 273 people watching, 60 of those on YouTube. The rest on X. Just know that we appreciate you. And if you're following the show on X, kindly do us a favor, take a second, drop a like on the video, share the video on X to help us reach more people, and more importantly, follow our X account. Help us get to 5,000 followers as soon as possible. We're getting there. I think we're at 4,400 followers. And on YouTube, drop a like on the video and also to subscribe. And if you're on X, come over, follow us here. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. This is a weird one. And I was asking the question how he didn't get a good enough chance on the Graham Potter, even though we were seriously struggling at the time, we were, you can say, given the likes of him and other players, Datro Fofana at the time, wouldn't have been a bad idea because the senior players we had at the time were so awful. People were questioning, do they even want to be at the club at the time? Um, that was when I started asking if the managers didn't even consider giving him enough game time or ample amount of game time to prove himself. Then we may have, you could say, overestimated his abilities as a player, and I still think that's the case. But that's, by the way, right now. The report here reads Strasbourg are set to sign Brazilian striker David Washington from Chelsea for club record fee of 21 million euros. Wow.
Yeah, this one I really want to say something here. You know,
So do I.
All right.
Go ahead, Bob. You go first.
Go ahead, Bobby.
you know, you know me. I defend the owners. You know, I try to see it from their point of view. But I've got to say, this is a. I don't know whether you know. Okay, you won't really know who I mean by Del Boy. This is a only fools and horses move. This is Del Boy move. This is wow. This is. I
This is
mean, come
smart.
on.
Smart
It's
business, Bobby.
smart.
I
Well,
mean,
Very
it is
smart.
smart.
but it's still funny
It's
because
but
it's
it's
clear.
very funny. It's
Yeah,
very funny.
it's quite obvious. I mean, no
Yeah.
secret there.
And it's within the rules, so it's all is fair in love and war, isn't it? But they really, I mean, gosh, I laughed. I think everybody just laughs at this one.
And that's
So there you
actually
go.
1 million more than we paid for him.
There you go. So well, listen to them. They're going to try and change the rules again. That's really funny. Sorry, Dante. I'll let you land
No,
on
it's all
this
good.
one.
Just into some context. So Chelsea gave Strasbourg 160 million, 130 million, to spend to fix that. Some of that money, 60 million towards the stadium.
That makes it even funnier.
Yeah, some of it was to fix the stadium, and some of it was for they had like 60 or 70 million for transfers, and we've seen transfer. A lot of players have come in, a lot of youth, a lot of exactly what we did, a lot of high end youth, especially from France. They bought some of the best youth as well. They bought like 6 or 7 players. We've sent them some as well. This is just another one. They had that money which Chelsea gave them, which they needed to spend. Wink, wink. It's for a reason, obviously. And
No,
they had
now
this.
you're
They
laughing,
had this
right?
planned all along.
Just go ahead.
So they had this planned all along, and there you go. That just gets money off our book.
Because
Up
his
there.
thing, in all honesty, it
Yeah.
wasn't like he started week in, week out last season. But his thing, I think our argument will be we know he's a fine player. We paid that much money for him. And that's why we decided to sell him for that
Good.
much money. I mean, you
He
cannot
did very
argue
well in the
against that.
reserves.
There's nothing wrong in that.
I think the
Oh, gee,
joke here is there's no profit in it either. I mean, we've just shifted money from one base to another, but it's fine. It's within the rules. It's fine. It's a separate entity under the same umbrella, as it were. It's going to piss everybody the hell off. But we're Chelsea. We're used to pissing them off anyway. So
I'll be right back. Go ahead.
yeah, I mean that's it. Dante. We pulled a fast one, and so be it. We've just shifted money that is our money anyway from one direction to the other. That's all this is. What do you say? Are you there, Dante? You've all run off and left me. So I'm just going to talk about Amanda Broja. I can see this deal happening as well, this Broja deal. I think what Ipswich are upset with is the buy on clause. And I think what the negotiation is, because they keep harping on about him having some kind of injury issue, The negotiation here is to reduce that clause, and for Chelsea to have it reduced to a figure that they would accept. What is annoying about the deal is that they initially accepted the deal. So having accepted the deal, and then suddenly now turning around to say that they don't want to progress on it is a little bit weird, but it's their prerogative anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you can say I don't know. Business intelligence is it's a term for something different. You can say that's what they're utilizing here, and the rival fans they're already going bananas. But here's the thing: it is business. Whenever and they do see these players as assets, and you don't aim to undersell your asset or maybe sell an asset lower than you paid for it. So I think they have legit argument as funny as it is, they do have a legit argument. They bought him for 20, sold him for 21. Say whatever you want. They'll sue you and tell you they have every right to sell them again for how much they want. I swear this Osimhen saga is turning into a Nollywood movie plot twist after plot twist, and that just reminds me of how they operate at now. Nollywood, they probably make a movie on that. Big up to you to Ike Ice, nice to see you. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show. Strasbourg Ultras, close your eyes. They're gonna go bananas. But here's the thing: I think they've warmed up to the process because they
Why?
finished
Why?
the
Why
season
would
well.
they go bananas? They're not going to be ups. They're not going to care
They will,
because
yeah,
they've
yeah.
they've they've, they've got a decent player there. The people that will be upset will be the Chelsea hating media. But the fact is that this isn't against the rules. There's no rules saying you can't sell players. Who you sell them to is your business. If you sell them to another entity that you have investments in, it's fine. The people don't even want to consider when teams like Man City and Newcastle sell clubs to Saudi. What, you think they don't have interest in those clubs that are buying them? Don't be naive. This is it. It's just theirs is well hidden, and this particular deal was so blatantly obvious that it was funny. That's all, but it's not illegal, and that's the most important point.
I mean, what makes it illegal? Nothing. Nothing
Exactly.
really. Yeah, and again, we own a stake in Strasbourg. It's not like we own the entirety of the club. I think they know what they're doing. I've always told people the way they operate. I'm not too concerned. Probably before they do anything, they have people doing the proper checks and letting them know you can do this, you cannot do that, and so on and so forth. But that's just me anyway. 12 minutes ago, Fabrizio Romano, it's gonna be interesting tonight. Trust me, it's calm before the storm. Wow. I'm not sure how to interpret that. But that's, by the way, Virtual Oath Studio. Yeah, no, we're not too sure. We're still there. We're still talking with him. I think we want to get the deal over the line. We need ready-made players. This is not a development club. We've moved beyond signing development players ever since, and I knew that was going to be the case this transfer window. And they've done well enough. Pedro Nota is ready-made. Joao Felix is ready-made. Who else? Am I missing anybody? Tostin is ready-made, and his time will come. I have a feeling Clark will buy. Let's see.
And KDH is ready made,
Yeah,
so
he's
that's
ready-made.
horrible.
Yeah, he just needs time. I can't believe Bobby said that. But that's by the way.
To the purchase, that doesn't mean to say I think he's a good player. I still
No,
don't
no,
think
I
he's good
understand.
enough.
I totally understand. We're ready-made. We're using the term ready-made in place of experience. We'll buy a few more clubs across Europe and then sell them players from Chelsea, whatever they have to do. Again, the good thing is that we're the main club. other some the satellite clubs. The Prince is here. Big up to you. Any latest news about Osimhen? I cannot wait to hear good news about Houston. The latest is that there are rumors suggesting that Al Ali, they pulled out of the pursuit of Osimhen, were the only ones there, and he's okayed the move, but Napoli, they're asking a lot more than we're willing to pay. How many new rules can be made by UEFA? Hard to keep up with the pace. Yeah, but usually this is more like if you're a programmer and what you do is program again. You create, you develop antivirus, for instance. You cannot create protection for what you don't know. So before you create protection, something must have happened, and then you figure out how were they able to exploit a particular loophole. Then you prevent the next one happening. Even in human beings, your immune system cannot fight what it hasn't experienced before. In most
Coach,
cases,
I'm certain they're going to let this one go because if they start doing that, then clubs like Man City, PSG, Newcastle, they can't do business with Saudi Arabia and all these other oil-rich Arab states that they all have business interests, club interests. Do you really believe that some of these clubs making waves in Saudi Arabia don't have anything to do with the owners of Newcastle? I mean, we can't be that naive. I think some of these things are business is business. It's always going to happen. You just need to let it go. I think in Chelsea's case, they just have to be a little bit more discreet. I mean,
mhm.
this was too in your face kind of thing.
Yeah, I do agree. Dante, you know you can come in anytime. You don't have to wait for me because I take you for granted. I'll just leave it there. Coach Iqbali can buy a club in Kazakhstan and then sell them Sterling. We want Osimhen to be blue. That's Muraina Saburi. Thank you for joining us, Muraina. I hope you're doing well. Bobby hasn't recovered from the Gallagher departure. Move on, Bobby. Sentiments will cloud your judgment. That's a good joke, and I like it. Coach, why are you comparing Iqbali with computer viruses? Look, my main point is this. Loopholes will still be there, and again, there's only a few sort type of loopholes that you can say implement preventive measures against. But there are ones that you don't know that the owners, smart businessmen, take your time, figure out ways to exploit it, and then that's when you're aware that it existed in the first place. But Rain, nice to see you, Rain. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show this particular. Still morning for me. Who gone? Chalobah gone? When? I didn't hear anything. Obey with Julius. It's been a minute. I hope you're doing well. I hope that your absence simply means that you've been busy. If that's the case, we understand because bills don't pay themselves. Dante, anything else you want to say? You've talked about him too. So should we move on to the next topic?
Now we can move on, coach.
All right. He's saying that Chalobah has gone out on loan. I haven't seen that, but I'll check. I'll check in a bit. Still, Jadon Sancho and David Onston. I listen to him. He doesn't. He doesn't spam you. He doesn't. And the way we're saying Osimhen will come this night, believe me, I believe you. David Austin News. Okay, we're gonna go to Austin's page. We were switching from one page to the other to find fresh content. This is saying Chelsea are expected to reach agreement with Manchester United to sign Jadon Sancho before the transfer window closes. Talks between the clubs are advanced over a loan with an obligation to buy. Sancho is keen on a proposed move to Stamford Bridge. He's a London boy, and I remember when Nini from Blue Lions TV was preaching for Chelsea to sign him. Oh my goodness, you think he's talking about Ronaldo? And damn
I'm
serious.
going to throw a curveball here. Can
Yeah,
I?
go ahead.
The only thing that makes me feel a bit curious about this Sancho deal is we can't take our eye away from the fact that next summer we are having Kendry Pias and Esteval William. Now, unless they're going to feel that these two players will need time before they get into the first team and probably don't feature, I don't know. I think it's going to be maybe the end of the road for certain wingers that we have already. This is a big season for the likes of Mikhaila Modric. Um, if he doesn't perform, he may be pushed aside for one of these two or both of them, and that's
Eventually,
where,
yeah, if it doesn't start performing.
yeah, because these guys are coming and they've come with a very high profile, and the club would like to give them the opportunity. The only thing is, if we are already in the Champions League, we will need some stability with the players that got us there. So Jadon Sancho to me still seems a little bit of a luxury, but let's see if they feel that he's somebody that can be utilized. Certainly, he'll give us squad depth, but it's an interesting one for me because our squad isn't, is still being padded out. We still have players to come in from the young purchases that we've made that will start in 2025.
Yeah. Where we Julius, I totally understand. Bills don't pay themselves. So good luck to you. Again, good luck to you with your hustle. But I hope you understand. I do understand, bro. I've been there myself. Sancho, a Chelsea fan. Yeah, I'm a London boy too. So, and he's a good player. But the question I've asked, and I'm not sure which it is, whether the manager, but I've heard somebody with somebody in the chat has said, Santos Sancho's issues in England as a senior player is that Eric Ten Hag just don't know just don't know how to get the best out of him. The case isn't that that he isn't suitable for the Premier League, and I'm hopeful that's the case because I've seen him play and I think he's a good player. And Jay, nice to see you. Trevor going nowhere. He's coming back next year. He must have a very powerful pastor that did it for him. Ooh, he's gone. He's gone, but out on loan. That's exclusive by David Armstrong. This guy. Let me explain why I trust David Armstrong.
He's
He
gone
doesn't
where,
recycle.
coach? Finish your
Sorry,
sentence. He's gone. He's gone where? Where's he gone? The
on
moon?
loan. Let me read it.
To
Exclusive. Crystal
where?
Palace
To
reached
where?
agreement with Chelsea to sign Trevoh
Oh,
Chalobah deal for
yeah.
versatile 25-year-old defender straight season-long loan, no option or obligation to buy. Next summer transfer includes a loan fee from Crystal Palace FC. So yeah, so right now he's again probably temporarily out. I could say off our books. That is something. But go ahead with what you were saying, Bobby.
No, I wasn't saying. I was waiting for you to say, but you've now explained it, and that's good.
Okay,
uh,
I said it halfway and then jumped to talking about something else, right? I jumped to talking about why I like David Onsen. He doesn't spam your timeline. Just hits the nail on the head of the hammer straight away without yeah beating about the bush or coming back again saying the same thing from a different perspective. He says it's one time and that's it. So nothing new from him. We're gonna go. I'm gonna check here again from him. Negotiations between Chelsea and Manchester United over deadline day transfer Jadon Sancho. Center on initial loan with an obligation to buy next summer would provide a permanent solution. 24-year-old sought settlement. Yeah, such a mindset, discussing obligation figure. Anything else about Chelsea here? Anything about Chelsea? Okay. On Osimhen, David Townsend is saying Chelsea are waiting a green light from Victor Osimhen. I thought he's done that already, according to Rudy Galetti. Advancing talks with Napoli over deal. CFC hope 25-year-old top target all window. Plus, he's keen to join. Will agree to fit team and incentive based wage structure. PSG nothing. Al Hilal focus on Tone. So it's just us. And hopefully we can get the deal over the line. And I've always known it just doesn't make sense for PSG, given the way I know Luis Enrique likes to approach the game. And he's not the type that you can say you'd expect to compromise his approach to or maybe to change things around to to accommodate a single player. He doesn't do that. Where's Bobby? You mean why is Bobby on edge? Take a pill and chill. Bobby isn't. That's how he speaks all the time. Glad for Trevor being professional throughout, and he is a good lad. Yeah. To extent that people had to exploit his calmness to suggest that the club are willing to keep him and sell Axel Disasi. Bobby, that's coach, not KDH. Don't do that. If you are ever worried about which of the directors is here working on other deals, we have 5 directors or more, so we're capable of, you could say, working on multiple deals at the same time. When I go to the better that of Victor Osimhen will surely come to Chelsea. You said that 3 times, and yeah, I'm inclined to believe you. Yeah. Let's see anything else about Chelsea here. Ipswich Town revive talks with Chelsea over a deal to sign Amanda Broja on loan. The 22-year-old striker expected until mid-October a foot injury, but clubs remain in communication over potential switch. How is the injury not an issue? Usually you don't transfer injured players, Dante. So how is this possible?
Well, they'll agree. They'll look at scan. They'll just see exactly what the injury is.
Okay, the severity
Well,
of the injury matters.
correct, and how long. Yeah, if it's serious or not. Like I said with Broya, coach, a long time ago, he's always going to get injured. I kept telling you that, and I'll back it up continuously. He's always going to get injured. His body type, the way he plays, he doesn't know how to do it properly, and he's always going to get injured, unfortunately. And again, yeah, they had some problems with the medical, and now this as well, another injury. So we'll just have to wait and see for that one. Hopefully, it just goes across so he can finally just go somewhere and at least get on the field somewhere and play, because he's just not even playing.
And here's where we're at with Al Ali's pursuit of the Ivan Toney. Here, Davis Anson reports that Al Ali reached agreement on proposed signing of Ivan Toney from Brentford. Deal in place between Al Ali plus Brentford. Personal terms for the 28-year-old sorted out an England international striker to undergo medical, unclear on repercussion for Victor Osimhen. So not too sure whether that this means they're not going to push to sign Victor Osimhen. But I think it was who was him?
Probably not.
The Spanish, the Italian Juno, who's suggesting that Al Ali they're no longer interested in signing Victor Osimhen. But this is concerning, really. The fact that there's still a chance that still come back for him. But
Yeah, but
Chelsea
coach, they
fans do really
play.
want us to sign Osimhen. This is concerning. Go ahead.
I'm pretty sure they play with one striker, so Tony, and they're not going to go together. And one of them's Tony's not going to go there and sit on the bench. So yeah, it's not going to happen. If they're signing Tony, they're not going to sign Osimhen.
I think Tony wouldn't mind. He's gonna be paid again. He's gonna be getting a healthy paycheck every week, whether he plays or not. Given that he's
They're,
Yeah,
they're not
28.
but
gonna, they're not going to pay him that much either. I
yeah, they're not
think
going to
that
pay him
offer
that
is off
much.
the
But
table.
he's not going to want to sit on the bench. Are you kidding me? He's going to go there to sit on the bench. I don't think he's going to sit on the bench. That's the whole reason of him making the move as well. At least he's going to play. He's still got a chance for England. If he still plays every week and bangs in the goals, he's going to get called up for England all the time. So I don't see him going there and staying on the bench.
Interesting. Let's see. And here we have Vic is saying the ball is now back in Manchester United court after negotiations with Chelsea for Jadon Sancho. Belief is the player wants the move and struggling. Let me see what we have here. And struggling and is struggling to convince Ten Hag to they I think they want him gone. Unlikely to be any major change to Chelsea's offer now. Okay, thank you for that. Tiger Beast. I feel bad for Tiger. He's really seriously worried. Tiger Beast to bed. Here we go. The guy has an agreement with the bed to sleep after Osimhen's deal completes. Wow. I feel bad for him. Osimhen will end up staying at Napoli. I cannot believe he didn't take the 600K per week. I don't know why. I'm shocked too. Maybe I don't know, but again, let me again present my theory here. Maybe he was using us to get a lot more money from them, and it ended up backfiring. But I could be Dead wrong. I don't know. Just don't mind my theory. Fabrizio, Chelsea are still working on a solution for Sterling. The player was offered to Arsenal. Let's see if they take the option. And I did see a particular report suggesting that the Arsenal wants him for free without paying anything. So they're waiting to see if Chelsea decides to if Chelsea decides to buy out his contract and then he becomes a free agent, then they sign him on their terms. Because right now, I think Raheem Sterling wants money, and I'm not going to stop saying that. I don't know, Dante, what you have to say with that comment there.
Well, look, it works if we sell him. If we sell him for a really low fee, and he just continues his wages. If Arsenal if they can give him close to his wages, it might work. But what I've seen is that we're going to cover half the wages and Arsenal half the wages. So basically 165 or whatever it is, 160 something. Yeah, so that's apparently probably what's more likely going to happen. And no, we're not buying out his contract, coach, because it's over 60 million.
It's a lot of money. Yes, and one thing I'm sure is that we're not going to give him the whole money. But I'm quite sure you've heard that we've had a few meetings with his camp, which means that we're seeking a solution. And the solution being how much we're willing to pay him and how much he's willing to accept. I'm not saying that definitely. I don't think we'll actually pay him up to 30.
Yeah, well, I don't see him accepting anything close to it. We know he loves his money.
And his thing, I think, we probably be hoping that he you can say he still has the hunger to play football, and not that he's planning to retire. Because if he's planning to retire and not too concerned whether he gets a chance to represent England again or play football at the highest level again, then we're in serious trouble. But go ahead with what you were saying.
Yeah, then he's just gonna the next 3 years he'll just waste them away and get paid.
Yeah,
pretty much.
We're paying something close to what the payoff you could say price. But go ahead. Money.
Yeah, look, like I said, he is 29, but he's very old because he started very young. He started like 16. He started professionally, I think 16, 17. He was already playing for Liverpool professionally, first team. So he started very long. He's had a very long career. So he's got a lot of mileage. So look, I still think he wants to play. I don't think he's done yet. He'll still want to play, but you just never know. He's got that in his character. I see it, that he can just make that call and say, okay, I'm just going to get paid, sit back. I don't care anymore. Career is pretty much done. Probably not getting back into the England squad either. Maybe I'm just going to get money and that's it. So who knows? We'll see. He's definitely got that in him, but yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, with regards to your question, STU, I think I did see a report suggesting that was it, what club was that in England? I don't think it was Crystal Palace that inquired about the availability of Ben Chilwell. I think I'm correct. But I'm not too sure where we're at with that right now. But if you're, why is he saying that Sterling is gone? Did you see anything we haven't seen? Namaya Fowler, you know how to confuse me. Any updates on Osimhen? Nothing. We're still trying to get the deal over the line. Whether that will happen, I honestly do not know. 50 likes. We need 50 more to get it to 100. Let's make it happen, people. If you haven't, take a second, drop a like on the stream. And also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. We sincerely do appreciate you. If you have any questions, drop in the chat and we'll try the best we can to address it. Yeah, good question. Namaya, Raheem Sterling gone where? I don't believe that. That's because I know fully well it's a complicated situation. And I think given the fact that if we today decide we want to buy out his contract, we'll pay him something close to 16 million pounds. I don't think he'd probably be willing to accept 25 million pounds. It's going to be a lot of money. It's a complicated situation. I'd be shocked if we find, you can say, a favorable way, if favorable in the sense that we don't pay anything close to 50% of that money. I'd be shocked.
Also, coach, we can't really do that. We can't afford to do that. We're not in a position to put that much money on the books. If we're buying Osimhen, no chance. There's no chance.
You're suggesting we'll probably let him rot and not even
Not a
get to
lot. Like I
play.
said, we can probably pay half his wages and he'll go somewhere on loan. But we're not paying him that out, and we're not paying. We know he's not going to accept quite that much. But even if you say he accepts 50%, 30 million, we have to put that 30 million on the books now. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, that's at the same time that's huge.
Exactly. So we can't afford to do that anyway. So it's either he's gonna go on loan, or he's gonna stay and probably till January, just stay and train or do whatever till January, and then maybe try again. And that he will have quite a while to look for a club then, and but otherwise we can't really pay him out now. We don't have that money to do it, unfortunately. The rules, PSI, and all that, we can't. Hence, we're trying to push for Osimhen as well as the loan to obligation to buy. Even Sancho, as you've seen, loan of obligation to buy. So yeah, it's going to be hard for us to pay him out even 50%, like you say.
Oh my gosh. This one here is saying that's the sort of one I don't want to see anything like this. It gets me concerned. And this is saying by Sky Cave. He's saying Raheem Sterling will be fully committed to Chelsea if he does not leave the club on Friday, even if he has to train with the under 21. Yeah, the second part tells you never about being fully committed. He's getting paid. Why wouldn't he be committed if he's not committed, then the club will have an excuse to sue him and say, "No, we don't owe you this. You've been. You can say you've breached the contract. So why? Nothing surprises there. It's his obligation to stay committed if he doesn't leave because we will be paying him. I don't know. Anybody else want to add to that?
Yeah, like I was saying, Coach. Also, I'm not sure if there's a rule. Vic might be able to know this. I can't remember it off by head. I have to go read it again. But
You trust Vic to know?
maybe he might know something, or he can go look it up. Otherwise, he can just send a quick text or something, and he'll find out. The loan after the transfer window ends, there's still like grace period for loans, if I remember right, or players that there might be. So he might be able to loan him out like the week after the transfer window. I think there's some grace period, a week or two or
I think what
something.
I remember is that if you've started the process already, you're to a
Correct.
certain and it has
So,
gotten to a certain level, you're allowed to still exchange documents and all that. If you haven't, I
so
don't
we
quite
might be
remember, but go
prepared
ahead.
for that. We might prepare that for a couple of clubs, and that'll be there just in case. And then we can proceed after the transfer window is done. That's why I said there's always a little loophole there, and we're the kings of loopholes. So I think they'll be all over that if that's the case.
Not a bad title to have. Yeah. Bobby, there you go. We have the Raheem Sterling talks again. And Dante, I don't. Can you didn't say anything with regards to that? Him saying he'd be fully committed. He has, if he stays, it is his obligation to be fully committed. Otherwise, he's risking losing whatever he thinks will owe him. That's just my opinion.
To be
Vic
honest,
still. Yeah,
to
go ahead, Bobby.
to be honest, I really don't agree. I don't think Raheem Sterling is money motivated like that. Yeah, he's like anybody else. He will go for a big wage, but I think he has more of a principled stance here than a money stance. Raheem Sterling will happily go somewhere that may pay him a bit less, but the point of the matter is that he has a contract. He has 3 years left of contract with Chelsea, and at this rate of 350 or 325 pounds per week, um, it's within his rights for him to make that a negotiating tool. And if compensation is the answer, fine. But from my understanding is that Raheem Sterling has been leaving it to Chelsea to sort out his position. Because yet again, to be fair to him, and I'm not one to pander to Raheem, I never wanted him at Chelsea in the first place. But to be fair to him, this has sort of blindsided him. It's very difficult for him with this short period of time to get a club. It'd probably be easier for him to get one in January or better still next summer. So it is really, the onus is down to Chelsea to try and sort him out. And we'll see what happens. If he stays, he stays. It's as simple as that. but it's been made very clear to him that he will not play in Enzo Maresca's team. The unfortunate thing for me with that is that it has somebody. It's not a good feel about the place. You know, if you leave him in the under 23s, you know, what atmosphere will he bring there? As professional as he would like to be, it's a little bit humiliating for him. So the best bet would be to work very hard to find him playing football somewhere, even if it's on loan. And as Dante said, we pay 50% of his wages. It's better than paying 100% of his wages. So it's down to Chelsea, as I said earlier, to optimize this situation in terms of either selling him off and getting him completely off the books, partially selling him or loaning him and getting him partially off the books, or partially compensating him. Those are the options to optimize what's going on here. Maybe a loan to Arsenal could be the answer. I don't see them saying no to that.
Yeah, I don't think they'd say no. Again, for a loan deal, pay some percentage of his salary and all
Yeah.
that. Yeah, that's not bad. Let's see. Vic is saying Starling situation was poorly managed by Bobby. Uh, poorly managed, but Bobby disagreed with me. Time will tell, and I disagree too. Not just Bobby. The manager told him it's not in his
I disagree as
plans,
well.
and when he was left, you
Yeah,
disagree.
I
Yeah, even
disagree. I
Nate
strongly
disagrees.
disagree.
Yeah,
Strongly.
and me, I vehemently disagree, Vic.
Mm.
Let me use an even stronger word.
It is
Cannot.
what it is. This
Yeah,
happens. Look what happened with PSG and Mbappe. Although they had to go back because Mbappe was earning far too much money. But when it was over, it was over. And they told him, kid, you ain't playing for us no more. Eventually, I think the president, the prime minister, is it the president, had to get involved before they gave him another contract and encouraged him to leave for Real Madrid. But they had the same scenario. You know, sometimes you can have somebody on your books and it's just not working and you want to get another direction going. Raheem Sterling was not a good player for us right from the get go. Some of us didn't even want him. We could see that. We could see where we are now. But he was a Thomas Tuchel pick. So all these people that, oh, Thomas Tuchel, they didn't support him, they backed him. Certainly Bowley did. But it was a wrong pick. It was a mistake. So what do you do when you make a mistake? You try and fix it. You hold your hand up, you redress the situation, and that's what they're trying to do.
yeah. Can any club just buy Sterling? It's not that easy. He would want a pay rise, if anything, something close to what he's currently earning at Chelsea. Where's Connie? I do not know. Rumors are that we wanted to include him in the deal for who? I can't quite remember. Breaking news: Arsenal are trying to sign Raheem Sterling, according to Sami Makobe. I don't know who that is. Do you trust him, Vic? You let us know. I don't know him. This is Tuchel's problem we are facing. Some people say that, but I don't think so, in my opinion. But you have every right to argue that's the case because probably he was the one that pushed the club to sign him. I need Osimhen news. You see the update in a bit. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. The likes do go along with Saudi clubs should just bail us out. Would he want to go to Saudi Arabia? No. It Listen, he has the upper hand. We said this 1,000 times. He's not going to be in a hurry to leave. Yeah, if he was 22, then yeah, he'd be eager to leave.
He's
Otherwise,
comfortable. He's fine. He can wait till January, no problem.
yeah, exactly. He doesn't even care. We will have to prepare deadline extension for multiple players, I guess. But the Turkey market will remain open for any week. And usually, the Turkish clubs usually they come in for players during the extension period. They're never in a hurry. I think they get the best deals at the time. Any updates on Osimhen? Here's the deal here by Vic saying Osimhen to Chelsea is being held up over negotiations about the incentives in his proposed Chelsea FC contract, according to Sky Cave. Fingers crossed. And you did say that you're certain we'll get the deal over the line. And the Prince is here. Nice to see you, the Prince. I do hope you're doing well. Okay, imagine we don't get Osimhen's deal over the line. Can we go into the season with Jackson only? Yeah, because it's not just Jackson that can fulfill. You said the central. Let me use that language. The central position. The central, yeah, position role. We have Mark Gui, who is more of a traditional number 9 than a hybrid number 9. Jean Felix hybrid number 9, Nkunku hybrid number 9, even Nicholas Jackson hybrid number 9, and what's his name? I'm missing Cole Palmer, who can also fulfill the hybrid number 9 role. That's a 5 players. Yeah, so I'm not concerned, and I'm one of those that would tell you we don't actually need a number 9, in my opinion. We need a striker. That's the opinion. Does the manager feel the same? I don't know. What I've heard them say is that if we see the opportunity to bring in any player that can make us better, he's always open for that. No sentiments, and I like him. He's been ruthless in terms of decision making, in terms of cutting out players that are surplus to requirement. Let me see if there's anything else here we haven't talked about. Sky Italy, Filippo Benicampi saying Osimhen's proposed move to Al Ali might have collapsed, and Chelsea are pushing to sign the Napoli striker. It all depends what Napoli owner Aurelio De Laurentiis does in the next few minutes. Yeah, the man, I'm not sure what to say about him. So let's see, anything else? Mark Gui needs a loan move. It depends on whether if we end up signing Osimhen. Here, Arsenal in talks with Chelsea to sign Raheem Sterling on loan. Optimism around his this early on, and is according to Nizar, that's Nizaki Salah, I'm guessing BBC reporting for BBC Sports. Nice to see you, my brother from another mother. I do hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for finding the time to be with us. I can't thank you enough. I know probably you were on a few minutes ago or hours. I can't quite remember. But thank you, bro. You know what to do. And if you haven't, please go check out his YouTube channel. You can get to his channel by clicking the 3 dots to his name and clicking on go to channel. Let's help him grow. I don't know. Ipswich, this is some good news here. 1 hour ago, I thought that's it, that he stays at the club. But right now, Fabrizio Romano is reporting that Chelsea and Ipswich Town now in advanced talks for Amanda Broja's deal to be reactivated. Good news, but chances are probably the structure of the deal has changed. Probably, I don't know. Let's see. This here says, go ahead, Dante. Were you saying something?
Most likely, it's changed. 100%.
Most likely, yeah,
definitely be changed.
Yeah. And you could argue your reasoning being the fact that he's nursing an injury, right?
Nursing an injury, it is a foot injury, so they're always very risky. The feet, it's once you get some broken bones in your feet or they're very risky. They take longer always than anticipated, and it's one of those really risky ones because obviously you run your feet, you kick the ball with your feet. If you get an injury there, it's one of the worst ones to have because it always lingers around.
Yeah. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes that do go along with 56 likes. Let's try and get it to 100 as soon as possible. And Iguena Gucci Debre saying Victor Osimhen to Chelsea will surely happen, and Sterling can go to Arsenal on loan. Okay, let's see. Breaking news: Billy Gilmore to Napoli. He has been waiting for hours. I think Napoli got the Osimhen money. Okay, that's good analysis right there from you.
Not much,
Vic,
though.
even though I don't like you. What did you say, Dante?
It's not much. It's not for much. And I was
no, but
reading.
It does. His theory does make sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, they do have still a little bit of money to spend either way, but
they got from where? Where did they get the money from?
Coach, they have money. They have heaps of money. It's not that they have money to spend for the window. They still have a little bit of money to spend,
even without Osimhen's money.
Yeah, even without Osimhen's money, they still have a bit of money to spend. This is not an expensive deal, so it's just a squad player basically. It's not a starter or anything like that.
All right, breaking news from Vic here. Vic, thank you so much for that update. He's saying Fabrizio Sterling has given Arsenal the green light. Wow, a lot of movement. A lot things are happening. Things are definitely happening. Dante, you can say I'm quite sure probably they'll be paying a large chunk of his salary. What do you
Yep.
think?
That's what I wrote. That's what I read earlier, that it'll be 50-50 basically, and it'll be the season-long loan. So basically 150 something, nearly close to 160. Yeah. So they'll be paying half of it, and then he'll go there. I think it's a good move for Sterling. He'll love to go there, I think, just to give it to Chelsea, obviously. If he wins something
Yeah,
there,
London
he does know a
rival.
lot of
Yeah.
players there as well. So he'll be quite comfortable going there, no problem.
I think that's
So,
part of the sort of compensation that they're giving to Raheem Sterling. See, all
yeah,
these people talking about, oh, Chelsea are treating him badly. No, they're
they're
not.
looking after him.
Exactly.
Dante,
And
they're
they've done that
looking
with
out
all our players.
for
They
him
looked after them, in my opinion. They've looked after them pretty well.
in what sense? Let's hear you.
Well, in
Sorry?
financial sense, and also favoring moves where they want to go, not forcing them to go to a certain club for more money. They've been working with clubs and taking longer to work with clubs. Uh, like Gallagher, for example, he wanted to go Atletico Madrid, blah blah blah. We got way less than he could have gone to Aston Villa for more. So, but we worked on him and we agreed with him, and we worked with him with Atletico Madrid. Yeah, okay, we'll do that move for you. We've even added into his contract the clause as well. So we're looking after most of these players. People say we're still not, but we're still, even though they're not favored
They
to,
will be
Maresca doesn't
accused
like
of
them, they're not working with the
mistreating them.
style. We're still looking to find solutions with them. We're not just saying, here, go there, go there. You have to go there. You have to do that. It's not how it's, we're actually still looking after them. In
Wow.
my opinion, that's what I think. So
Yeah, I totally understand. Interesting. Vicky is saying that, yep, I want you to fight with Dante. No, Dante, Lukaku, Neres, McTominay, and Gilmore, not cheap. Yeah. They signed McTominay too, not just Gilmore. Antonio Conte coming for Premier League players. All right. I think Antonio Conte, who will be Billy Gilmore? I'm looking for a Chelsea player that I'm going to say that Billy Gilmore will be that player for him at Chelsea. Was it Fabregas? He Fabregas played under Conte, right? But that's by the way. I'm one of those that
yes,
believe
yep.
that Billy Gilmore, he did, right? Billy Gilmore is an excellent passer of the ball. Or maybe he will be Antonio Conte's register at Napoli. That's just my opinion anyway. And yeah, it gets
He's
better.
not
This is a
starting, coach.
Davin.
Relax. He's not
Sorry?
starting there. There's much better defensive midfielders there. He's not starting.
In
Napoli
Holy,
have
what's his
a
name?
lot
The
of
Italian
internationals at
international.
those positions.
What's the name of the Italian international?
They got Fabian Ruiz. They got all these players. They got heaps of
Not
them,
even Ruiz. There's the Italian international that
and the
Conte
Italian as
wanted
well.
when he
Correct.
was Chelsea manager.
Yeah.
Nicolas, I guess Nico Barilla, excellent passer of the ball too. More experienced than Billy Gilmore, in my opinion. Arsenal in talks with Chelsea to sign Sterling before transfer window closes. Arsenal FC now actively working on move for the 29-year-old Chelsea FC attacker David Unson, so that is believable. Vic, thank you so much for the update there. We appreciate that. Please keep looking, and more updates you find for us, that will be excellent. And this year talks about how can he's telling us we have 3 hours left. Interesting. We could still. I've seen transfers finalized within an hour. Actually, 45 minutes. My favorite thing usually was to follow before I become a content creator, to follow transfer on deadline day. And the Prince is here. I learned that Osimhen demanded for 300K compared to Al Ali Saudi's 650K and tax free. I think Chelsea need to do something over this. I'm not gonna. I've tried the best I can not to say talk about his salary demands because we don't know. I think the fact that somebody suggested that we offered him 150K a week, to me, shows that absolute hot dunk, in my opinion. Okay, if we can enjoy your meeting, please don't lose your job because you're helping us. What else do you guys want us to talk about while we wait and see what's going on? Because yeah, we're not shutting down. Even when I leave to go pick up my boys, I'll still um, let it continue running. If need be, we can stop and restart. But Nante, go ahead. Anything else you
Up
want
to
to
you,
say?
coach. Yeah, probably best to just take maybe a break and then come back in a couple of hours because I think it's gonna get interesting that last hour. I don't think there'll be too much happening now, to be honest. And just my opinion, obviously, but
Yeah,
especially
I
the
agree.
Arsenal
If
and a
we
lot of
take a
our
couple of
outgoings, they're not
hours.
going to happen. A lot of the loans, they're not even going to happen maybe today, because they probably got some paperwork in already, so they can extend the time.
Yeah, let's see. But let's wait a little bit and see if anything new has emerged. Raheem Sterling will be leaving. That will save us a lot of money, even if Arsenal decides to pay 50% of his salary. But I know they will get a good deal because you could argue, we're actually kind of desperate to to move Raheem Sterling on. Um, let's see if you're in the comment section and you have any questions to drop it in the chat. I would be willing to address it.
Do
We
you
still have a
think,
few
Coach
more
and
minutes
Bobby? Do
before
you think Sterling strengthens Arsenal for the title?
he does. I think so.
I think he adds an option. Personally, I don't think he strengthens them that much. He's a good option to get off the bench. That's just my opinion. I don't think contrary to what coach is saying, I don't think we're desperate to get rid of him. We would like him to go. We're trying to help him, but if it doesn't happen, I think Chelsea are quite prepared to shrug their shoulders and take the financial pressure till January. But he will go to Arsenal. But he will go to Arsenal like he came to us from Man City. Anytime he has the opportunity to play against us, he'll be highly motivated, like he was always highly motivated against Man City to try and make a point. But Sterling is what? Is 30 now, going to be 30. I think his best days are behind him, personally. He will
Yeah,
add
he
something
won't
to
play
them
against us,
because,
Bobby. If he goes, he won't play against Chelsea because if it's a
oh, if
loan.
he's on loan, yeah, okay, then I think he'll add. So we might let him do that if that's what he wants, maybe to incentivize him. I don't think we will, but you never know. I think he does add something to that squad. He's the kind of player that will help them, but he's there for squad depth, nothing more, because of their
Well, a
Champions
Saka
League
injury and he's a
aspirations.
starter basically.
Exactly.
So we're seeing something new here from Vince. Did I read it? Chelsea's move for Jadon Sancho, we've read that one, is now up to Manchester United and the player. Chelsea have made a loan bids with obligation and option. Chelsea waiting for decision, Manchester United's decision. This particular report here, 19 minutes ago, Trevoh Chalobah set to undergo medical tests at Crystal Palace as loan deal from Chelsea has been agreed. Look at the rate at which, how quickly we're moving on players today. Good that we're in talks with Arsenal for Raheem Sterling. We still have a one free international loan. Okay, somehow it's definitely going to Turkey. Someone is definitely, so to speak, is definitely going to Turkey. So nothing new here. We're going to wait to see if anything else changes.
Just on the Chalobah, I always thought he's going to Crystal Palace because they needed a defender. They sold uh, their defender, that the starter Anderson. They sold him, so they needed a central defender, and he's been linked for quite a while. I just think he maybe didn't want to go there at first, but I think this is the only option left for him, and he's obviously agreed in the end to just go there. It's not a bad move for him. He's going to start. He's going to be a starter, in my opinion. So he's going to play every game. So it's actually a very good move for him.
I actually thought his move to Crystal Palace depends on whether what's his name, Guehi. Every time I want to say his name, in most cases I end up saying Mark Guy. I mixed the names up. The initials the same, Mark Guy, Mark Guehi. I initially I thought his departure from Chelsea depends on whether what's his name, Tottenham, they are succeeding in signing Mark Guehi. Jeez. Something new here saying Chelsea have a delegation trying, but they have a FFP limit. Chelsea FC are still not matching the wage request of Victor Osimhen. That's according to Fabrizio Romano. Wow.
And we're not going to match his wages, what he wants, that he said that he wants. It's not going to happen. So it's going to be quite incentivized, or it's going to be lower than he's asking for. So he has to just make the decision.
Yeah, and Fabrizio Romano himself here is saying, I just got a call on Victor Osimhen. I cannot say too much. Completely crazy though. Yeah, probably Osimhen probably furious at De Laurentiis for doing stuff that has led to the whole thing prolonging us long again, taking longer than it should. That's a more correct language to use there.
I don't feel
Wow.
sorry for him. He put himself into this position. He knew exactly what was going to happen. There's
By
evidence
signing the
every
new
year that it
contract, right?
happens. So did he think he's going to be a cakewalk, a straightaway deal, a handshake with De Laurentiis, then he's going to agree everything? No, it was always going to happen this way.
Wow, that's serious. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. 62 likes. Let's try and get it to 100 likes as soon as possible. I appreciate you. We still have a total of 272 people watching, 43 of those on YouTube, the rest on X. Here, Fabrizio Romano is reporting the situation between Osimhen and Napoli is completely broken. I don't think there's a way to fix it in a normal way if Osimhen stays. Yep, the same thing we talked about. So he'd be better off leaving. It's going to be seriously toxic, unfortunately. Chelsea, okay, then that's a link.
Yeah, look, we might get quite a bargain in the end. You never know.
Yeah, you never know. Yep, Osimhen is off, absolutely furious. We wait because we have just about 2 hours and some. Oh no, yeah, about 2 hours and about 49. Yep, 49 minutes to the end of the transfer window. So keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go along with 62 likes. Let's try and get it to 100 likes as soon as possible. We wait to see what happens. I still got time before I leave to go pick up my boys. And we've been streaming for 2 hours and 11 minutes. Let's see anything new.
How long,
Arsenal
coach? How
to
long to your
Chelsea.
boys? Do you go to your boys?
Sorry?
How long till you go to your boys? What time?
2 hours or so.
Oh, okay. So you want to stay another 2 hours?
Yeah, I'll be here. It's deadline day.
Oh,
That's usually what we
marathon.
do.
Marathon time.
It's deadline day. But let's see. Sterling agreed terms with Arsenal already. Wow, that's quick. This Justin, okay. Osimhen rejected a Chelsea's 155k a week offer. It's time to wrap it up. I don't believe that we offered him 155k. And as
It
I
could be
said,
net. If it's
had we
net,
done that, he'd be playing in
yeah.
Saudi Arabia right now. Go ahead, if
It
you were
could be
saying
net,
something.
coach. So that could be a net. So that's basically double because 50% tax. That's why people that they just put the number there, but they don't put net or gross. That's always been miscommunicated. A lot of the reporters have been doing that. They have to put on the end net or gross. If it's net, it can be because it's double because it's a 50% tax bracket at that price. So that could be 300k over 300k. Yeah, 100% it can be, but only if it's net, of course, per week. Sorry.
Yeah, I totally understand. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. Let's try and get it to 100 likes as soon as possible. We have a total of 62 likes. We can do a lot better than that. Osimhen to Chelsea, here we go. Why are you lying to us? Did you see anything like that? Oh, I'm quite sure you're joking. Sterling to Arsenal, that boy has been passed around like, go away. Just, I'm not forgiving you. Just
Make
shut.
it rain.
Leave me the heck alone, please. I don't believe. And Oladele, nice to see you, Mr. Oladele. 155k per week is too small for Victor Osimhen, but there's no way to confirm if we did offer him such a
It will be.
fee.
It will 100% be net that price. They just forgot to put on the end, but it'll be net because then that comes to 320,000. So yeah, it'll be net.
So they,
Double
they just
that.
want to find a way to make it sound like as if we're offering
Correct.
him
Just to make it sound
peanuts.
that we're offering peanuts, but it's not peanuts. It's the highest by quite a bit at the club. So by 100,000 nearly. So yeah, it's not peanuts.
All right, we'll wait. We keep searching if to see if anything new emerged. I'll focus on Victor Osimhen. Let's see. We've addressed this one. I'm gonna go back to the page here. I really do want us to go check Vincent's page if anything new has emerged. The Trevoh Chalobah news we've addressed. Sources close to Raheem Sterling indicates that talks ongoing between Chelsea and Arsenal over a potential loan deal. Still no direct talks between Sterling and any other club. Interesting. I think he leaves on loan, not on a permanent basis. So let's go to Fabrizio Romano's page and wait. Because if anything happens, he'd be one of the first to break it. Except if he does that on the YouTube, so by the time he posted on his page, probably people have seen it and started talking about it. But keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. 63 likes, 37 more to get it to 100. Let's make it happen. Okay, it hasn't happened yet. I don't know what the delays are. Yep, Scott McTominay. Raheem Sterling has opened the door to Arsenal move, even on loan. It's completely up to Arsenal now. After they were offered this opportunity earlier today, we did offer him yeah, the opportunity. Let me say, offer Arsenal the opportunity. We've been hearing. I don't know. Again, I've never actually thought about it deeply, or maybe more than I should. I've always heard that clubs offer players to other clubs. How does that work, Dante?
Well, they pick up the phone and they called. All the do is know each other, coach. All know each other. They attend functions. They attend business. They have dinners all the time together. That's what they do when the off season and when they're not. That's all they do. They meet each other and basically like top sales executives. They plant the seed for next year and they meet up and talk and get to know each other. So then it's just easy. They pick up the phone and call. Very simple.
They have, you can say, from your explanation, they have business relationship, and you can argue those in charge of moving on players or signing new players, they do have a good idea on what players might be of it. Again, the club in question might be again interested in signing. So yeah, it does make sense. But every time I hear that, I don't pay attention to it that much. Shanks is saying, I believe
And
the
of course
Sancho deal will happen.
the
But yeah, United to take Sterling off our hands. But go ahead, you were saying something.
and the agents, the bigger players that have the same
Oh yeah,
agents,
yeah,
that's pretty easy. They call the
yeah. True,
agent.
I agree.
Some of them don't.
Uh,
They have family that probably talk to them direct, but some of them, the agents, obviously. But they all know each other so well. They're all, like I said, they're always out whining and dining each other. So when a team comes to play at Chelsea that weekend, they're dining together. Every week they're out dining and whining. So it's that's how it is.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. Billy Gilmore, a player I liked so much, but he wanted a playing time, so the club had to let him go at the time. So yeah, he's on the way. Again, on the verge of joining. It's complete actually. Billy Gilmore to Napoli. Here we go. After improved bid today, and player asking to leave. Green light arrives from Brighton. Napoli improved proposal. Initial 13 million euros. Billy only wanted to join them as a made specific request and made specific request of the club. Napoli improved proposal initial 13 million and Billy only wanted to join them. I think I've read that already. Verbal agreement in place. So he's gone. I like him so much. He's a register. But at the time I wanted him to stay because I believed that he actually offers more than Jorginho, even though he's able to fulfill the register role. David Washington deal has collapsed. Ooh, I didn't see that. How is it possible? Bowley didn't agree. Or maybe, if indeed it has collapsed, maybe we figured out that we're creating a problem for ourselves, or maybe questions will be asked of how possible that is. I don't know. Dante, what do you make of that?
I haven't seen anywhere where it's collapsed. I haven't seen anything. I have no idea. But if it has, there could be plenty of reasons. Like I said, we did send a package to Strasbourg. They had a lot of to spend on transfers, so they needed to spend that on the transfers. So could there be someone be, or who knows what agreement's been reached? But yeah, they have the money to spend because we sent the money, 60 million or 70 million to spend on the stadium to renovate the stadium, and the rest for transfers. Um, so they're in a good position. They're doing well. They did well the first couple of weeks. They won, played very well. So they got a young, exciting team. I'm not sure why they're so upset, those supporters there. They're getting brand new stadium upgrades. They're spending 70 million on the stadium to upgrade the stadium. They're buying all this beautiful young talent that are playing exciting, attacking football. And yeah, they're getting players they weren't really been able to get before. So they're going to go up, Strasbourg. Watch slowly. They're going to develop really well.
Interesting. You guys just give me a few minutes. I'll be right back. Let me take care of something quickly. You can discuss whatever you want to talk about. I'll be right back.
Situation.
Just for a few minutes, and to be more specific, I have to help my boy with something. I'll be right back. I'm at home alone with him.
Oh, I've got disconnected. Sorry, Bobby, you there? Can you hear me? Nope. Okay, that's fine. I'll keep talking. Maybe Bobby's on a break somewhere. Can you guys hear me in the chat? Just give me a yes if you can hear me in the chat. Crystal Palace wants Washington. Okay, maybe. They'll be looking for someone to compete for the starting role as well. Okay, so you guys can hear me. Yeah, JC saying Chris wants Washington. I haven't that yet there, but yeah, look, there's could be coming in now, seeing that he's leaving other clubs that need strikers. Well, to compete for the striker position or backup, uh, might be interested. So yeah, these moves some of them can fall right at the end, and then another club sweeps them up, better conditions or best, other more playing time. They can promise them more different pathway. So yeah, look, it can change right at the end. Some deals can collapse, some will stick. So the thing, like we were saying earlier with these loan deals, is that once they're quite far in the paperwork, they still have another week after the transfer window to negotiate and to get the deals done. So the actual loan ones, they don't have to be done 100%. As long as they've got they've started conversations and there's evidence of that for the Premier League, then they can continue negotiating after the transfer window ends. So they've got a bit of grace time there to keep going. So yeah, a lot of these loan ones will probably continue for the next couple of days as well. So we'll see what happens. Sterling, like Washington for Crystal Palace, and a lot more as well. So we'll see what happens there. Let's have a look. Yeah, so McTominay and Gilmore to Napoli. Yeah, interesting. They've got the big defensive mid and the small Regis-style little playmaker, both defensive mid, but they've got a lot of depth now in those positions. So it'll be interesting to see how Conte lines them up, who's going to play. Gilmore probably will not play. I think he'll be just sort of, third, fourth probably option, but amazing depth for them to have. McTominay, Man United ended up selling him. So, getting rid of him. So, and he's probably was one of their pretty good players. He's a solid player, great defensively, scored a lot of goals, especially in the air. Actually did pretty well. So surprised they let him go. But yeah, Napoli definitely strengthened him quite a bit there, and especially in that midfield area. They got quite a lot of options. Just the striking positions, the one they need. They need to get rid of Osimhen, obviously. There's no way he's staying there. I just don't see him how he can stay there after what's happened, after the recent reports. We know Osimhen, what we do know, coach, is that he's got a very, very short temperament. He's going to
I
speak
mean,
out.
it's believable given how
He's
he
gonna make
lashed
a
out at
video.
Canadian judge. That
I can
incident.
see
But
him
go ahead.
making a video like he did for the national team. I can see him ranting in a video. I can see him doing a video or something going crazy.
But in all honesty, you could argue Napoli hasn't been fair for him. Eric Randall, we have a Robert Police in the chat. I knew he was going to delete your message. Please, if you can, try as much as you can not to use more than 3 emojis so he doesn't delete your message. Sorry about that. But go ahead, Dante. You were still speaking. Sorry.
No, all good. No, Bobby left me on my own, so I had to just ramble on a bit about some of the chat comments there. But yeah, no, look, we're just talking about Victor Osimhen. Yeah, I think he'll make a video or a message or Instagram or TikTok. He'll put something out if he's not happy. He's gonna definitely speak his mind, especially if he stays at Napoli. Now, can you imagine that?
Yeah. If he stays, he's not gonna make a comment. If he stays, they'd be able to convince him. Uh, at least to be there wholeheartedly, in my opinion. If they were able to convince him not to leave and end up signing a new contract at Napoli, this is not much of an issue for them. But I think they would want him gone. I don't think they'd still want to be footing his salary, in my opinion. Victor Osimhen, please make it and come over to Chelsea. Eric
Did you say new
R.
contract, coach?
Randall and Mr. Eric, apologies that your message got deleted and that happened. Patty, I don't know who that is. Breaking news: somebody called Patty, suggesting that you'd see that in the group, Dante, that Napoli and Chelsea have reached an agreement on Osimhen.
I
I'm
don't
not
know who
sure
that
whether to
is.
believe him. Who's the Patty guy? I'm not
Is
sure.
that Tiger
Listen,
Beast?
probably from Tiger, who's looking for anything positive. That's from Jay, but I'm not sure when I can trust the party guy. Eric, welcome to the Chelsea Perspective community. Your opinion matters here, but try as much as you can not to use more than 2 emojis. Otherwise, Nightbot will time you out or delete your message. That's the machine, not a human being. That's police in the chat. Okay, sorry about that. And we have Vic here, an update. Raheem Sterling and Arsenal agreement between player and Arsenal in case clubs decide to get it done. Raheem wants to move, according to Fabrizio Romano. What could be the delays there? Dante, what could lead to a delay what could lead to the both clubs not agreeing uh on the deal? For me, I'd say maybe we want them to pay a lot
Cash.
more of his salary than they are willing to pay. But let's
Yeah,
hear you.
like I said, if this has gone far, which if they've shown evidence to the Premier League that they've started conversations, they can go for another few days a week if they want to.
To
So
get
it
it
doesn't
done.
need to be wrapped up, to today necessarily. They'll have that grace period if they've already started. They just show the paper trail, then it's no problems. They can talk all week and then they try to get it done. But yeah, obviously they try to get it done earlier, but it's obviously about the sum. How much we'll pay of his salary, how much they want to pay his salary. That's all it can be because there's no way Arsenal are buying him outright, and there's no way they're paying his full salary either.
And
So
there's no way
it's
that they'd agree with an obligation for a permanent purchase. I think it's an
no,
opportunity for them, sensing that we're desperate
exactly.
to get him off our books. But go ahead.
Exactly, and he has his place because he'll like I said, one injury to Saka, and he basically starts. So he can definitely be a starter there if something happens. So it's just it is back up for them. They need that for a title run. If they think they're doing a title run, they need that because they've had a lot of luck, not many injuries up front, but with the wingers. But if one of them goes down, the two of them go down, Sterling's an automatic starter. So. Um, they need that depth at wing. They really do. So, like you said, it's an opportunity for them. Try to get him as cheap as possible, no fee. pay some salary on a loan, and they'll try to keep it as low as possible, and that's what we're deciding on.
Yeah, and according to Fabrizio Romano, Chelsea and Arsenal are still negotiating to try to find common ground. Bobby, you can come in anytime you want to. And why is Vic doing a Fabrizio Romano on us? I'll get to that so you understand what I mean by that. United signed Kone. Maybe that's why they sold McTominay. Okay. Why don't they sell a Badiashile? Yeah, whatever you say, I'm not reading that. He needs to go. That's just your opinion. Maybe the manager sees something good in him. No worries, Eric. Welcome to the community. Feel at home here. Your opinion matters. All we ask of you just to keep it simple. Do you see what I'm saying? You see here, Vic is doing a Fabrizio Romano on us. Do you see?
I don't
Do you
know what
see
he's
that,
saying.
Dante?
Does a Vic wear glasses or not? I'm not sure.
No, Houston. I don't know. Houston, I'm gonna say this. That's such a thing when Fabrizio Romano
Vic is
does it.
buzzing a bit
Everybody,
too much.
yeah, when he does it, everybody will go wild. Like it's happening. It's happening. Did you see that? He just pinned to the tweets, or he just said this and said the other one.
Mm.
But we keep searching for hunting for news on the players we're interested in signing. But I don't think anything new has emerged. I will refresh some of the pages we have open here, David, Austin, and the others. But go ahead, Dante, if you were saying something.
No, not too much. No, I was just actually looking.
You
I was
see, he's
thinking,
saying Vamos too, so it looks like something is happening. Vic,
well,
can you
maybe that
stop
report.
stop doing that?
He's either playing with us or that report earlier that they have agreed. So I don't know if that's true or not. Whoever that you said that party guy is, but yeah,
I
we'll
don't
wait for
know the guy. He
confirmation.
has I don't think around 4,000 plus followers, because usually the size of the people following the person um usually gives me hope that I can trust him to an extent, not with my
Yeah,
life. I have to, yeah.
4,000 is nothing. I've got nearly
4,000
4,000.
is nothing. No, I can't trust him with 4,000, because the size of the again people that are following the individual in question is usually reflective of their reputation, because people trust them. If people don't trust you, you don't have that many followers.
Let's just say, Coach, a
Um,
lot of people are taking advantage of the situation and doing exactly that to get their boosts up and views and likes and get their name
mhm.
out there. So it's gonna
Yeah,
happen.
that's not okay though. Yeah. So I'm gonna go to David Austin's page. I'm gonna go to Vince's page because it's my bro. And the Chelsea Dodgers too. I'm gonna give him we used them quite a lot. He's followed me back. So I'm gonna always you can say balance it out. Let me see. David Austin, let's go back to his page. Who's this? Okay, Chelsea Dodgers. Let's refresh his on. I'll go back to that particular page, but people keep dropping the likes on the stream. The likes to go a long way. We have 67 likes. Let's try and get it to 100 likes as soon as possible. Big up to you to Courtney. Nice to see you out there. Hope you're doing well. Rain, any here we go. No, here we go at all. But a lot could happen today. We could see about 5, 6 players leave Chelsea today. No jokes about that. And Vic, we're waiting for you. Tell us, don't play with our minds here. So let's see what we have here. Give me a second. We have to go back to the presentation window. Sorry.
I'll ask you a question, Coach.
All right, we're back in the presentation window there. Sorry, it took a while. We have Chelsea Dodgers. Lots asking. Okay. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
He
the
says that
Washington
David
one. Yeah.
Washington, 17 million pounds move to Strasbourg has collapsed. So JC was telling the truth. In the L'Equipe article, it says they don't know yet. Reason not clarified. Probably, I'm sensing maybe they've looked at it and you say, and maybe discuss that it's really very obvious. You get my point.
No, it's not that.
Uh,
I don't think
it's
it's that,
you don't
Coach.
think it's that? Okay.
No, that doesn't happen in business. That I don't care. There's no rules. There's not. If they would have sold, they would have done that. It's probably got to
So
do with the
something else
player.
must have happened.
Might probably got to do with the player going somewhere else, or the player not wanting to go there, or yeah, other things. Strasbourg wanting another player instead to spend that money on to that money they have that to spend. Look, yeah, because they're pretty good at striker actually. So yeah, I was thinking probably why really they've got quite a few. They've got a few strikers there. So Yeah, look,
So,
who
so
knows?
you're
We'll find
saying
out more.
that the issue might have been whether the player gets to play to continue developing or not.
I think it could be that, and also if the player maybe didn't want to go there. Like I said, many options. I think it's more footballing than, because financially we would have done 100%. That's the reason we wanted to do it. So I don't think we pulled back because we're scared because it looks bad or something. No, we wouldn't have done that. It's in the rules. There's nothing wrong about it. Uh, his market value is his market value. There's nothing, we paid that much for him. There's nothing wrong with it at all. It's nothing to do with financials, 100%. And if we can get that financial on our books, it even helps us even more. So I don't think it's got to do with the financials. It's other reasons, but that's just my opinion. Yeah.
No, I think it makes more sense now. That's why we're here to have again discuss and come to sensible conclusion with each for each of the topics we have lined up here. So it does make sense that it might be football and reason and not financial reason. If it was, yeah, I totally understand. So thank you. Bumper to bumper update with regards to Raheem Sterling's you could argue potential move to Arsenal on loan. Here by Sam C reports saying that Raheem Sterling is discussing personal terms with Arsenal. In this one here, Dodgers says still work to be done, but Raheem Sterling to Arsenal is advancing. Good work by us. Progress has been made in talks of Raheem Sterling to Arsenal. So bumper to bumper updates there. Just under 3 hours to go in the window.
Yeah, it's gonna be
That was
bumper to bumper from now on.
yeah,
Every 5 minutes,
yeah,
repeating
every
it.
5 minutes. Yeah, exactly. 3 hours to go in the window. Can we get it done? I think we can. I've seen big deals again that the clubs got done in under an hour or so. Arsenal are in talks with Chelsea to sign Raheem Sterling. We've addressed that. David Austin there. So let's see anything we're missing here. Chelsea are now totally out of the race of Ivan Toney as they expect him to move to our league, which means we're the only one in for Victor Osimhen, except if anything drastic happens within the few hours left for the transfer window to be shut. Dante, that's Rain in the chat saying hello to you. Chelsea are still keen to complete the Victor Osimhen's deal, but it's being held up by negotiations over incentives in the player's contract. I thought some of the reports suggest that the issue the deal is being held up by De Laurentiis' asking prices. So talks are ongoing with Chelsea, and a couple of their fringe players have been considered. Wow, it's yeah, crazy indeed. We've addressed that one. Let's see whose page is open here. David Austin himself. He talks about Trevoh Chalobah's imminent move to Crystal Palace. Anything new
Big
here?
up rain. Make it rain, Rain. Make it rain.
Yeah, rain, make it rain. I don't have an umbrella, so let him not do that. Anything else here? Nothing on Chelsea here. 6 hours ago, so we'll probably have addressed that 7 hours ago. We've addressed all those things. As I've said before, David Austin doesn't tweet that much. But if you have any questions, drop it in the chat. We'd address it. We'd be happy to address it or talk about it.
Let me
But
ask
the
you a
window
question,
is
Coach.
looking good for Chelsea. If we can get Osimhen's deal over the line, I think would be good. Defensively, I'm not concerned. For me, in my opinion, it's just a matter of the manager finding the right combo or the right pairing, if that's the language you prefer. But go ahead. You were saying something.
Was just gonna ask you, what has been the highest sort of salaries given this transfer window to players? Do you know off the top of your head? Say the top
You're
three or
asking the
top
wrong
two?
guy.
Maybe someone in the chat can help us with that as well.
Maybe Vic will
Uh,
most definitely know the guy will pay who's on
yeah,
the most.
and
Yeah.
Bobby might know a little bit something because he keeps
No,
looked on
but we
it.
probably don't pay attention to such. Like you
It
can say,
looks like
you mean for Chelsea? You mean for
for
Chelsea?
everyone in not just Chelsea, for all the big clubs. I'm saying
For
most of
all
the
the
big
big
clubs.
clubs, who signed
Besides
who? Man
besides
United,
Mbappe,
maybe
obviously.
Ugarte. I'm quite
Yeah,
sure they're
Uga. How
paying.
much is Ugarte?
I don't know, but I'm quite sure they're not. They're probably paying him a good amount of money, in my opinion.
Okay, well, wait. I haven't seen the Ugarte. I haven't seen. They haven't announced. I haven't seen it anywhere. How much yet? So I'm just making a point. Just trying to say that I think the time of like giving players that big 300k plus is not happening anymore, especially in the Premier League. You
A
don't
lot of
see that
clubs
anymore.
want to, yeah, but some yeah. But go ahead with what you were saying, so I don't
Yeah,
distract you.
they're
Sorry.
moving away from that. Even though some good players, the wages are coming down a lot. The average has gone down by like 100,000, more than 100,000 already. So the wages are really coming. Just wondering who's going to be that next sort of bigger ones coming along, because there's not too many, to be honest. And I don't see clubs affording to do that anymore. They won't afford to give those big contracts anymore to players like that. I think those days are gone. Like Bobby kept
Times
saying
have
that.
changed. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of the clubs that are stuck, like Man United, have all these players over 300,000. All these average players that are like, don't do anything, and they're all. I mean, it's going to be hard for them to move those contracts, and it's going to be, very hard to sell those players. So, and then buy new players because of that reason. So, yeah, I think it's we're ahead of the curve in that. So I'm
We
actually,
are. In all
yeah,
honesty, we are.
yeah. So we're way ahead of the curve in that, and I think we've got quite a big advantage on most clubs, and that's why this Osimhen one's interesting to see what's happening with this one.
Well, there's
Yeah.
only 2.5 hours, so I think they're leaving this one a bit tight.
I knew that would wake Bobby up.
They're leaving it very, very tight.
Yeah, it's getting tighter and tighter. And as
I
time,
got,
yeah.
I got. I don't know what to think. Well, I've not known what to think right from the beginning of this deal. It's weird. It all boils down to money, isn't it? One thing that is disappointing me about Victor Osimhen is I don't like this excessive money focus. I would have some respect for him and faith in his allegiance to the club if he takes a incentivized deal. This plain hard nose, it's a bit too much for me. I don't like it. Personally, I don't like it. It gives me mercenary vibes, and we don't want that at Chelsea.
I mean, for all of us, it does. But if I think it takes one's understanding of the fact that it's business for all parties involved. The player
Well,
wants
yeah,
what's best
yes
for
and
him.
no, coach. Yes
Yeah,
and
go
no,
ahead.
coach.
Go ahead.
He's not going to be shortchanged, is he? He's going to be earning some serious money at Chelsea. It may not be the kind of stupid money that was being offered by the Saudis, but the Saudis do that. But let me tell you, your average player, especially at his age, doesn't earn anywhere near what he's going to be able to earn, even within a Chelsea wage structure. I think for the point in his career, and for the fact that he has not played in the Premier League before, he needs to prove himself. Come and prove yourself. The thing that worries me about a lot of players like him and some of his generation is that they expect life to fall in their lap for doing very little to next to nothing. I'm just speaking from my own principles. He will do what he will do. But personally, he won't, it depends on the context of the deal that brings him to Chelsea if he comes to Chelsea. But if it's that he has stuck to his guns and he comes in on this silly wages, it would leave a bit of a sour taste in my mouth. And I won't really have that level of trust for him as a player. I hope that's not the case. I think Victor seems to be a passionate guy. He seems to be a guy of principles, and he's a guy that wants to play football. So I'm hanging on to that. The rest is gravy. There's a lot of silly posts and reposts, and some of those things that you're reading out, oh, Victor, Chelsea offered Victor 155, yada, yada. This was like 2 or 3 days old. Someone's just brought it up and posted it again. So I think there's a lot of games being played at this moment. I would like to give him that benefit of the doubt. But if it's just down to financial greed between him and his agents, I'm not too sure I like it, to be honest.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate you for that, Bobby. Emmanuel Chi, is it Emmanuel Chineye? Is that Emmanuel Chima? Emmanuel Chigozi? Emmanuel Chibeze? I don't know. You let me know. I pray things go well with Osimhen, and if you're in church, continue praying, Emmanuel. Usually, Chi is an abbreviation for many Nigerian names that's of Igbo origin. So that may well be the case. I could be wrong. There are some African countries who have um, names that start with CHI. But despite where, let's see, Rain is saying where is Rich Money Makers, he would know. Yeah, he that's very correct. Dante, isn't it?
Rich is having a meeting with the executives. He's not.
Yep.
He's
And
too
then he come
busy
and tell
now.
us what his contacts
He's
told
too
him,
busy
right?
now. He can't make our chat anymore because it's a busy time for him now.
He told us Chalobah isn't leaving, didn't he?
He said he didn't leave. Yeah, he said he's not leaving. No.
All right, people, keep dropping the likes on the screen. 71 likes, 29 more to get it to
No, he
100.
knows his
Let's
stuff.
make
He's
it
getting a
happen.
lot of stuff right. So
Yeah,
we're
he
just
does get a lot of stuff right.
We're just
Yeah.
waiting for him to make his debut and come out a bit and prove it to us a bit more. We want to see a bit more from him.
Yeah, Rich Money Makers. And then there's what's the
want the
guy that
sugar.
comes with a billion updates in the chat? Joyce, Patrice Joyce. All right. Yeah, he'll be here very soon. Bruno is on a huge wage. You're talking about Bruno Fernandes?
Bruno Fernandes, yeah. So he signed his
Yeah, but
extension.
yeah, he's performing for them. I think they will. You could say they'd be willing to accommodate his salary until his time at the club is past. Then, yes, then everything starts with incomings, or maybe if you haven't, you could say if you're not performing, then the club will look to move you on prematurely, from or lack of a better language. But my point is, Bruno is performing for United. They're not going to look to push him out. But once his time is over, whoever comes in would have to, accept their new, the new contract they offer with I don't know how else to phrase that, but you get the point.
And it's a little bit different, coach, because he signed an extension. He wasn't signed as a new player. So it's very different. But yeah, he's one of the one that his extension is 300,000 per week.
They do pay a lot there at United. Even Arsenal,
yeah, but he's
right?
been there for a while, so he's not really costing him nothing because he's already covered his cost, and everything.
And
so,
whatever he's earning is on merit.
Yeah, so it's basically they can do that. That's what I'm saying. It's an extension, so they can do that. He's already paid out his contract and everything. They're in the plus, so they can do that with him. But like you said, if he has a bad year, they can move him on very quickly as well. So it doesn't matter. But yeah, he's one of the last ones that got the magical 300K. Because it's an extension, not a signing.
Yep, that times for that's according to God. For us, for me, exciting times really. But I get where you're coming from. That comment driven by your concern of your perceived situation of at the club, maybe. Chelsea walking and Sancho, Sterling to Arsenal, and let me see what is. I think I missed something there. And Reece Nelson to Ipswich. Domino needed to complete all loan moves, according to Fabrizio Romano, and I think it's going to happen. I mean, I just wish they knew they wanted all these
Why is Ben
players out from.
Chilwell getting a bit of a free pass here? Is he sitting down waiting to just take his wages?
I'm
Why
not sure
doesn't
what's
he
going.
go out
Yeah,
on loan?
go ahead, Bobby. Let's hear your thoughts on
I
that.
think we're all a bit too soft on Chilwell. He, more than anybody else, is somebody I want to get the hell out of my club. He's been lying around on the injury table for years, and he's there sitting in the background, taking home about 280k a week. No, we shouldn't be giving him such a free pass. What's happening with him? Where's he going? People should be asking that question. You know what I'm
Honestly,
saying?
I need an answer an answer too. We're
Yeah,
not hearing
he's getting a
anything.
free pass. This
Yeah,
guy, how often did he play for us last season? He
yeah.
played how many games? The season before, how many games? Okay, you can say he can't help being injured.
He's on
Okay,
200,
fine.
Bobby. He's not 280. That's a bit too much.
Well,
He's on
there's one
200.
of he's on 200. Where did you see that? He's on more than 200.
No, he's on 200,000.
I'll check that later because I'm of the opinion he's of more. But okay, I'll take your word for it. All the same, he's not on peanuts
No,
and he's
he's
not
not.
playing
200
for
is still a lot.
he stays with us, and every season before November, he goes off for months.
Yeah, Bobby,
I'm so
Dante is
glad we're
correct.
sick of
He's
it.
on 200.
Okay, he's
And
on
and then
200. I don't care,
10.4
coach.
million annually.
I don't care. We're being too soft on him.
But it's
For
still
what
No,
he's
huge
I
money.
given
agree. I
But
agree,
us,
Bobby, when
Bobby.
you say we're being too soft on him, I'd like to understand what you mean by that, because here's the thing: his case is a bit different. You could argue
why?
the fact that he's not been playing. There aren't too many clubs. I haven't heard about any club actually interested in signing him, let alone being more than one club interested in signing him. Maybe there are, but I don't know. And people, I
He'll,
Known
don't
he'll
as
be
blame
a
well.
people
good
for not
sport player.
remembering that he still plays for Chelsea Football Club, because how many games
Exactly.
did he play last season?
He'll be a good squad player somewhere. He should go instead of sitting on that wage. I think we've been a bit too gentle on Ben Chilwell, and he
But
knows
Bobby,
it.
it's really not that simple. And I'm
Yes. Is it
guessing
simple for
you're
Sterling?
referring to the club when you say we're being too gentle, because remember we were
No, I'm
saying.
referring to the fan base.
Okay, I remember a lot of people were saying sell Raheem Sterling, and some of us at the time were warning them it's not going to be easy, and his salary will be one of the biggest hurdles. And it turns out there's a lot more actually, but we're there now, and a lot of people are finding out how difficult it'd be to sell Raheem Sterling. And yeah, I get it, he's joining Arsenal on loan, but that's about it. He's not joining them on a permanent. I'm quite sure there won't be an obligation for a permanent purchase, actually, even an option for a permanent purchase. But go ahead with what you were saying, Bobby.
I don't care about Raheem Sterling at this point. I want to have a go at Ben Chilwell.
Yeah, go ahead, shoot for
It's
it.
Ben Chilwell hour.
You know it's not going to be
Yeah.
easy, but go ahead, Bobby. Yeah,
I
knock
think
knock yourself out.
I think Ben Chilwell has cheated us for 2 years. He's never been there when we've needed him most. He gets up to October and he's off, and we don't see him back again till the end of the season, May time. He goes on pre-season. He's been flattering to deceive. He was a brilliant player during the Champions League winning season. I'll never take that away from him. Since then, he's been picking up money for nothing. So my interest now is where's he going, when's he going, and I don't want him hanging around the club again for nothing.
Well, we're definitely working on a deal. We're working to try to get him a loan deal somewhere. Exactly the
Good.
same. He's just not being talked as much about because there's so many other guys ahead of him that are, let's say, hated a bit more. Obviously, Sterling and so on, and
No,
Osimhen's
he's not
taking
being
all the
talked
attention
about
away.
because
So
we're not used to seeing him.
I think
yeah,
that's yeah,
we did talk
yeah.
about him quite a lot. I bring him up every time. He was one of the first ones I brought up. Me and Coach, we
Mm.
brought him up. Him, Chilwell, Sterling. We said to go. Don't suit the system. We talked about him quite a lot. But I understand what you're saying as well. As in the fan base overall, they're not really having a go at him.
Mm. They're not, and I'm just trying to put a little bit of heat on him
I think it's one of
so he
those again.
doesn't.
Vice captain. It was a bit of, again, he's loved by the fan base, especially because he was one of the senior players too, being English as well. So he was one of those pin up boys at the start there for a while. So, and then he
Mm.
became one of our leaders as well. I think again the sentiments are there and stuff like that, and he hasn't done anything too bad as in attitude and stuff like that. So
Mm.
yeah, that's why.
You could say
Yeah, that's true.
sentiments and selective outrage.
I think it's selective outrage because I'm English and I'm not putting up with it no more.
Yeah.
So I don't care. Well, I'm just trying to put some heat on him. I don't like the idea that he's going under the radar. That guy, he's let us down at times where the club has needed him the most, and that has annoyed me. So now
Yeah, also
somebody has had
Bobby,
the guts. Sorry?
where does he play? Clubs are looking. He can't invert. He's not a left back anymore. He can't play left back. There's only really one position, and that's left wing back. How many teams
Yeah.
still play with left wing backs? Not that many. So it's a fit as well. It's a big problem. First of all, why he's not fitting in at Chelsea, because if he did fit, he would have probably stayed. But
Yeah.
there's a big fit up. He just doesn't fit into a lot of teams,
And
and
the
it's
annoying
hard.
thing is, he's costing us money for nothing again.
Yeah,
Very
again, yeah,
irritating.
is what it is though. That's what's going
Mm.
to happen always, unfortunately.
I mean, it'd be fair to argue that even he understands, and that's why he hasn't complained about it. Because we've been patient with them.
Yeah,
Some of the
to be
club
fair
would
to
have
him, I
moved.
think
Yeah,
I think he does. I think he
yeah,
understands the situation, and
yep,
I mean that's why he's getting off lightly,
yeah.
which you have to give him respect for.
Yeah, for behaving himself, I agree. I just
Absolutely.
want the club to give us him a 350K. We can be rest assured if we get that deal over the line, chances are he'd be earning something close to that or even a little more, but maybe incentivized.
So just with
I
the
don't
sorry,
care.
just before you go ahead,
Sorry.
with Chilwell, just to finish on Chilwell. So he could be one of those because he's not earning as much per year, like just under 10 million a year,
Yeah.
whatever it is. He could be one of those candidates with 2 years to go on his contract
Mm.
that they might consider saying, well, look, once this transfer window sort of ends, he could be one of those players. Let's offer you a payout figure of 20
And you go on a
million.
free. Yeah.
Yeah, and then they
And he
might.
will take it and appreciate it and run.
Yeah, because then he can sign for any other club, and it's brand new money again, signing bonus and brand new money. So yeah, that's one player. Could be it's quite hush hush. Maybe for that,
Yeah.
that might be a reason it's more hush hush. Uh, but yeah, he could be a candidate for that because he doesn't earn that much. It's not like Sterling 60 million. When it's 20 million, it's doable.
Mm. That makes sense.
Yeah, it
That
does.
makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. God the Frogs thinks Osimhen stars deserves a 350K a week.
Oh my God.
Everyone, hi to you to Siaka, South African. Nice to see you. I do hope you're doing well. Majo's trained at TV saying, why aren't you talking James out? Um, that's another one. I think people deserve to talk about him, but maybe people you can say have for each player, the fans do have a measure of patience they're able to have, or you can say a measure of time they're able to be patient with a particular player. I think it differs for all the players, and so it'd be correct to still say selective outrage, really. Because I remember how forcefully a lot of Chelsea fans pushed for the departure or the sale of Marcos Alonso. The owners and directors should just accept any amount of money for Starling and Chilwell. These guys need to be offloaded. And who's offering you anything, let alone you considering whether you'd accept it or not? Conte would like him. Like who? I'm not sure. Tammy Abraham to AC Milan announced good luck to him. He's left Roma to, you could say, how what's the term I'm looking for? The sort
Don't
of
we get some
relationship we
money
have
for
with
that?
AC Milan. Go ahead, Bobby.
Don't we get some money for that? Isn't there a sell-on clause for us?
Possibly, I
I
don't
think there
know. I
is.
think if there
There
is,
was a
Fabrizio will
buyback.
say it in his tweet. But go ahead.
There was a buyback clause which we let expire. I don't know. I think we may have had the sense to put a sell on as well.
It's a possibility. I'm not too sure.
We'll
I'm
find
not too
out. And
sure.
as for the question of Reece James, you're right. Each player has their threshold.
Yeah,
I think
that's the word I was looking for. Yeah.
Ben Chilwell reached his threshold last season when we were on our knees and we just couldn't turn to him yet again. That was highly irritating, especially as he fought to become um, the vice captain and was nowhere to be seen along with the captain. Now, the only reason the tolerance level for Reece James is slightly higher is that he's such a good player when he's 70% fit that he's worth the wait. And also, he's a Cobham boy and he's the current captain. So
To be
he
younger as well. So,
has.
yeah,
Sorry?
he's younger. Yeah,
And so he has a little bit more time. But I tell you what, after this season, the clock will be ticking if it hasn't even stopped ticking at the end of the season. So, he needs to give us some football, or people will lose patience. Certainly, the the club may start to lose patience, and I think some of the fan base will as well. What's the point? That will be the second or maybe third season we haven't seen him. Then people will start saying, "What's the point?" Like they're saying
Yeah,
with Ben Chilwell.
he's reached the threshold for me, Reece James. I've been saying it from the start of the season. If he gets injured again and the hamstring goes again, that the surgically repaired hamstrings,
Yeah.
then he's damaged goods. He won't be able to play ever again. And you can ask any medical expert; they'll tell you if that happens, he's pretty much done. And I can see that if that well, we know he had a niggle. It hasn't been released what exactly that niggle is. They're keeping it pretty quiet. So we'll see. He's got a chance after. I think a bit of a blessing in disguise that he had the suspension as well.
Yeah.
So that's helped a lot. That sort of masks the issue. But we'll see if when he comes back. Apparently, after the international break, he should be ready to go. If he gets a good run and goes and plays all year, but if he does his hamstring again, well, for me, that's pretty much it. And I think the club will pretty much look at that as well, because I don't think it matters if he's the captain. They're going to look at it that while he's got a little bit of value, but I don't know if anyone would even want him then, because like I said, I don't
Mm.
think he'll pass any medical in the world if that happens. So yeah, we might be just stuck with him, I think, till his contract runs out if he does get an injury again.
I have to agree. I really do. If he does get the injury again, I think a club will want him, but it will not be very high profile, and he will not be a starter. But you're right. I think this is a big season for him. And if he doesn't give us game time, I fear for what will happen. And it's quite evident that his position will be terminated. I hate saying that, but it's quite likely. So, there's no point, carrying these constantly injured players. I mean, look what Juventus did with Federico Chiesa. Gosh, I was a fan of that guy. But Thiago Motta comes
Yeah,
in.
Robbie wanted us to sign him.
I did at one time. I really, especially when they won the Euros, he was one of my number one players. But Thiago Motta came in. He's like, no, not having this, not having all this injury here, there, and everywhere. Seeing you just for 5 minutes. Bye. He throws him out. Now nobody talks about this. He came in just like Maresca, saw the players he wants, saw the players he doesn't want. you know, um, Chiesa was the most sort of high profile, but there were others, and he froze them out. This is not new in football. He froze them out and forced a sale. It's not new. And he just didn't fancy the fact that the guy was constantly injured. So I think,
Yep, pretty much spot on,
yeah,
Bobby.
yeah.
Just another thing to add to the Reece James last week, and people weren't too happy. I was suggesting that maybe they should take his captaincy away and just let him concentrate on football and not having that pressure on him as the captaincy. It comes with a lot of pressure, captaining a big club like Chelsea, and I think it would be just
Mm.
benefit him just to concentrate on fitness and football, not being the captain and just being free and having fun playing football, not having that extra responsibility. I think they should consider that, but that's just my opinion, because I think that might help him, and he's still young, so he can become captain again, no problem if everything works out. But I just think, I think that pressure off his, taken off his shoulders would be massive, in my opinion.
Yeah.
There's a point
Let's
there.
go ahead.
So I was saying there's a point there, but it's a little bit of like ice treading on ice, because you also have to take care of the psychological side of a player as well. You have to keep him feeling a value, feeling some sort of ownership in a club that he's been in since he started kicking the ball. um, I think they will hesitate to do that to him, but the handwriting, even there, is on the wall. You can see who the next Chelsea
You
captain
think
is.
Maresca would hesitate to do that if he gets injured again? Reece James gets injured
Oh,
again, he will.
If he gets injured again, then it's open season. His entire career is under threat. But for now, the handwriting on the wall is you can see it's kind of Enzo or even Cucurella may find himself wearing the armband at some
Yeah,
point.
yeah, 100%. Caicedo as well. We saw that with Caicedo as well. He's
Yeah.
got the vice captains, but I just think, yeah, just my personal opinion would be, I think, put him down maybe as one as vice captain and just hand that big pressure off to someone else. Just let him concentrate on fitness and football and get back to what he was before. Because even when we saw him play, he wasn't a shadow of himself how it was. So I just
Trouble is
think
that
that would benefit. And when you say psychological, that actually could help him quite a lot.
trouble is that Chelsea, who has the longevity to take that role? You need somebody that kind of knows his way about the place, or they're all new. And
I don't think
though
that
it's
matters to Maresca. He'll give it to
okay,
Enzo straight away as the captain. You saw he already did pretty much. I don't think that would matter. Um, I don't think Maresca's not that type of guy. It doesn't matter if you've been there or if you're full Cobham, whatever. If you're captain material, he's going to give it to you. And he wants leaders to stand up.
it sure does look as if Enzo is the captain elect. I think that has the blessing of the ownership. It doesn't have the resistance of his peers, and the fans are not really too against it because so far I think it's helped him up his game.
Could have
If
been
you've
another way to
noticed,
show the world that we're actually united. We're not as divided as the media is making out to be after that racist incident and all that. But
no,
as you're already saying, Bobby, I think that motivates him even more. He's been performing
I think
differently
so.
whenever he has an armband on. But go ahead, sorry for cutting you off.
Correct.
I think so. I'll,
100%.
I'll land in a minute. I'll just, I think Maresca really dealt with that well. Look, everybody hates racism. Racism is one of the most abhorrent human emotions that exists. We're all very much against it. But when a 21-year-old boy with his national team is singing a song that the rest of his team sing, he may not really appreciate the magnitude of what he's saying. That's why he filmed it. He was a daft kid doing a daft thing, and when it was pointed out to him, he was mortified, he was ashamed, he was embarrassed, and he was remorseful. To me, that's
Yep,
enough.
exactly.
He apologized publicly. He apologized to his teammates. He's paying money, both with his mouth and with his money. The saying, "Put your money where your mouth is." He's
Mhm.
certainly done that. I think he's earned his second chance. We can't crucify people for a mistake. If everybody was terminated the minute they made a mistake, none of us would be here. None of us. So Maresca's response to that, I thought, was expert, and it really has knocked it on the head. Now, if he shows that it's true, then there's no way back. But honestly, I don't believe Enzo has that in him. He did a stupid thing. Look at the dynamics between him and the players. Even before this happened, he's part of the team. So I don't, giving him the captain's armband, I think is even a good thing. It's like, okay, son, we accept your apology. We're bringing you back in the fold and we're giving you responsibility. Get out there, fight for us, and don't let us down. That is, you've forgiven him and now you've motivated him. I think that's a wonderful thing to do.
Yeah.
And he will be a good captain. He's playing sometimes like the old Dennis Wise. Don't know if any of you remember him. But
Oh,
Dennis
yeah.
Wise was, yeah, diminutive little
Loved him.
midfielder that we had. He wore the armband and he was a fighter. And Enzo has started fighting for the club more than when he wasn't captain.
And this will
Yeah.
help his maturity quicker.
Yes, yeah.
And I've
So,
I've I've always told people um I've always told people that I'm quite sure the players will move on quickly than the media will. And you can see every now and then you see the media, you say just raise that incident, start talking about it unnecessarily, even when the conversation at the time doesn't call for it. But
Yeah.
that's fine. Well, let's give those in the chat the microphone. Even Vic is asking the question. So Chilwell is the only one nobody wants to sign, not even on loan. Why would you? He doesn't come cheap. Vibes back. Oh, yeah, vibes back indeed. Graphics user interface and you. Yep. That's Mark Gee. But nice to see you, Brianni. Hi, you sincerely do appreciate you. Much love to you. Vibes back indeed. Chilwell, yeah, and my bro here, Brianni Hani, saying, "Oh my God, bro, Fab's YouTube is loaded with Saudis spamming. Reminds me of Enzo's transfer when all CFC fans spamming his channel. Yeah, it's funny. Even other clubs do that, but you should see people there wanting to get answer. Probably the Saudis are trying to find out if Osimhen will still join Al Ali. But thank you for that. Willem is saying, I'm just praying that we get Osimhen. I'm paying him a 350K. He's a fighter. I know he will deliver. The question is, can we afford to pay him whatever salary he's demanding? I don't know, but I think it's looking likely he's coming to Chelsea now. I didn't expect him to decide to come to us, but rumors are that the Saudis pulled out, and their preference currently is Ivan Toney, and you could argue they're on the verge of completing that particular deal. Brianni, how you are repping hard? Yep. X Mark the Sport. Contender FC, Jackson FC, Copama FC, and Vivel FC, and the list keeps growing. I've actually forgotten a few. If I remember them, I'd add them there. Arsenal will finally beat City when they meet them because they'd have Raheem Sterling. Okay, let's see. Chilwell will move to Saudi Arabia before Monday. Wow, Phil, where did you get that from? Educators, I want to know, please. But let's see if anything new has emerged. A lot is happening. We shouldn't be taking. We can't take our eyes off the ball. Andrea Santos scores again for Strasbourg. That's one player I wish we didn't send out on loan. But at the same time, I understand that if he stays, he's not going to play consistently to continue developing. He's an excellent player. David Washington, I think we've addressed that. Personal terms may now be agreed. Well, what? David Washington, 17 million move to Strasbourg is back being discussed. Wow. Okay. You see, it's crazy. Dante, did you see that?
Yeah,
David
and like I told
Washington,
you,
17.7
it's
million
going to
pounds move to
change.
Strasbourg is back, being discussed. Personal terms may now be agreed as talks are reopened. And I think you're correct. You did say that chance that most likely it'd be a footballing decision. Maybe he and his camp started asking questions whether he gets to play or not. And it turns out probably maybe they got an answer they didn't like and decided no, they're not doing that. So I don't know what has changed. Yeah, Coach
It's
Washington deal is
yeah,
back
coach.
on. Thank
It's
you so much
domino
for the
now.
update.
Yep,
Yeah, go ahead.
we're in the dominoes hours. So another player fails that Struggbers were looking at, so it's back on. That's what I mean. All these deals now can change a lot. They wanted gone somewhere else. Others have gone out that weren't supposed to go out. So it's all over the place at the moment. So these deals change, can go back on, can go back off, and yeah, like I said, that's probably going to happen. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
definitely
then
footballing that one.
Chilwell. Wow, but go ahead.
Yeah, definitely footballing. Like I said,
Yeah, you're
because
correct.
it's
Yeah.
hard to see where he fits into that squad, to be honest, at Strasbourg, because they got their young striker up front. They got to back up a mature striker, and he'll be like again third, fourth in line. So why are you going that expensive record signing for them to be like a third striker, a third choice striker?
Yeah, we're still waiting. I know a lot would change. Probably how much time do we have? I don't know why I did not implement a countdown. Let me see. I was checking the countdown on Knees. Knees is streaming. He's also live. He's taking down the countdown. I'm not seeing any right now.
Tobago was on as well, I think, but I think he's finished now as well.
Who?
Tobago was on as well, I think.
Oh, okay. Just give me 1 second. I have to take this call. I left my phone open because it's important.
Go for it. Me and Bobby will take it over. Yeah, Shanks saying that Arsenal will finally beat City when they sign Sterling. Is that Shanks because Sterling plays well against City? Arsenal
Uh,
might be looking and then saying, "Hey, we're signing you this loan. We're paying you this much just for those 2 games. Are you going to play those 2 games for us to get points over City?" You never know. They're that
well,
desperate. Arsenal are that desperate to win a title.
I think he would be good for them, to be honest. Although I think he's not the player anywhere near the player he was if he ever was a player. But I think he'll be good for them. He'll fit into their squad, and he
Yeah,
still has something to offer. The thing about Sterling is that he's a periodical player. For us, at the beginning of the season, he's always very good. But at this, well, he, in the 2 seasons he's been with us, but as the season goes on, he behaves like a developing player, and he
yeah.
completely goes off the rails. Um,
Selfish, very selfish player.
well, inconsistent. So
Inconsistent and selfish both.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
just going to be interesting to see if he does go there. Hopefully, he goes there and ruins Arsenal even more because
I
he's
th-
going to have so many chances, and Havertz will be screaming in the middle, "Pass the ball to me," and he won't be passing the ball. So that'll be good to see. Hopefully, but yeah, it just
well, they
depends what
did a lot
attitude he
of
goes
that
there with.
when they were both at Chelsea. So they'll just go and replicate that where they are. You know what I
Exactly.
mean?
Please go do that there. Replicate that there, no problem. We've had good luck with most of the players going to Arsenal. They've done very well for Arsenal in terms, done well for us while playing at Arsenal. So, yeah, hopefully he goes there and destroys
Yeah,
them a
we
bit
call
more.
them agents.
Pretty much, yeah.
But it's an interesting, you could say, should I call it phenomenal? Players that leave Chelsea to join Arsenal, they hardly win a thing. They don't hardly win things there. If anything, players have been leaving Arsenal since the time of after the, you can say, the reign of what's his name again, the Frenchman, um Arsene Wenger. They've been winning. The moment they leave Arsenal, they win something. But at Arsenal, they didn't win anything. You can start counting them from Robin van Persie, Olivier Giroud, Ashley Cole. A few of them,
There's a
even
lot.
Although to be fair,
Xhaka.
Ashley Cole did win things there, but yeah,
Sorry.
Ashley Cole did win the league and I think
He
an
did.
FA
Yeah,
Cup
yeah.
there.
His case is different. He played under Wenger, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Gallas. I remember
William
Gallas.
Gallas, yeah,
yeah.
Granit Xhaka, even what's his name, the Cameroonian international that joined Barcelona. He went to Barcelona and one stop. Cesc Fabregas left Arsenal, one stop at
Fabregas, yeah, of
Barcelona,
course.
one
Yeah.
stop at Chelsea. Stuff he couldn't win at Arsenal. But go ahead.
Well, I don't really view that as our problem, to be honest.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
think
saying
the
it's an
best thing,
issue. I like it actually. It's a
yeah,
yeah. Go ahead.
if he does go there, let him go, let him enjoy his football, and may he frustrate Arsenal. But somehow I would like him to do well, so they're tempted to keep him. Because if it's a season-long loan, that means he's coming back.
Yeah,
They
unfortunately,
can't
that's
keep
not
him.
going to
They can't
last,
afford
Bobby.
him. They won't be able to buy him.
Yeah.
No.
They
Well, I
Like
can't.
think it
Yeah,
will
I was
give him
saying
a.
earlier,
unfortunately.
Bobby, the 300k player is getting extinct. It's going down quite a lot.
Well,
You're
by
not
the
going to
time
see.
he comes back, it means he'll have only 2 seasons left on his contract, and that's standard transfer time. So he may then choose to go to Saudi instead of another club. You can never tell.
Yeah, unfortunately, this has the writings of a Lukaku situation. He's going to go on loan. The next 3 seasons, he'll be on loan.
Possibly. With an hour and a half left to go, I've personally given up on this Osimhen situation, even the Jadon Sancho situation. I personally don't think, because of the nature of the deals, I don't think there's enough time. I know it's not over till the fat lady sings, and no fat lady has sung here yet, but I can't see it. It's too short.
Here's what I'm going to say, Bobby. Usually, when there's this much silence, it means they're wrapping up things. If there are issues, that's when you hear a lot. And there's a pattern to that. Good luck to Tammy Abraham. By the way, Tammy Abraham from AS Roma to AC Milan on
On
loan,
loan.
deal completed. So, which means probably things aren't going quite well for him at Roma. That has led to them loaning him to AC Milan.
Yeah, and if it's a
Wow,
loan,
I
they
thought it
may
was a
not get
permanent deal.
anything. Yeah, if it's a loan, that's why they're quiet on any money coming to us, because I don't know if there's any sell on. Well, if there's any clause for loaning.
No, there's not. No.
Yeah, I thought, I thought it was a permanent deal. I didn't know it was just on loan. Al Nassr, anything about Chelsea here? So the Victor Osimhen probably is going to come like a bomb. Wow. Danjuma, another Nigerian, it's the Ghanaian, I think, not Nigerian, because usually in most cases they have common names. Raheem Sterling and Arsenal agreement, we've already addressed that. Nothing new has emerged there. Let's see. Vince, yeah, curating, nothing new. We keep waiting. I want to hear from from Israel Romano. He's actually live now, and at the same time tweeting. So usually, if anything new emerges, you'd hear it first on his live stream before he tweets about it. So if you're watching, if there's anything that has emerged you think we haven't heard, please do let us know. I'm going to keep checking here. We've seen this. Raheem Sterling hopeful late deal can be agreed for him to join Arsenal. Talks advancing, likely to be loan deal if it happens. Definitely loan deal. I don't think Arsenal can afford him, except if he decides he'd be take a pay cut that he'd accept, let's say, around 150 per week. I think they can say, okay, we'll take you on a permanent. That's just me speculating anyway. I don't know anything about what he wants. Yeah, if you have any questions, drop it in the chat. We're waiting for you. Let's see. I want to check Dodgers. What's his? Why am I not seeing him in my search history here?
Yeah, a bit quiet at the moment, but
yeah, a bit quiet. But when you say that, that's usually a good sign.
Yeah, there always is a quiet before the last sort of hour. There's always a bit of a break. So the last hour, there'll be a lot of deals popping up left, right, and center from all over Europe. So there'll be quite a lot of stuff happening.
Yeah. How many hours left?
An hour and a half, I think. Bobby was saying.
If we don't get Del Orientes, I think that'd be it for with regards to our relationship with Napoli. I don't think Chelsea will want to do business with them ever again. But I believe we'll get the deal over the line. Let's face reality as Chelsea FC supporters that we're not getting a strike at this transfer window. I mean, that's just your opinion still. As long as there's still even a few minutes before the transfer window shuts, the possibility is still there. The striker, okay, I hope was Osimhen or Toney plus Man United that wanted to hijack the Osimhen deal. I didn't see anything to that. Where did you see that? Did you see that anywhere?
I personally still don't believe that we were in for Toney. I still don't believe it. I just don't see us signing a 29-year-old player with the problems he had and just fitting with these young group and like that. I just don't see that happening. I didn't see that happening at all. I didn't think it would happen. And obviously he's going to Saudi Arabia. Of course, because he's getting a lot more money as well. But I just don't think we're really in for him, in my personal opinion. It just doesn't fit the narrative that we've been going for.
And did you see anything anywhere that suggests that Man United they're trying to hijack the Osimhen deal?
No way. No. I haven't looked, but no, I haven't seen. Yeah, I haven't seen anything in the last sort of half an hour. No.
So I'm not sure where Siaka, South Africa, is getting that one. Let me refresh Vince's
Man
page.
United don't have the money. They don't have that money to pay a player like that. Their salary cap is way over the limit already, and they need to get Sancho off the books first of all, which is probably happening with us, maybe or maybe not. We'll have to see. But they can't afford to sign a player like that. They have too many players on big salaries. They just can't get another one, and the fee they would have to pay for him as well. yeah, they won't be able to sign anyone. They've done their business basically.
Yeah. And my bro is in the house, Nee Zion. Nice to see you, brother. Good stream there. You're doing
Big up,
again,
Nate.
your the progress you've made is making me happy. You're getting the growth you deserve. He says, hello, bro. I am watching live from Michigan. It's 1:38 minutes to go. Let's go, please. Bring us a cement. And actually, I was using the countdown that you had, countdown banner you had on your show. But when I checked, you've removed it. I think you've removed it still. You currently have Tornado showing up. But thank you for finding the time to say hello to me, bro. Much appreciated. And thank you for the update. I needed that to know how much more time we have before the end of the transfer window. Hopefully, we'll get the deal over the line. I don't want to let Dante say hello to you because I'm quite sure he wants to say hello because I don't like him. But thank you for joining us,
So I
bro.
went past these and I gave a quick like while I was on
Oh, you
here. So
stopped by there?
he always gets a quick like. Yeah, if I'm not able to make it, of course, why not?
Yeah,
He
yeah, he
deserves it.
deserves it. He deserves it. Yeah. But thank you so much, bro. I appreciate that update. Again, as I told you, I was using the banner, the countdown banner. Yeah, BCM. Why isn't it showing? Okay, there you go. It shows up here.
Coming up now.
Yeah, and it's saying, big up, please, people. If you're watching, I know we don't have too many people watching right now. Go check out my bro's YouTube channel. Subscribe. Let's help him get to 10,000 subscribers as soon as possible. The link is there, as you can see on the screen. Much love to you too, bro. You guys help me. No, we do help each other a lot. I remember our first ever conversation we met on Mo's YouTube channel. We've come a long way, brother. So, and the love is real. I appreciate you, brother. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. The likes do go a long way. We have 297 people watching, but only 43 on YouTube. The rest on X. And if you're following the show on X, we appreciate you. Please kindly do us a favor. Take a second, drop a like on the video on X or Twitter if you prefer. Share the video. And also follow our X account and help us to reach 5,000 followers as soon as possible. We'd really appreciate that.
You're getting it
Here
from
we
me
have
there, coach.
Siaka, South Africa, saying Manchester United should sign Victor Osimhen to help replace Marcus Rashford. That's not like for like. And Jadon
What?
Sancho, Liverpool have laid the Napoli guy foundation. Send
What?
your thoughts. Yeah, but thank you. Go
Siaka,
ahead,
this last
Bobby.
year's transfer window.
Yeah, yeah. I don't think Conte will allow him leave. He will riot. Was Bobby saying something, Dante?
No, he wasn't. No, I was
No,
saying
I didn't say no. I was just looking at the Ivan Tony thing. I think it's done, according to Sky.
pretty much. Yeah, it's pretty
Yeah.
much
Why
done.
would he on? Why would he go through the process of the
He's
medicals
done the
if it's not?
medicals.
Yeah, I think practically done. But maybe the
Unless if you
possibilities
put a
that
bet
still
on
there.
his medicals that he passes them, maybe there's a problem there. Otherwise, there's no other problems.
No, he's passed his medical well. They've said that. There's no problem with that whatsoever.
Yeah. My bro Nee here still saying it's about time you help me out. We've been helping each other, bro. You know that. You know that's the case. It's all love, bro. But despite the way, nothing new has emerged. I'm gonna go back. We talked about this Raheem Sterling deal. This was 25 minutes ago. David Washington, 17. Yep, we've addressed that similar report on Vince's timeline. There's still a huge gap between Chelsea offer of wages. Offer of wages to Victor Osimhen and what the player wants. That's according to Miguel Delaney. And chances are, because we're the only ones right now pushing to sign him, chances are we're not going to change much in terms of our offer to him. Lots asking why it collapsed in the L'Equipe article says they don't know. So, but it's back on. We know that. We know as much as that. So let's go back to see if anything Vic has shared anything new. Nothing, just Raheem Sterling. So I think everything has gone awfully quiet, but that's usually a good sign because they're busy talking and they can now be updating the journalists every 15 minutes or every 10 minutes. So they're busy discussing to find solutions with lots of the deals. Yep. Yeah, Nee has the timeline, the countdown back up again. We have about 1 hour 32 minutes and a few seconds before the transfer window shuts. So we keep going. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let it happen. Now, let me ask you: are you confident the Osimhen deal happens? Because if it doesn't, Napoli, they're not going to be happy, and I don't think they'll be able to convince him to wholeheartedly play for them again. Given that probably he'd be feeling like they got him to sign a new deal only for them not to, you could say, be responsive to the conversation that to ensure that he leaves as he was promised. But Dante, let's hear you.
Yeah, and I was just going to ask you the same thing, basically. Yeah, his attitude, because Victor Osimhen has a big attitude as well, and
I think I think that's just your opinion anyway. You're going by his response to what Finidi Judge said, and in
no,
all
no, no,
honesty,
no.
Finidi Judge
What I
used to.
see, I'm
Yeah, go
making
ahead.
my assumption on what I see of him on social media and how he conducts himself and how he acts. He's likes to speak out. He's outspoken. He wears a million tons of jewelry on him when he's out. He's got 20 security guards around him. He likes that attention. That's how he is. That's just how he is. Nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying, but that's how he is. He likes to speak out. He's obviously a bit of a leader because he does talk. Even on the field, you see it. He yells at every single player. He's fighting all the time. Fighting. He's very passionate. It's just his character. So I'm just basing it on what I see. That's just who he is, and that's what makes him as good as he is, because that helps him. He needs that passion and that desire, that anger. He just builds off it, and that he works very hard on the field, and that makes him a better footballer. That's one of his major strengths. I keep saying, he's a mentality monster. He's got that mentality. He digs in and he goes for it till he does it. And if he does it, he's not happy. When he doesn't do it, he's not very happy. And I've seen that quite a lot. A couple of times Napoli have lost this season, and speaking after to the media, not very happy guy. He plays with his emotions on his sleeve, and he puts it all. And if it doesn't come out, he's not happy, and he speaks up about it. And I'm not just basing it on that.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll let you drop.
Yeah, I'm not basing it on just on that. That's just one example. I'm talking about other examples as well that he does when he speaks to the media in Italy after games, and just reporters after and stuff like that. It's just his persona. That's who he is. It's just how he is.
Yeah, but when you say that something, like you said, your perceived, you can say, what's the language you use? Let me say, people's perception of the sort of person he is, his attitude, they call it. He has an attitude. Isn't it? Wouldn't you say that that's something that's very common with good players? Because irrespective of my opinion of his profile as a number 9, I think he's a good player. But don't you think that attitude, so-called attitude, is something that's very common with good players? Or Mauridion, we've heard, not a Mauridion, Jean Duran, we've heard that he has attitude issue. And I think that kid, as a number 9, he's going to blow up the Premier League very soon. Same thing, Ryan Chalky, we've heard he has attitude issues. Name them. All the good players, I love them. A lot of them, a few people will tell you, they don't like them because they have attitude issues.
Coach, you can't
Haaland
really
is an exception, of course.
You can't be comparing those players what Osimhen has done. It's a big difference, massive difference. Those other two players you mentioned, they haven't done anything at all. So Osimhen's actually got a reason to do that, because he's been so successful, because he's won so much already. But there's a downside to that. When it's not going well, they're not that pleasant to be around, because they seek perfection. They always want to be winning. But when it's not, say like we are now at the moment. So say we played Servette. So we won 6-2. Yeah, amazing game against Wolves. Then say we played a European team, not Servette, or say Servette, and then we lose the next week. How do you see Osimhen reacting to that?
Yes, and that's actually, let me say this. That's actually one of my concerns. I think he's not going to be happy, but I like it. It's a good thing to see players who aren't happy that they lost the game. It's a good thing. Yeah. I like that. Here's where I have a problem.
Yeah. No, I'm just pointing it out. I'm just saying that's his character. I like it too. I like him when they play, but just everyone's got to be on the same page. You don't want the other guys to be completely opposite of him.
Or to feel like you're just unnecessarily having a go at them.
Well, also, and that's where the wage comes in the problem. Yeah, these other players are all 150. The top earners, 150, 200 max, 180. They're all on the, and then he's going to come in and he's on 350. Safe. I'm just saying for sakes, he comes in on 300, 350, whatever. Well, then that's. Do you think Victor's the type of guy that would open his mouth and say, I've done it all, blah 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 blah. You guys
No,
have
I
done
don't think
nothing
he'd
yet.
go to that extent, man.
Okay, yeah, yeah. So
He,
I
he's
see a little bit of that in him.
he's
I
experienced
see that
enough
a
to
little
know
bit of
that
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 in
will
him.
cause a lot of issues.
I see a bit of that in him because I saw it this year, last year at Napoli. They finished 10th. They had a horrible season, and you saw the difference when he played and how he was like with his teammates and stuff, and how he was yelling. And he was not a happy guy. He was very unhappy, and you can see a lot of tension there. So that's my only worry with that, and that's when I keep pushing the salary. Yeah, it's a big issue because he's gonna come in sign as a superstar. Yeah, Enzo came in inside as a youth prospect superstar to be, but he's not. He's a superstar, but not in terms of footballing. He's not he hasn't achieved that yet. Where Osimhen's already more mature, he's quite a superstar, especially in Africa countries and all over the world. He's one of the top 5 strikers in the world, 100%. So he is a superstar. It's just
I mean, you see his
yeah,
agent every time mentioning how he was 8 on the
correct,
Ballon d'Or shortlist. So yeah,
correct.
he is
Yes.
a
So
superstar. Yeah,
he's that type
he
of
was.
attitude. He's got that attitude. That's the only part I worry. You come in as that guy, you're going to be very far away in wages if it's true those wages that he's coming on from everyone else. And then if you open your mouth about that and you say, I've done it already, then that's when there's problems. So it just depends. This has to go down on the sporting directors
Excuse
and the
me.
owners.
Yeah, go ahead.
There has to go when they meet him and do meetings face to face and they talk to him to talk about these things and make sure it's under control.
Yeah,
It's important.
I
People
do
don't
agree.
think it's
Yeah,
important, but it's very important.
yeah, it is important indeed. Let's see what else we have in the chat here. Chris Zoega says that he's watching us from Ivory Coast, West Africa too. Yeah. My African bro, nice to see you. Appreciate you. Welcome to the Chelsea Perspective community. Here, your opinion matters, and we do. Again, we love you. All we ask of you is just to keep it civil. And the Blue Clouds Media, Nizion, my bro, saying greetings. My brother Dante, please, it's getting late or too early. Australia is calling Big Brother. Leave him alone, man. You guys have started again.
Yeah, it's 6:30 a.m. here in Australia now.
Yeah,
It's in
it's
the morning
morning. It's
already.
morning. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting this information about Man United wanting to purchase or hijack Osimhen on Football 365. It's a football site on Google. I think it's true because it's on Google. Perhaps. Oh, that logic there is crazy.
Come on, Siaka.
Yeah, that logic you believe in is true because it's on Google. You don't know what Google is. People find websites on Google that misleads them into them giving their life savings to a stranger. So
Yep.
please don't say because it's on Google, it's correct. Don't do that. I advise you, somebody who's into technology, knowing it. Yeah,
And I
don't do
think
that,
Football
please.
365 is a betting agency.
Yeah, exactly. So you can see anything there too. So let's see. Vic is having he's having a laugh because of that comment from Siaka, South Africa. Yeah, 77 likes, 23 more to get it to 100. Let's make it happen. So let's see updates from Fabrizio Romano. This is a pinned tweet on Federico Chiesa's rumored move or maybe imminent move to Liverpool. And here we have Manuel Ugarte finally joining Man United after agreement on personal terms revealed in July. We wanted to sign him,
Wages,
but we
where are the
pulled out of
wages?
the deal. Sorry?
They're still not showing the wages on the Ogata deal. They're nowhere
Yeah,
to
they're
be
not.
seen.
Yeah. And I'm actually happy that we didn't sign him because if he struggled under Luis Enrique, who publicly complained that he wasn't able to progress the ball effectively, then he struggled under Enzo Maresca, in my opinion. Fabrizio Romano, 8 minutes ago on Raheem Sterling, he's saying Raheem Sterling and Arsenal deal at the final stage. It's happening. It's happening, people. So I'm happy. Agile the country is in the house saying, good evening to you too. I hope you're doing well. Next item from Fabrizio Romano, Ivan Toney and Al Ali final documents are being reviewed. Then deal is done. So whatever happens, they're not coming for Osimhen right now, except if they sell one foreign player, then they have the space to accommodate another for accommodate Osimhen. But I think, yeah, they're not looking to sign Osimhen anymore.
Oh, wow.
What prowess? I'm
Browse.
not interested in that report. So nothing new. I'm going to refresh the Fabrizio Romano's page, and we can come back to it later on to see if anything new has emerged. If you're in the chat, Vic, any updates from you? Let's hear you.
Vic's pretty quiet. He's still laughing, I think.
he's
Sorry,
still
Siaka.
laughing at the hijack comment, right?
Please excuse us, Siaka. Sorry, but that was very funny. Sorry.
Yeah, Arsenal are working to close Raheem Sterling. They really do want him. They feel like he'll probably make a difference for them. What's his name? I think he'll do well. Why do I say that?
Of course, they want him.
Mikel Arteta knows him very well.
Exactly. I was going to say the connection's there. He knows him very well. So he knows what he can. And if Sterling goes there with an open mind and is okay sitting on he's not going to be a starter. I don't see him being a starter. So if he
Yeah,
goes,
probably the sort of the way
to compete
Arteta
for the
is
starting
using
job.
was the Belgium international.
Well, Trossard, Martinelli, he's got a. I don't think he'll be ahead of those two, and he's not ahead of Saka. But if Nelson is, he'll be behind Saka as the next striker, next winger. Sorry, so he will be the next one up. If something happens to Saka, he pretty much will be a starter. So Arsenal need that type of insurance. So yeah, look, like I said, hopefully he goes there and helps us more than helps Arsenal.
Possibly, and it's a good thing that it's on loan. I wouldn't want a situation he'd sign for them, then come play against us and score
They're not that dumb,
score
coach. They're
some
not going to
special
sign
goal
him.
against us.
They're not that dumb. They're not signing him on a permanent. They're not that stupid. They're looking for breadcrumbs now. They're probably going to get him. Who knows how much percentage? We'll see what the percentages of wages, but they're looking for a great last minute deal.
Yeah. Good evening to you too. And Vic is saying Fabrizio Romano says calm down, and Osimhen is coming. Did he say Osimhen is coming? I'm quite sure he said just calm down, but you adding that. Come on, Vic. Don't laugh at me for trying to. I like your response there, Siaka South Africa, for trying to get facts. I am the transfer window. Come, guys, I find it funny. Yeah, it's funny too. We laughed the way he responded, but I'm glad you're having a chuckle out of that. So that's fine. Arsenal are close to our green deal with Chelsea to loan Raheem Sterling. Likely to be no obligation to buy. Arsenal are working. Yeah, that's a good news there. 2 hours to go until the transfer window slams shut. It should be less. Let me look at Knees, whether Knees still has that up. Okay, he's probably a little less. I should just bring up a timer. So 2 hours left there with address now. Raheem Sterling is now waiting
No, it's
for
an
the green
hour and
light.
18 minutes.
How much time?
Hour and 18 minutes left.
Yeah, we're always there. Yeah. So this is saying Raheem Sterling is now waiting for the green light to undergo Arsenal medical, and David Washington moved to Salzburg. His bag on. We've addressed that one. Who's paid now? This man, Rudy Galati. He's saying it's over.
What? I don't understand either. Yeah. Here we go.
He's saying
Oh,
we
it's
signed
over.
him. Is that what he's saying? Let me check Fabrizio Romano's page.
Maybe.
Yeah. Big update to Siaka. But my bro, thank you so much, bro. Sincerely, you're making me feel like I owe you a lot right now, but I will shock you. But more importantly, I know it's coming from a place of love, but please, bro, you don't have to. And I'm serious about that. You know, I really didn't mean that. He says, here we go. And then followed by no good, bro. It's over. So it's over means we're not signing him. It's over. I think that's what he's saying there. Sancho to Chelsea. Here we go. Okay, excellent signing for us, in my opinion. Does he have it there? Breaking news: Jadon Sancho to Chelsea. Here we go. Loan deal with obligation to buy. Clause agreed between the clubs. Sancho already said yes,
Yeah,
and
I'm listening.
he wanted Chelsea to move. He wanted Chelsea move. Deal now agreed between all parties involved. Man United accepted the proposal, and deal is now set to be completed. Anybody on the panel has anything to add to
Yeah,
that? Thank you so much.
Fabrizio is
I'm
saying it
happy for
live
that deal.
now.
Go ahead, Bobby.
Fabrizio is saying it live now. I'm watching his live
Okay,
coverage.
he's talking about Sancho to Chelsea.
Yeah, he's come to the point of, he likes to sensationalize things towards
Yeah,
the.
well, it's business. It's money time right now, so
Yeah, I admire. He works hard, that guy,
it works very hard. I admire it too. Yeah,
and he
And he
gets.
almost always gets it correct. If the deal falls through, then it's not his fault. The
Yeah,
only thing I'm
yeah,
begging him is to define "here we go." When he says "here we go," does he mean that the deal is done? Because I've seen "here we go" on occasions, and the deals end up falling through. But go ahead, what you were saying, Bobby.
yeah. He's announcing them. Ugarte to Man United. The deal confirmed soon. He hasn't even given that a here we go. Man United. Ugarte to Man United. Deal confirmed soon. Okay, that's all he's saying about that one. But he's even speaking about Sancho to Chelsea. Here we go. Is that a permanent deal or a loan?
Along with
loan
an
with obligation
obligation
to
for a
buy.
permanent purchase, so you can say
All
it's a
right.
permanent deal.
Well,
Because
it's a
Wow.
season
irrespective
this
of
week.
what happens,
Yeah, it's a
he's
loan
a
for this
Chelsea.
season.
Yeah,
Wow.
but the
Sancho
season after, he'll be a permanent Chelsea player.
Sancho will be happy. That's for sure. I don't know if anybody else will, but he will certainly be happy. I'm just thinking of okay, what does that mean for Kendrick Pyers and Esteval William?
I'd say when we get to that bridge, we'll cross it. That's why
Yeah,
with
that's
Chelsea.
true.
It's just insurance, Bobby. It's insurance. If they like when they come, if they light up the world, well, then you can move Sancho easy, and you haven't really 25 million. That's you can probably move him for the same money, even
Yeah,
more if it does. So there's always
yeah.
options. It's a bit of insurance. You never know if those players are going to make it.
Trouble is, we have an obligation to buy him after the year's loan. So if they come and they do
Yeah, we
well,
do.
people like Modric, maybe even Nkunku would have to look over their shoulder a little bit, depending on how
Well,
they
exactly.
perform
Yeah,
this
that's what I
season.
mean. Yeah.
Yeah,
If
and
Nkunku
that's the
doesn't
importance of
perform,
having, like you called it, is insurance. If the players we have already struggle, then the moment the season is over, we get one of Angelo or the other guy take their place, and we move on. If we bring
Yeah,
in better players, we'll move on. The players that you can say that cannot compete with the new players, if they don't want to be, you can say, on the bench and continue competing until they get they start performing better. Go ahead
I
if
know
you were saying
people are
something.
yeah. I
saying,
mean, I was
yeah,
thinking of. I mean, Esteval Williams is very much on the right. Pyers is more central, and
central.
they're going to. I can see Pyers breaking in. Esteval Williams, I don't know unless he bulks up a bit because he's rather lightweight. Anyway, yeah, we deal with that when we get to it. But what I think is this is a very important season for our stability. If these guys get us into the Champions League, it wouldn't be that easy to just start picking them off after doing that. You know what I mean? You need continuity. But okay, I mean it's happening and we embrace it. But
I
I
Well,
see
think
you need,
somebody.
yeah,
continuity is important, but to an extent, it becomes s- sentiment. Listen, the reason why most teams get promoted to the Premier League and drop get relegated the season, the same season, is because probably they don't see the need to make a few changes to sign players who could say who can measure the quality required in the Premier League to stay
Wow.
up. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just he said Raheem Sterling to Arsenal deal in final stages. Wow, that's Fabrizio here saying it.
yep, yep. We saw that one.
So we're
Are you
moving a
seeing
lot of
it?
players on.
Yeah, don't be
Who else?
surprised. Some surprise ones will come up as well.
Still looking for
What did
Ben
you say?
Chilwell.
Chilwell might
You,
leave.
you, you,
KDH might leave.
I'm not looking at Chilwell. KDH ain't going nowhere. KDH, honestly.
that's him
Coach,
having a slight dig at you, Bobby.
coach, coach is, I know. Coach is player. That's who I give you, coach. That's your player. God
No,
damn
I'm
that guy.
confident. I'm confident he would do well. He's
Oh my
struggling, and
god.
I have to admit he's been awful.
Do
No
you
jokes.
remember what's
Has
the
been
one that
awful.
we eventually got rid of that we got from Leicester with around the time
Uh,
of
Danny drink wine.
Drinkwater, yeah. Remember him? There's a lot of memes going around with KDH being the Drinkwater of this
No, no,
culture.
no, no, no. I
No,
Oh, you
he's
disagree.
don't
I
you
more.
think
don't see the
he's a better
similarities?
player.
I see the similarities.
I understand,
Wow.
but I think he's a better player.
Wow,
Way better
Fabrizio
player.
has just run outside to receive a call. He said he's got a call, he's got to get it. Well, at
Man,
this
he
stage,
does know how to dramatize these
That's
things.
Osimhen. That's
Listen,
Osimhen
husband.
calling.
it's got to. That's the only thing that will make him run out of the room, the Osimhen situation.
Pretty
But
much.
honestly, I can't see it. If it happens, I'll be very surprised because I can't see. What we got? An hour, 10 minutes? Really?
It
Wow.
Bobby,
doesn't matter, Bobby. The time doesn't
him
matter.
remaining at PSG is too much of a risk. Except if after the European window closes, they still have the opportunity to sell him to a Saudi club. Then fine. Then
When
they
did
don't have an issue.
when
Yeah,
did
go
we
ahead.
do Enzo? Enzo was like with an hour to go as well, wasn't it? Remember?
Yeah. I
You all
think
forget
that was
stuff
his
too easily.
last announcement on the day.
Yeah, that was it. And he brought out his sponsors and everything. He lined them all up and he went for it. Fabrizio.
Yeah. Let's check for some
Okay.
updates in the chat. Then we'll look updates on the screen here. Nee, once again, thank
Wait,
you so
hang
much
on.
for the love, bro.
He's saying what he went to receive. He said
This
the
is fun.
Sancho deal is more or less done. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, they need him off the books. Man United need him off the books.
Yeah, and but we can't say the same. We cannot say the same for Napoli though, because they could still sell him to outside of Europe, right?
You've got to give it to Fabrizio, man. He's blown every. Do you know nobody's watching Sky and when Sky had Jim White, we used to watch him, but he's blown everybody out of the water. Now he's run for another phone call. He's run for another call. Is this Osimhen or is it?
Well, that's the problem. He can't be on camera and talk to his contacts because then it's
No.
giving everything away.
Let's see. I think
So
Nee is saying a lot and Vic is saying a lot to actually have. Yeah, we are your family. Sancho will be a new Chelsea player along with an obligation to buy. I like him. Good business. Whatever happens, even if we decide to move him on. Let's see. 1.5 hours to go. 1 hour 30 minutes to go. Many things are happening. A lot. I still think Victor Osimhen will come through. Except if Napoli, if they have a connection to ship him outside of the European window. I'm happy Sancho is coming. He's a player I like so much. I didn't know you like him too. And
Well, the
please, once
good thing
again, go check.
about Sancho is that he
Yeah,
also fills our English quota, which is important for European
yeah,
competition and even
and
domestic.
that's a serious quality English quota.
Yeah. So there's only one more space in the squad because Maresca said he's going to go 25. He won't bother with more than 25 players that he's going to register for the Premier League. So that one space is it Victor. Now I'm getting dramatic. Honestly, I can't see it. An
This is
hour,
fun, really.
seven
But go
minutes.
ahead, Bobby.
1 hour, 7 minutes. I just can't see
oh
it.
god, I can't last that long.
It can still happen. It can still happen, Bobby. It can still
Well,
happen.
Fabrizio,
Yeah.
if you see him pacing up and down on the phone, I don't know if you've got his live stream. He's really having a conversation
Yeah,
here.
Bobby, but he has to get out like the whole of Europe deals. So he's not just he's working on a lot of deals.
Yeah, he's covering a lot.
Yeah, he is. He is. But he's got his mates there. He's got like two or three of his friends with him. But this guy, you know, he's the
Early too.
goat.
They started like 5, 6 hours ago. The stream.
Yeah, yeah, he's the goat.
Yeah.
You gotta hand it to him.
Yeah, people, please, more importantly, go check out my bro's YouTube channel. Let's help him get to 10,000 subscribers as soon as possible. The link there on the screen, you can see it. And the Prince is here. Breaking news, Sancho to Chelsea. Here we go. The Prince is here.
And
That's according to the band. Greetings to you too. That's me saying hello to you.
oh,
Um,
he said Ugarte to Man United deal confirmed.
yeah.
Well
So
done.
this striker is not coming to Chelsea FC. Victor Osimhen. Did I read that correct? I think he still come. I think Nee is probably speculating that he might not come. What is happening with Osimhen? Biola Moshood, definitely a Yoruba brother. Mr. Moshood, we're waiting. A few hours ago, the last thing we heard is that we're still negotiating, trying to find
It's not a
a
few hours to
solution.
go, coach. It's an hour and 6 minutes. Few
No, I'm
hours.
saying when a few hours ago, we were told.
All right. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So currently, yeah, it's hour and about an hour and 5 minutes right now. So we're waiting. There's been, you could say, a deafening silence with regards to Osimhen's deal to Chelsea. So usually a good sign. But let's see what happens. Mr. Mashoud,
You know,
thank you. Welcome to the
coach.
Chelsea Perspective community. Feel at home. Express yourself. Go ahead, Bobby.
You know why I like Fabrizio so much?
Mhm.
He is pissing off mainstream media something rotten. They can't stand him. They
They don't
can't.
have the sort of a connection
They
inside.
don't.
It's nice to scoop. I'm not sure how else to phrase it.
And and he
Yeah,
doesn't
the
have
sort of
all
sources he
the
has. Yeah, go ahead.
he doesn't have all the red tape, and also he can give it to people direct, and they are absolutely livid. I mean, there was a time Sky Sports here in this country, coach, they had total monopoly of transfer deadline day. Total. Everybody was tuned into them and Jim White. Now they're just dogs. Nobody cares about them. Nobody even listens to. They're so behind the curve that it's crazy. They're telling you things that most of us knew about 4 hours ago. It's that bad.
Yeah, yeah, indeed. Bobby's favorite player, Lord KDH. Thank you for saying that, Vic. Datro Fofana could be heading to
KDH
Sunderland
just
on loan. I
Vic
hope
just
that
want
one
to
works
wind
out
me
too.
up now.
Go.
Vic's just wanting to wind me up now with that guy.
21 minutes, 21 more likes to get it to 100 likes. Let's make it happen, people. KDH Master's son. All right, one more from me. For now, Victor will stay at Napoli for now, but the deal is now over. It's not over yet. Chelsea has submitted to a deal sheet, so we could still do it. Yeah, there you go. Get ready, Vic. Vic is so confident in the Victor Osimhen deal. Ooh, let's see what else we have here. Sancho to Chelsea is official. Let's see, Fabrizio Romano is the best sports journalist ever. I tell you guys.
Well, he's come back.
Yeah,
He's come
and
back. He's got something to say.
yeah, it looks like it's over. Vic is saying here, breaking news over. Victor Osimhen stays at Napoli, according to Fabrice Hawkins. OMG, you were confident we were gonna get the deal over the line. It's a stressful situation. This Osimhen news. Yeah, let's see what happens. Let's see if Fabrizio Romano reports that one late. We
No,
need 11 more.
Fabrizio doesn't think it's over at all.
He doesn't think it's over.
He doesn't. He's still talking to someone, but let's see.
There's plenty of time to go.
An hour and 2 minutes.
Yeah, because uh, um, it wouldn't make sense to say it's over now since there's still time. Obada Sunday, Osimhen has gone to Saudi Arabia. Really, we wait and see. Let me see. Rudy Galetti, does he have anything to say? Any updates? He hasn't said anything. Doesn't he? Galetti doesn't talk that much too. We wait. We wait. Who was that? No. Okay, that was nobody's page. Galati. I'm waiting for his to refresh. Let's go, people. Let's go. 18 more
Wait,
likes
he's
to
talking
get it.
about Victor.
Okay.
He says, as it stands, Victor will stay at Napoli because he hasn't got a deal with Chelsea.
Okay. Victor himself hasn't gotten a deal. Not Napoli.
No, not Napoli. I think he's talking about Victor.
Okay, as it stands, which means it's not over yet. It's still on.
He's saying
And
more. So Chelsea is still pushing.
okay. There's still time, yeah. And here, what's his name? Skyver Carver is saying Chelsea are still waiting for final decision about Victor Osimhen, even though there's little more than an hour left until the deadline. Yeah, if you get the critical aspect of the deal done, and there isn't much to be done to complete the deal, you can still, get it done. Just inform the FA we have an agreement, which is going through with the documents. Bobby, lower it even more so that we don't get into trouble.
Yeah. He says, as of now, there's no deal. Chelsea are still pushing. There's only an hour to go. It's Victor, I think that's the issue, from what I can gather from what Fabrizio is saying.
Probably how much we're offering him.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow, interesting. The beautiful game coach saves himself a $50. Big up. But actually, my argument was that he will end up in Saudi. So he really, again, I'm not sure why the
No,
Saudis pulled out.
no. Fabrizio said Al Hilal is. They're not even looking at him now.
They're not
They've
even
gone
looking
off.
at him right now. So
They're over
if
the
it's
hills and
Upton,
far away with
mm,
Ivan Toney. They've gone hand in hand over the hills with Ivan Toney. They don't look interested at all.
so we actually not too sure what has led to the delays.
Well, there's a lot of stuff happening, coach. So uh,
Very clear what's led to the delays is Victor. He's not happy with
obviously
the
Osimhen,
wage he
yeah,
took.
he's deciding. But look, the club's going to push it now. They're going to let it go. Chelsea want to stay in the limelight as much as possible to the last minute. It's good. It's great PR. It's great. It makes drama, and yeah, it's the club stays relevant that way. So it's trust me. Like I said, it's going to go down to the last minute.
It will go down to the wire. We need a number 9, and we won't have the chance of signing any other player than Osimhen. But here's why I'm saying it may well not be Osimhen, because there are some reports suggesting that Napoli is the reason why the whole thing is slowing down. Yeah, that he's furious that Napoli and making it easier for him to leave.
Oh, they never were going to make it
Even
easy.
Fabrizio did say something to that effect.
They
So
want as much money as possible.
yeah, so maybe the biggest problem is that we haven't agreed a deal with Napoli. So and De Laurentiis, he's a very difficult person to deal with, and it's I think it's him, not Osimhen. I strongly believe he's the reason why this deal isn't done, and he's probably behaving like that now because the Lukaku deal is done. So he would want to push us to get as much money as they can. I think once we agree a fee, once we agree and it's done, fine. I don't think even if we agree 30 minutes before the transfer window shuts, I think we're still fine. But we keep following. Let's see what happens. He says even I be scared of Lukaku and and Osimhen. Lukaku will be enjoying this one. I'm quite sure he would want the deal to fall through. Maybe that is if it's believed he's good enough to be the starting player over Victor Osimhen. I think probably Osimhen would do better than him. Yeah, he's quicker, he's better aerially. Lukaku is bigger, but not as good as Osimhen aerially. Let's go, people. We keep waiting. It's getting closer and closer. Just 17 more likes to get it to 100. Let's make it happen. We have a total of 354 people watching, 80 of those on YouTube, the rest on X. If you're following the show on X, take a second and drop a like for us on the stream, please. Would really appreciate that. And also, if you don't mind, follow our X account to help us to get to 5,000 followers as soon as possible. So here's that particular update here, which reads 4 minutes ago, as it stands, Victor Osimhen will stay at Napoli. He does not have an agreement with Chelsea. So this specifically saying it's him. Chelsea are still trying. It's not over yet. It's not like it's over. We've left. Breaking news: Victor Osimhen stays at Napoli. That's according to Fabrice Hawkins. But Fabrice is saying Chelsea are still pushing. Chelsea's obligation fee for Jadon Sancho is less than £14 million. That's cheap because they paid close to £100 million for him, right? Let me say
Yep.
at least another £60 million for him.
Yeah, they paid a lot for him. 70, I think. 70. I can't remember how much it was. 75? I don't know. A lot, anyway.
Yeah, we've gotten a lot of good deals.
Look, 40 million is quite a lot still for Sancho. I thought it was going to be 25. They were discussing 25 million. So that's still a lot. But obviously the salary is very different. Obviously, he would come on a completely different salary when that gets agreed. Well, it's probably pretty much been agreed already. But 40 million is still a lot for Sancho. I don't know where they're getting 40 million from, if that's accurate or not. But it was 25 everywhere else where I've seen.
Yeah. And here, Sky Cave, I knew nothing about Sky Cave. I hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly. But before this transfer window, Chelsea are still waiting for final decision about Victor Osimhen, even though there's little more than an hour to go. That was 30 minutes ago. I don't know. I'm not going to say whether we'll get the deal over the line, but yeah, we're still pushing, and that's according to Fabrizio Romano. Because if the decision has been made that he's going to stay at Napoli, I think Fabrizio would have said that. Maybe he knows it's over. He just wants more people to continue watching. I don't want to accuse him
Chelsea
of something
Dodgers
that I'm not something.
He's not breaking any news or anything. He's just repeating news. So yeah, there's no point there.
Yeah, Sancho guaranteed a good signing for us. And again, I'm one of those that have been preaching that again. If we end up going into the season without signing a traditional number 9 like Osimhen, I'm not going to complain. Honestly,
Coach, let me ask you this: do you think we are signing a striker this transfer window?
I don't know, because chances are we have other. Again, we're talking with someone else and nobody knows about it. It's a possibility.
Okay.
Honestly, I do not know. If Chelsea doesn't get Victor Osimhen, it's water under the bridge. Of Victor Osimhen doesn't desire to play for Chelsea Football Club. Plus, they are. Let me see what I haven't. Plus, they are asking for too much money. He's not worth. If he wanted too much money, he'd be playing in Saudi Arabia right now. Could you imagine Saudi only to wait less than an hour to blackmail Osimhen into signing with whatever deal they want him to. There's
I
no
I think we're blackmailing him now pretty much because
yeah.
the Al Ali's moved completely off. There's no other offer on the table from no one. It's only us.
So he probably gonna be furious. He probably gonna feel like, okay, after rejecting those guys and waiting for you, now this is what you're doing.
Yep. And we might be doing that to him now. We're like, okay, well, yeah, we're not moving, we're not budging, we're going lower now.
But I don't think it makes sense. South is when does their window close? Because if their window still is still open for more, they can still come back for him and get the deal over the line.
Oh, it doesn't
They
close.
can.
They can come back. Yeah, they can come back, no problem.
Yeah,
But
they
they're
can.
not coming back.
Their window closes on Monday, so they've got time.
Yeah, they got
So
time,
the
but they're not
opportunity
coming
is
back. They
still
signed their
there.
striker. Like I said, they signed their striker. They're not going to sign another striker.
So maybe signing a number 9 isn't a priority for us. That may well be the case. Where's the
Look,
Fabrizio
I still
Romano
think it's
window?
a priority. Everything they've said so far and the reports that we're signing a left back, we're signing this, we're signing that, we're signing that, they've all come true. This is the last position that hasn't come true. So this is the last position they said they are addressing, and we're definitely getting a striker. So going by that logic, I'm gonna say we are still going getting a striker because they said we are. Like you said, there's someone in the background we're working on. There's a list of strikers we were working on. Uh, Obviously, all the smoke is with this Osimhen deal. We're trying to get a great deal. I think that's what's holding it up. We're trying to get a really good deal. We're not giving in to his demands, and it's not just wages. There's so many other fees involved, and agent fees and taxes. There's so much involved, so it's a very complicated deal money wise. But I still think we've got to back up a striker. Could be Duran. Could be Duran, like you said. He could be one we can just go in and probably get. Uh, could be
I wouldn't
Tony. I
mind
never thought it was
Duran.
Tony because I didn't think it was
I
Tony.
actually like Duran.
Yeah, I liked him too. Yeah, I like him too. So it could be someone we don't really know yet. We know of him, but we don't know that he was on the list. Just like Neto came out of nowhere. So yeah, they're going to try to push to the as far as possible to the last minute with Osimhen deal, but they'll have a uh, like an hour, like a minute where they have to cut it off so they can get another deal done. Probably 30 minutes to go or whatever, so they can get the paperwork in for another deal. But like I said, they're pretty lenient with that stuff. If the paperwork's ready and it's a bit late or this, but it's already sort of been completed by both, they allow it even a day after or 2 days after. There's a grace period of like 2 or 3 days, even if most of the deal is done already. So uh, it can go over if necessary. Some of the deals they do go over sometimes. Most we just don't hear it because they're not big deals that go over. But there's a lot of deals that go over the line the day after or the day after that because they had the paperwork done already, so they gave them some more time. But yeah, the big deals usually get done right then. Like I said, for PR, it works perfectly for PR. For clubs, it works amazingly that way because they're relevant and they stay in the news and every headline. That's very important in this. But yeah, we'll just have to wait and see now what's going on. Which striker we
Yeah,
are
let's
gonna
wait.
get?
15 minutes. Again, but I have to pay extra if the boys stay over. That's fine. Let's see what happens there. I hope this doesn't shut off. I'm not sure how many minutes that it shuts off. Let's see. Hi to you, to Lucilla. Nice to see you. Why didn't Osimhen sign up for the Saudis? I don't know. Werner returned. I wouldn't say he didn't sign for them because he didn't want to join us. I will not say that. For some reason, that didn't happen. Just go away, man. Go back to work. Osimhen will stay. You believe Fabrizio saying Chelsea are still pushing. Hawkins is suggesting that yeah, he stays at Napoli. But if Fabrizio says we're still pushing, I'm inclined to believe him than Fabrizio Hawkins. So we wait. We keep refreshing the page to see if anything new emerges. Let's see.
Coach,
Siaka.
yeah,
Go ahead.
sorry, like I said earlier about Osimhen's attitude and how he's not staying in Napoli. There's no way he's going to stay and be a backup to Lukaku. He's not staying there. Just the way he is persona, he's going to speak out. He's going to be very angry, like you said. There's no way he's staying there. they're gonna get it somehow. He's gonna go somewhere because I don't see him staying. It's just pretty much impossible for him to stay there and play unless he stays and doesn't play. Okay, but to actual play, I don't see that happening at all.
Wow, it is very, very tight, honestly. The problem is that Chelsea owners and directors are fixed on Osimhen. They should just move on from this player. His agent and his and him are unreasonable. I wouldn't call them unreasonable for, you could say, asking for what they believe is fitting for the quality of the players we're trying to get. As Fariza said, it's not over yet. Chelsea are still pushing, so we wait and see what happens here. Mudryk is staying. This just get better. I think Mudryk will actually be important to us. He will come off good occasionally. I think the manager is trying to fix him, and I think it will work. If the club wants to sell him, you'd be hearing that we're open to sell him now, but they believe in him. They're trying to get it to work, and the manager is doing it his own way. Then he takes a massive pay cut. This is all his fault. Yeah, but we don't know why the Saudis decided to forfeit their pursuit of the player. So we can't just a speculation. For me, it's it's really dangerous at this point. But we wait a few minutes, 50, probably less than 50 minutes right now. 45 minutes, yeah. Yeah, so perfect timing. I think my boys when they're not gonna actually go to what's it called, the extra class 10. So 45 minutes from now will be 3 p.m. my time. So yeah, I still have about 20, 25 minutes more to get ready to go pick them up. So I'll wait. Let's see how this ends
I'm pretty
today.
much, yeah. My son will wake up probably the same time, in probably half an hour. He'll probably wake up, and then I have to go as well.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So perfect timing for us. And I cannot thank you enough for joining, brother.
It's all
Let's
good.
go, let's go, let's go, people. Let's go.
There's only one deadline a day.
Yeah,
once
one
once a
deadline
year,
a day.
not January, but this big deadline day. There's only once a year, so
Usually, deadline day for summer transfer window is different. It's not the same. Um, you can say, I'm not sure how to phrase it. January can be exciting, but then that's not as exciting as summer transfer window.
yeah, no, of course not. Well, no, because it's different year, different. Yeah, it goes on to the books differently. Mostly loans happen then, but you'll have one or two deals. But yeah, not very, not many at all, really. Yeah.
Hmm.
I
We
think those
wait.
days are going to get even quieter with the new laws and stuff. The PSR coming in, it's going to be even less. I think going forward, that January transfer window.
Yeah. I haven't asked you this, Bobby. Do you think we still get the deal over the lineup? Do you think that's it? If you're still there, I know it's pretty late for you. Yeah.
Look,
What's
Let's
the
to
see.
be
time
So,
there?
honest, I gave up on this deal about 2 hours ago. But I'm just here. Well, I'm just here just for the vibes. I enjoy the show. But
did you see how he said it? He had to change his tone to present
The
it in a
tone,
very good
very nice tone, Bobby.
way.
no, not really. I mean, I was just thinking of this of words to express myself. I don't see this deal happening. I think both sides, their positions are quite set. But with 43 minutes left to go, there's still time. You know, this
Anything
is the
can happen.
real.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And if we're not confident we can get the deal over the line, what are we still doing there? That's simply
exactly.
the truth. Yeah, what are we still doing there? And it's not like if we have any other option, if we have a contingent plan, I don't know. How that's gonna work. I don't believe Napoli can afford to pay weekly, but Lukaku and Osimhen, yeah,
They
that's
can
an
afford it.
issue.
It's not Napoli that's holding the deal. It's Osimhen that's holding the deal.
Wow, this is serious. But I don't think Napoli will be that concerned. The Saudi window, I think, will be open until Monday. Somebody said, or tomorrow. I don't know.
Till
Coach Andrew,
Monday, but the European window is closed. So
Mhm.
how can Napoli do a deal with them? They
Because they're
can't.
not in Europe.
Yeah.
I've seen that happen before.
Yeah, but Napoli's in Europe.
Uh, I don't know. Dante, do you know the rules?
No, not 100%, but I know they've done deals after. But even in the Europe, like I told you, Bobby, if they have like a certain percentage of the paperwork done, it's all almost across the line.
Yeah, but there's
And
no percentage done. What European club have you seen do a deal outside with Saudi outside of the?
there's plenty that have done it, but not big names. They're smaller names, so you don't really hear about it. But there's been plenty that have done it, just not big names because it's not reported. But
Okay.
yeah, the big deals don't get done like that mostly. It's the smaller deals, but it can happen. Don't be surprised if this Osimhen thing is not done by this and it gets done tomorrow.
Hmm. Chelsea can still get it done tomorrow.
They can if they have the percentage of paperwork and everything's done, but they got the loophole where they are a bit of the paperwork's not quite there, but it's almost done. They get a grace. They get a grace period, 24 hours or whatever it is, and they can correct that, and then the deal can go through.
All right, let's see.
There's
We
little
need,
loopholes where it works that
yeah.
you can do if you really needed to. There's little loopholes like that. Yeah. But yeah, usually that doesn't happen. It's happened many times in smaller deals, but not big deals because the big deals, they've been working on for a long time. So the smaller deals, yeah, it happens, but yeah, wait and see. But it has happened before.
Yeah, 12 more likes. Yeah, I've seen that happen. To 12 more likes to get it to 100. Let's make it happen, people. And we still have 66 people watching. Coach and Dante, don't let let me read that. Coach and Dante, don't let a children's services say no. Even said my kids will bite your ears off of your head. You will regret coming into my house. Marina could have gotten this deal done. Well, if you believe, I don't know. We're speaking in hindsight anyway. Let's see. Nkunku and Jackson will interchange the striker role. Felix is there. Felix, he's played mainly for Atletico Madrid as a number 9. Did play, so to speak. Chelsea presented an important proposal to Osimhen at 10 p.m. tonight. Almost 1 million a month. That's like 500 and something. Oh, no. Divided by 4. No, that's like
Yeah.
250. Yeah, a month, and still no deal according to Fabrizio. Because if you say 1 million a month, it would sound as if it's a lot of money. He's earning that much right now. That's like 250.
Again,
It's
coach, if it's
250.
net or gross,
Okay, can you elaborate?
Vic, let us know. It's a net or gross.
Yeah, Vic, let us know so we know what we're saying here. But even if it is net, that's still not a lot.
Oh, it is, coach. That's over 300. What do you mean? That's 320,000 or something. 300, close to 350. Yeah, that's enough. I think that's enough. He reported when he said that he wants 11 million euro net a year. That's what Victor Osimhen said. His camp said they're not budging from 11 million euros net per year. So this is 12 million euros. This is 1 million more. If it is net, it's 1 million more. So that's 320, 30 or something like that. I don't know how much it is exactly. So it's big money. It's not small money.
Ed More likes to get it to 100. Let's make it happen. Let's see if Fabrizio Romano, if he has any updates. I'm quite sure he's still live. So if you're following him, pay attention to what's going on there. Let's see if he's has any updates. This is saying Lucilla is saying if it happens that Osimhen signs, then Chelsea should be fighting for the Premier League title. Not that simple, really. Has to be gross. Gross, or what's the correct pronunciation again? I'm losing it here. Because Osimhen is on 245 thousand euros a week net a week. Okay, and what else did he say? That he doesn't want to reduce his salary. We've been hearing that for 1,000 years. He should enjoy Napoli. Could have gone to Saudi Arabia. I'm not sure why that fell through.
Maybe his
Any
attitude.
update? You see. Let's see. Somebody. Let's see what else we have here. Somebody on X is saying that the story of Osimhen to Chelsea has ended as he's staying at Napoli. Fabrice Hawkins did say that. Any update from him? Let's see. Fab tweet. Let's see. Osimhen asked us to match his Napoli wages, and we failed to do so. We bottled it. If that's the case, then we weren't serious.
We can
No
afford
agreement
his
reached
no.
on Osimhen.
So
Sorry.
he's getting paid at Napoli. He's getting paid that much per week. I think we can afford to pay him 245 a week euros, which it comes down to 220 or something like that pounds per week. I think we can pay that. So I don't see a problem. I don't understand what Vicky's saying there.
That we bottled it.
Well, you think we wouldn't pay Victor Osimhen 220,000 pounds a week,
I
coach?
think we can.
Of course we can. I think we can.
We can
That's
pay a lot more, actually.
exactly. So that's why that doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand.
So I'm looking for fresh updates here. Why am I not seeing fresh updates? It's 2 hours ago, Trevoh Chalobah. Do I have to go down further to find fresh updates?
It looks like Chalobah won't be the starting centre back because they signed a much better centre back as well, Crystal Palace as well on top of him.
So because of that, you think he won't be starting?
No, not the Lacroix come in from Wolfsburg. He's a much better player than Chalobah. They're not spending that much big money on that guy to not put him as a starter next to Gehi. So I don't see Chalobah starting. No, he'll be the next in line, competing, but he won't be the starter.
All right, people, 6 more likes to get it to 100. Let's make it happen. 35 minutes and then a few seconds to go. There's still space. It's not over yet. If it's over, Fabrizio Romano will, he will say something about it, and also he would tweet about it.
Okay, so Vic is saying we asked him to reduce his current wages. Well, then Osimhen is got to be the biggest idiot in the world for not going to Saudi, or makes sense at all. I don't see I don't see that being an issue. £220,000 a week should not be an issue for us. We've got all our best earners earn at 180, 200, 220, 250. I don't see that as a problem. Why would we ask to pay for him to less than that, 150 or something? That doesn't make sense at all. I think you're a mute, coach.
I'm saying something just doesn't make sense here.
No, it doesn't make
Why?
sense.
Yeah, something just doesn't make sense. Because why would he refuse the sort of money the Saudis had on the table for him and still be wasting his time with Chelsea, since knowing fully well that they want him to take a pay cut? So I don't believe that that's the case. If anything, maybe again, the only thing I'm inclined to believe is that he wanted a particular, again, he wants a particular measure of wages, and we're reluctant. We didn't want to pay that. I don't believe that we're not able to measure his current Napoli salary. I don't believe so.
I think Vic is wrong in that. I just don't see that to be possible.
I don't believe that. Yeah. Because it just wouldn't make sense. Because even if we go back to those states, they probably stone him. As
pretty much, yeah.
Like, what sort of stupidity will that be? Knowing fully well they want you to take a pay cut, and you still didn't take that, the sort of offer that the Saudis have on the table for you. And again, I think I've seen that happen before. European clubs selling players to non to sell their players to non-European clubs outside of the transfer window. I think the Napoli could still sell him to Saudi. Osimhen is just a plain greedy. He didn't want to come. He wanted to use us to fleece the Saudis, and he was mad when Saudis told him to go away. That may well be the case. Yep, we can speculate. Maybe he wasn't serious about joining us and wanted to fleece the Saudis, and then it backfired, and now he's pretending he wants to join us and we want him to take a pay cut. It's not looking good, but yeah, anything can still happen, even if it's 10 minutes left. Yeah. Let's see, we're getting there. Maybe Fab is lying to keep his anxious. Again, if there are other people waiting, so even if Chelsea fans leave the stream,
It doesn't
if
make
it's that
sense.
hard, he takes the pay cut and takes the rest in bonus related pay. Good argument, but it's not over yet. The 155K offer rumor we saw, that's absolute horse dung. I don't
I
believe that
can't
for a
believe that.
second.
No,
If we started the conversation by offering him 155, he'd be playing the Saudi league right now. That comes to over 620 a month as a base salary with incentives.
no,
Then he'd be
that's
closer to
lower
150
than.
a month.
Yeah, sorry, coach. That's lower than most of our guys. That's lower. How are we going to pay? Give him a world class striker lower salaries than most of our average guys?
Yeah, I seriously don't believe that. 31 minutes to go. Let's see what happens. I think that's the correct. Bobby, can you help us? How many minutes do we
This must
have?
be Vic working with Pochettino in the background, trying to
I think what's
make us not
happening
get the deal.
here. I think what's happening here, because even Fabrizio is sounding almost like he's not confident. I think what's happening here is that Victor might still feel he has a chance with Al Hilal, and and wait, what's he saying? And and Napoli may feel that they still have a chance with the sort of money Al Hilal wanted for him. So they might be dragging. I don't know. But I think even Fabrizio is giving up. It's not over till it's over, but hang on, let me just hear what they're saying and not.
Okay, I'll read. We wait for you. I strongly believe Osimhen is a blue, no doubt. It's a destiny move. He's my brother from Nigeria, and I wish him all the well. Are you from Edo State or what part of Nigeria are you from? Twice there we've addressed that one. Your directors are not making sense. Fabrizio is not making up the story. I'm not saying he's making up the story, but it just doesn't make sense to say we offered him 150. One of those things we talked about. Get Todd in the room, and yeah, we're good. Let's see. Coach. Okay, just go around, leave me alone. It's 1 month in the fourth or fifth offer. Where did we start the negotiation from? This is madness. Or maybe, listen, one thing, chances are we're taking, maybe taking, you can say, his desire to play for us for granted, because we have what's his name, Didier Drogba and Mikel Obi talking to him every day. It doesn't help.
Yeah,
I
coach.
am just mad we wasted our time on trying to get him and not Tone or something else or someone else, so to speak.
Coach, just before we
Let's
go
see
on,
what we have
sorry,
here. Osimhen should be wise. Why making this decision? It might hurt his career. Not in any way.
he'll be
I
fine.
think he's still good to Saudi, even if it's not this year. If he comes, fine. If not, we move on. I actually, again, one of those that believe we don't need him, really. It says Drogba, Eto, and Mikel couldn't convince him to come. Coach, it's not proper chess. It doesn't matter to me. Is he gonna eat proper chows? But here's the thing: where the whole thing is confusing is that he didn't go to Saudi Arabia if if he believed. I don't know what led to the
If
Saudis
you wanted money, yeah.
pulling out of the deal. It's just confusing.
Coach, the thing I keep seeing, Fabrizio Romano keeps saying this. He obviously they're Italian, so he keeps saying this. So in Italy, when they speak salaries and they speak money, they're always speaking net. They don't speak in gross. So we need to take that in consideration. I experience that when I go to Italy every time because my wife's got family there, so we go back every 2 to 3 years. And I remember now they always speak in net. That's how they speak about salaries, about everything is net. They never include taxes because they don't want to pay taxes. Most of them, they're really bad with taxes there. So they
Uh-huh.
always say net, net, net. Everything's net when they say a salary. So I think Fabrizio Romano is just saying that as net, just as it's a normal thing for him to say at net because that's how they are. And I think that's getting lost in translation a little bit. because in more the Western countries, England, Australia, US, it's mostly all gross. When you say a salary, it's a gross salary.
Wow. A lot more update there in the chat. Let's see what was that one. We've read this one. No, there's one above it. This here from the Blitzificate. This reminds me of when we spent the whole window chasing Haaland only to end up with a great big woolly mammoth. Wow. Okay, let's see what I see have here. Chelsea have presented their best proposal for Victor Osimhen for their wage structure, but it doesn't match his Napoli salary. He doesn't want to cut his salary too much. That's shameful, really. And if we can, that's really
Why are we
shameful.
even dealing with him? There's no point.
Yeah, but why? And why didn't he realize early on that we're not going to pay him anything close to that and just join Al Ali? He looks like an idiot right now.
Yep, big time.
Honestly, we keep wasting minutes of big transfers. Why? I don't know. So I want Dante to read it.
Hey, if that's true, then we look a bit stupid unless we're just pushing now because we don't really want a striker. Maybe we've got someone else ready to go. The forms are done and everything, and we're about to sign him. And we're just trying to get a good deal because we know that's his last option, maybe.
And
And
we're
if we do get
exploiting
a
the
deal over the
situation, but
line,
that's not okay. If I were Osimhen, I'd be infuriated too, and probably not going to be happy with Chelsea. But go ahead.
yeah, exactly, coach. So it kind of makes sense, but it doesn't in a way. It's not really sensical, if you know what I mean. Why would we lowball him that much and knowing that he does it just doesn't make sense. I don't know how it makes sense.
It says there's information from Italy that Osimhen wouldn't play for Napoli even if he stays. The relationship is down the toilet. Chelsea should have just gone for Jean Duran. It's too late now. You think? I don't know, Coach. We haven't actually heard. Here we go. Here we go. That'd be correct too for Ivan Toney. So yeah. So you're speculating chances are the Saudis have decided to come from Osimhen and leave Ivan Toney. It's a possibility. Let's see. Some people are being too emotional about this Osimhen saga. If we want a Saudi, he would have done that earlier. Yep. But his heart bleeds blue. I don't agree that's the case really, and he won't disappoint. And he will blossom. So you're saying he's coming? Definitely. I'm not sure. You're not paying attention to what's going on. Let's just wait until the window closes. Too much of false news are going around. We don't know what's really happening. Are we clear now? Dante Osimhen wasn't asking for more money, just match my salary. That's why. Why I
If
said
it's true,
the
Vic,
directors are not serious.
I'm still not going to
They
take
made
it
up
100%
up to
because
5 of offers. Why? So it's confusing, really.
I'm
Yeah,
still not
and
going to
let's see.
take it 100%, but because Fabrizio might get different information. It can never be 100% till he comes out 100%. We saw that Fabrizio a few times already, so I'm not going to take it. But yeah, if that's true, of course, that's a problem. Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, on the other hand, the Nigerian had agreed personal terms with Al Ali worth a massive 40 million per season with a relatively cheap release clause to be active from 2026. But Napoli asked for an extra. So let's go. Let's pay attention to what we have on the screen now. So chances are probably he would have preferred to go to Saudi Arabia. But because Napoli wanted more money, the Saudis said no, they're not doing that. So now we weren't actually his first option. If we're going by this, what we have on the screen here. Let me hear you, Dante.
Coach, I don't know. Sorry, all respect to JJ Jaka, whoever that is. I don't know who that is and where he's getting that from, so I have no idea. Who's that coming
Wow.
from?
Yeah, so 5 minutes ago, Manu Kone to AS Roma deal completed. No agreement between Victor Osimhen and Chelsea, even after new proposal presented 2 hours ago. Ivan Perisic, we don't need anything. I'm just going to be waiting for Osimhen. This is obligation to buy clause Jadon Sancho 29 minutes ago. That's done. So I'm going to be looking for something for Osimhen to Chelsea. Probably that's one of the only items left there. This is saying maybe Osimhen is a genius and is trying to get Napoli to cover some of his wages. Okay, let's see, because it's a huge risk for them. But Napoli asked for an extra 5 million in bonuses on top of the 80 million offered. This angered the Saudi Pro League club, who instead turned to Brentford's Ivan Toney. Who are you quoting there? We want to know.
Yeah, who we're quoting, we don't know who that's coming from. If you're just saying that, or that's an opinion, or what is it? But 5 million for Saudi is like peanuts for them. It's not really much. They would have paid it. I don't see extra 5 million being a problem, to be honest.
These days they don't spend stupidly, actually. They don't. Why are the Saudis acting like they ain't got money? Yeah, you shouldn't. Sometimes I think it's going to cause them issues, actually, if they spend recklessly.
Well, they do spend recklessly, and that's because they've got the money to spend. So they can spend, they have it.
But even recklessness has a limit.
Not when you're backed by the government and they've got trillions of dollars to back you up. Coach, they don't care. They just want to make the game. They've got a fund. They've got, I can't remember how much the fund was to make the game in the next 10, 15 years bigger and better. It's like a ridiculous. They can buy 10 Victor Osimhens if they want, no problem.
And is it really true that Fabrizio hasn't said, here we go for Ivan Toney? I think he's already said that. Yeah, I think he did already.
Not a here we go. I think it was just past medical, blah, blah, blah. I don't think he actually said here we go yet.
Let's go, people. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Probably
anyway,
a few minutes to go. 20 minutes to go.
We'll find out very soon everything. Well, tomorrow we'll find out everything anyway. So
20 minutes to go. But I think today, you think if the transfer window shuts, we could still go ahead with the deal tomorrow?
It can, if the paperwork's done and everything's handed in. It's not, and like a certain percentage is done, it can still happen. Yes.
I would say, I think we're probably not being nice. We're exploiting the fact that the Saudis aren't there anymore.
Coach, it could be, look, but it is business at the end of the day.
Fabrizio is saying that the Chelsea hierarchy are leaving Napoli. The deal is off.
Ooh, it's done.
Is it what it is?
Yeah. So let's talk about this a bit, then we'll round off. Let's be honest here. The fact that the reason the Saudis left the deal was that Napoli was asking for more.
It hasn't been confirmed yet, Coach, anywhere.
Okay, it hasn't yet, because he didn't tell us who was saying that. Yeah, Chelsea's delegation flight is now leaving Napoli. Deal is off with Chelsea. Wow.
That doesn't mean anything, to be honest, that they're leaving.
The delegation is
all done. It doesn't matter if they leave.
Sorry, what did you say?
I'm saying if they leave, they actually left. It doesn't matter. The paperwork's already all done. It's all already PDF'd and that. It's all done, the paperwork. It doesn't matter. They can still... It doesn't matter that they left. What I'm saying, the paperwork would already be all done, just ready to sign. So it doesn't really matter.
Okay, you still think it could still happen? Is that what you're saying?
Of course, it could still happen, because they would have done all the paperwork ready to go. Everything would be ready to go, just to sign. It's just signing these days. You can sign in so many different ways. So, like I said, deals can get done even after, if everything's done, the paperwork's ready, and they just need to sign it. And there was a little error here or there on one of the piece of paperwork, then they get like a grace time. But yeah, if it's true what Vic said about the salary, and we're offering him such a very low salary, then there's obviously no point. If we're trying to exploit the situation, like you said, Coach, then look, it's business. I can understand why we're doing it, but
they offered him £1 million a month.
But that's too low. That's like way too low.
That's still low, Bobby. If you break it down per week,
that's his minus incentives. So that's just his base salary. Anyway, it is.
Look, if it's net, it's not. If it's net, it's not low. That's how I kept saying. If it's net, it's not low. If it's gross, it's low. It just
Mm.
depends if it's net or gross. If it's net, it's not low.
It is what it is. I'm glad we've walked away. Sometimes money can be if it's too much money talk. As far as I'm concerned, it's not a good deal. Not for this type of squad with
Exactly. Yeah.
youngsters.
Yeah.
So I'm glad we're able to walk.
Well,
He's a good player, excellent player, but you know what? It's not the end of the world.
There's got to be compromises on both sides.
Yeah.
and I'm happy that I never wanted him at Chelsea, and I'm being one of those that said I think it would be good without a number 9 going into the season. And if in fact we end up not signing him because there's still time, they can still pick up a call for the phone and say we're willing to pay you that much money. Heston,
Or
I
he
don't
could
think we
pick up
need
the
him.
phone and say he's willing to sign.
Yeah. I think, it goes both ways. So, in summary, you could say that. I thought maybe definitely he was going to the Saudi, and it could still happen because their window isn't closed yet. So, they could still come back. We need to arrest Dante for what?
What? What did I do?
Yeah. So, anything else you guys want to say so that we can just call it a day, man?
Call it a
Well,
day.
there's 15 minutes to go, so we may as well wait till it actually slams shut.
I mean, we
We'll leave
can
you
wait.
on Bobby.
Okay.
We'll leave Bobby on alone, and he can go for it.
Oh, okay, you want to go? Okay, that's fine. I'm cool either way. I'm just here to support. I think
Joking,
So,
Bobby.
but
Joking.
let's just call it a day. I don't think if anything has happened, we take it. But I think we've done our best. But 15 minutes not bad. I don't know. Okay, let me see. All right. Now please start going for plan B. 5 minutes.
I can't even hear you, Coach. Are you muted?
You there, Bobby?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, I
Where's
think,
Coach?
yeah, I
Is
keep
he
getting
muted?
disconnected. I think he's disconnected as well. I keep getting disconnected and connected back. I don't know what's happening. Obviously, he's got a system, something wrong with his internet or system. I was out as well. I just got back into, so I don't know what's going on.
Oh,
Let's see if he's back now. No, it's just us. It looks like it's just me and you, Bobby.
he's gone.
He's out. He's
Oh,
gone. Maybe his kids came and raided the study. Mine's just about to wake up as well, so I gotta go as well.
okay. Well,
We'll probably wrap
well,
it up, Bobby, and
yeah. I think we'll
when
have
Coach
a
comes back,
There's going to be a pre-game or post-game catch-up
correct.
next.
Yeah, Coach will organize that. Everyone will. I'm sure he'll try to get back on, and if he doesn't, there will be another stream later on. So tonight, Michael Johnson, he just became a member as well. Thank you very much, Michael Johnson. I didn't see you there. Coach hasn't seen you, but I'm sure he'll make a note of that, and I'll let him know as well to give you a shout out. But yeah, we'll end it there. Thanks everyone for coming. Thank you, Bobby. Any other final notes do you want to say?
No, nothing at the moment. So yeah, we'll catch up for the game coming up on Sunday.
Yeah, we'll wait and see what happens with this. But looks like the saga's over finally. We've got no striker, but we've got Sancho. It looks we did get a new player in, and we might have a little surprise. Who knows? You never know the last minute or so. So we'll wait and see. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, Bobby.
All right. Okay. Good night.
Take care, guys.
Ice in my veins, I've been driving this train. Years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play, and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no, I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la, la 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 la, oh, oh, and I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no, I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la, la 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 la, oh, 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 la 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 la, la 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 la. Ice in my veins, I've been driving this train. Years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play, and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la. And I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day. I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la. La 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 la. Oh, 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 la 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 la. La 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 la. 'Ice in my veins, I've been driving this train. Years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes. Taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great. Popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day. I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la. La 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 la. Oh, oh, and I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day. I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la. La 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 la. Oh, 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 la 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 la. La 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 la. Oh, oh. Ice in my veins, I've been driving this train. Years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes. Taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great. Popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day. I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, man, I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day. I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no, I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, in my veins, I've been driving this train. Years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes. Taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great. Popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day. I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no, I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say,